Good morning, good day, good evening. Where you're from right now, you are very welcome to watch the Road to the International, the North American Close Qualifiers, the final day, the last two series. It all comes down to this final day here with T-Pan and Trent. We're going to be taking over on the lower bracket finals, and followed by that is the best of 5 to decide that one slot from North America who's going to be going to the Road to the International, and who gets to continue their path at least. As you see the bracket here, Trent, a lot of teams have fallen, and only the mighty have stayed.
Yeah, we had quite a day yesterday. Got rid of a couple teams there, and then, of course, we had this upper bracket final that did go all the way to Game 3. A couple one-sided games in there. Shopify eventually taking it and bringing Nouns down here. Well, Nouns continue their trend of going to 3 games in every series. Find out now.
Indeedly so. And of course, can they win? Because, you know, they got 2 of those BO3 wins. They got 1 loss under their belts. Did that knock the wind out of them? Or now are they now really frustrated that that streak is broken and taken away from them? As they're going to be facing off against Apex Genesis as our first series of the day here in the lower bracket final. And followed up by that is, of course, the winner of the series going up against Shopify. And, you know, a lot of people are expecting a Shopify announced final. But what are the chances for an Apex Genesis Cinderella run?
I'm giving them like 33%. It's pretty high.
Sounds about
fair.
Right. Sounds about
good.
Right.
Yeah, to make it through this series. They got 1 win off Nouns in 3 games. That makes sense to me. Math checks out, right?
Yeah. 33% out of 3 teams remaining. It sounds exactly the accurate number to give right here. As we're heading over to the draft of our first game, there is one hero in particular that I wanted to point out is going to be very heavily contested away from Nouns. It is the Meepo that gets banned out as the final ban on the first phase by Apex Genesis. Also a couple of heroes you really need to keep your eye open for, probably like Sammy Boy Nikes, for example, 4-0, Fade Nightstalker, 3-0, Copy and Yuma also got Storm and Windranger also undefeated so far. So let's see if they continue with the victorious or bring up something different.
Yeah, I like what they've done here already on the side of Nouns in terms of getting rid of that Dragonite, because we talked about how it just felt like it was really simplifying the game several times for Apex Genesis. Just felt like Wish was really running the game from that DK. But not going to get it. They value that. The big hero left, I guess, would be Clockwork. I feel you can get a similar thing. Apex Genesis have gone for it. They didn't win their 2 games versus Nouns with the hero, but I feel like that could be solid. But now it's a first pick. They banned Willow, and they're... Oh, okay. Mr. Storm. So he kind of left this position of being the first overall. Kind of as we got further into the qualifier. Felt like he was even being ignored in several drafts. And now he's suddenly back.
Did feel like that for a bit. You know, the Storm Spirit only 2 picks so far, and for this particular team, Copy has been picking it up 2 times, and of course going up against the numbers, Nouns, and actually also Apex Genesis. Neither team has won a game with second pick Dire, so we're not going to get that second pick Dire in this case. We got first pick Storm Spirit, so they're going to go full on the numbers here and take a win with that. And of course the Weaver, which we got a plenty yesterday. I mean, damn, did we see a lot of Weavers coming out from the first series and the second series. And of course the Rubiks were starting to shine there as well. You reckon this is another support for speed potentially?
That's definitely the assumption, but they have 10th pick, so, or like, you know, final pick in this draft here, so that'll maybe be a flex. We had it earlier versus the Amigos, where, you know, they eventually ended up just putting it as a core simply because it was versus a Brewmaster in one of our previous series, which made a lot of sense for an early Weaver pickup. So it's good to have the options. What it means now is that the Clockwork is still in, the Keeper of the Light is still in for that that combo with the Storm Spirit. I would guess that would be the use of their 1 ban in this phase for Apex Genesis.
Would make sense to get rid of that Clockwork out of there. Got plenty of players for that hero as well. Here also Phoenix so far untouched. We'll see if that is an avenue that either team's considering. They're going to ban out the Ember Spirit away from Wish. That is his most played hero. Only 1 win out of the 3 games so far though. But it makes the matchup for the Storm a bit easier.
Yeah, someone to try and catch him, just deal with him. Maybe Speed will rush an Orchid, as we've seen previously on the old 5 Weaver. Maybe that'll be their answer for the Storm Spirit. Maybe they'll try and find some other leashes. Maybe we'll get the time zone. Like, can we just time zone this guy? Can I get Support faces Void out here.
Oh, no.
We need the strats. And yeah, as expected, though. Get rid of the coddle. And I don't mind picking the clockwork, but I think they probably won't since they seem to prefer this Weaver as a 5 as opposed to a 4. So I'll probably just pick up
Is he really that
matchup.
good?
Who, the Weaver?
Clockwork that I'm thinking about. Well, now that they bring up the Pango, then I'll actually start to consider the clockwork here.
I think Clock's really good, but I prefer him as a 5 as opposed to a 4, and I think they're going to run the Weaver 5, and I don't want to like put too much pressure on their lanes already by having a support duo that's a little bit off. And now they're going to take it in combination with the Darkseer, so yeah, they're going to be really happy about that second phase. Darkseer has proven in this qualifier to be really strong even without the classic Darkseer needs. This idea of like, oh, I have to know what the enemy carry is, and I have to have a good position for. In this case, he might have a good position for it in the clockwork. He might not. It could end up being a 5. But Darkseer has just proven to be really strong. I don't think he needs as much help or to be in that perfect situation as much as he did previously.
I guess it could work. I'm not a fan of a second pick Darkseer, like not at all. You're basically picking it into the unknown. So let's see if Apex Genesis are going to find at least a counter answer to the Darkseer or not, or just let it be. Like you said, the hero is really strong, and now believe in it. There's a reason why they're picking it this early. I'm just not a fan of it. I would have waited for a bit further, at least to see both supports. That's mainly where you can see like, all right, is this a pickable hero?
Yeah, because
Maybe
in theory, you could like go for an Oracle or something. Like you could really hardcore counterpick this and just do carry Weaver, but then you're picking that into the Storm, I suppose. So it might not feel too strong. They're gonna grab the Tiny. Okay, still keeping some stuff open here. Could be 4, could be mid, could be carry. Finally saw a successful carry Tiny. That shocked my brain after all the terrible games we had of it. Nouns did get the W last night. I caught that one versus the Arteezy Marcy. And they really did quite well that game. Ended up with a massive lead.
Yeah, I guess the answer to that looms in that sentence. You know, Arteezy with Marcy.
That's all it took. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all it took. Still got room for another support to be picked up here. Can look at some of those pick rates there. You see, most of the most picked heroes are out there. Just the Mirana missing out. We don't really... I mean, we do have some potential Mirana players in here, but not as much loved as the Grin side, who like to play at both 1 and 4, hence the majority of the Mirana picks.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get another carry Mirana. Maybe we will. I mean, we had the offlane vent from Mind Control look really good, in, I think it was Game 3 yesterday,
Yeah.
but one of those heroes he brought up. The Phoenix returns. Pretty good versus Darkseer in terms of like how the team fights play out. He goes for the Blink Vacuum, and then you just drop Egg, and then it becomes a little bit problematic for them to stay and contest the fight. It shifts the focus of the engagement, and then you can just like Sunray into the middle of the vacuum as well, assuming you're not caught. So team fight-wise, that does play out pretty well. Unfortunately, you have no hard disables versus a Storm Spirit. There's also a Clockwork in the game too, so you're kind of vulnerable in this one.
Yeah, and before you get items as well, like if that Storm gets an early Orchid, it's going to take some time until Phoenix is going to find an answer. Is it a Lotus Orb or something else to keep him protected versus that Storm Spirit first jump in? But at least Nouns don't really have a direct answer towards the Egg unless they send masses of heroes towards it. That's where Pangos and Tiny's AoE comes into play. They can actually protect this Phoenix Egg pretty well so far. This is also the first Phoenix pick of Apex Genesis throughout this qualifier. They've not picked the hero so far.
Well, we did have the KK offlane Phoenix. That was pretty cool. I don't know if that's the sort of shift they're prepared to do here. I'm
Not
definitely
sure if you're ironic with that or not.
Hey, they might. You never know. I don't know. Maybe they will.
Well, now they have an answer.
That's a Phoenix hitter. That's going straight for the scrambled egg. I've got a lot of questions about this Phoenix, I got to tell you, because I noticed something yesterday while we were casting it, and that was that on the Dying Light, it says, because I think all of Phoenix's skills say it's, like it's gender neutral, but on the Dying Light it says his, and now this Phoenix is also dropping eggs down, so it's getting real confusing.
Right.
Yeah. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that and try and sort it out here. Maybe it depends on the facet you take. Maybe, you know, if you have Dying Light, it's a he and you can't drop the egg anymore. Maybe that's what's going on.
Change of facet and suddenly your ulti changed to something completely different.
Yeah, we're going to have to get Slacks on the case here. Deep investigation.
Yeah.
Very
Slacks will have
important.
to look up on that. At least one thing is the Phoenix miss chance against the Ursa. At least you can miss a couple of your overpowered charges if you do get hit by some of the Phoenix spells. It kind of does require Phoenix to have Shard, and then Ursa to also have a Dispel against that. And also for Phoenix to connect his spells, that too is required. But at least now they have an answer to the Phoenix directly.
Just hit your spells. It really is that simple.
Just hit your spells. Banning out the Grimstroke.
Yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
I actually thought they might take it instead of the Ursa in that slot, but just because of, like, the bans that would come out on like Ursa, Jug, or whatever would probably be their bans instead. The Soulbind's really, really good versus Pango. It's super solid, and plus the being able to have a Dispel for your Storm Spirit, keep them going in the fight. Would have been a really easy, just happy pick, I think.
Yeah, very easy for a support to also initiate on, what, 4 heroes that have mobility in their either built in or like to itemize. So, yeah, makes sense to ban out that Grimstroke. One more ban to go. They also get rid of the Enchantress, which they currently probably can't deal with until they have BKBs up.
It's hard to find another support that can do much versus Pango, though. Like, there's Bane, but it doesn't feel that great versus the other tools they have. You don't really help much versus the Egg. You can get taken down by a Tiny. But he would have grip as well for the Weaver if that ends up being a core. Plus, you know, Bane is just fairly versatile. You could smoke setup for Storm Spirit relocates.
Yeah.
Or Storm Spirit zips in. I don't want to talk about relocates. Too used to Bane and Io. But they'll just grab the CM.
Also made it a bit easy for Nouns to also ban out the Beastmaster since the Enchantress came out. I was like, oh, you want a free Beast game? Nuh-uh. Like, we're just going to remove that as well. And yeah, you pick up that Crystal Maiden. Got nice damage and some crowd control brought by almost every single hero except for the Ursa.
But, T-Panda, most importantly, why is this Crystal Maiden pick so good?
Why is it so good?
Yes. Because of the level 20 talent. The bonus attack speed. Never take away that talent, Valve. I love that talent. There's so many games where it comes in handy. We got a Phoenix Egg. That thing's going down. We go late game.
True.
I got the egg, guys. I'm beating Dragonlance. The thing's finished. Don't even try it.
We got answers to your Phoenix. You're absolutely right about that. And, of course, they're going to bring out the Legion Commander. So we got ourselves some dual action. We already saw this LC actually work wonders versus the Ursa because you can't use anything while you're dueled up. So if Fade is able to just, you know, survive that duel, they can kill the Ursa off, avoid giving him any extra damage, of course, if that's the ideal situation for Apex Genesis. But I like this LC pick in particular versus that Ursa. It's also good for the Storm Spirit, too. And they've got burst damage. They can make these heroes die.
Yeah, I think the lane didn't go too well, though, if I recall, right? I mean, it makes sense. You're versus an Ursa, so you can only ask someone. Whoa, wait a second. Oh, I see. All right. I wasn't sure how we were going to set this up, but okay. They are going to do the core Tiny. I was really feeling the core Weaver, I'm not going to lie. I thought versus the Darkseer, that seemed pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, Speed has been on this Weaver grind so far, so wants to keep doing that. I mean, this is a hero that also helps out LC's lane. So if that lane is going hard versus the Ursa, this is one of your best heroes to bring through the Twin Gate. Like, all that extra mobility, the 600 movement speed, he is so quickly going to be there. Like, he might even not have time to call. Like, is Weaver pulling, or is he actually rotating?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how he does on this this carry Tiny. Because, yeah, we have not seen a lot of success from it, but Nouns managed to get some. But having to match up versus the Ursa, that doesn't sound... I guess, I don't know. I guess no one can really match up versus the Tiny, but if anyone's going to be pretty good at it, you'd think it would be the Ursa because of Fury Swipes with all of his with his insurmountable facet, but only one way to find out, and that's to play the damn game. So we're here for it.
That's exactly right. This is the important series for either one of these two teams to have a chance after winning this one to try and qualify for the next phase of the road to the International, which will be happening later on this maybe summer or late summer. But if you lose it here, you're gonna feel a bit bummed. We got so close, but still so far away. Of course, as mentioned, Nouns maybe the bit of a favorite coming into this one. But I have to say, I've been really proud of the Apex Genesis lineup, like how they've come together, how they've been playing together, and how good of results like this team can create.
Yeah,
Really
I think
close.
they're prone for an upset. Got what it takes here is we're all rushing into this mid lane here, as you can see on our lovely Dota Labs mini map. We are clumping.
I want to see a lot of early activity here. Let's see if we got ourselves a brawl or not. I don't think we're necessarily going to see a big fight until the very last seconds of the bounty spawning, because Fade and Bignum are both heading over to the Dire side. They're going to walk into potential Yuma if the Ursa decides to go that way. I'm not sure if Yuma actually wants to stick around there for a bounty battle. Instead, just hide himself. That is a pretty good first blood lineup on the side of Apex.
This is an awkward one here. Where are we going? We're smoking through, using the vision through the Watcher. Oh, Flossy's going to take it. I thought he was going to go down the river for a second there. I mean, Lels is on the bottom one, which is on the bottom of the river.
The battle begins.
Looking like a 2-for-2, just one bounty, just being
This is
unpicked
so
completely.
weird.
We're gonna have a bounty unpicked completely. Nobody's going for this one.
That was so strange the way everyone's set up there. Now they see it on the ward.
That's just free money, free real estate.
All right. Yuma told told Copy to go get it. He drew a line from him, so that's on you. So, good luck, Copy.
Yeah, he's got a free bottle refill if he wants to play aggressive versus the Pango. Just needs to secure his CS first to pick it up in the first place. And that's going to stay there. Well, we got our laning stage underway. See how this bottom lane rolls out here with Speed and Sammy Boy with a bunch of poke and a hero that's going to need a lot of time to farm up. You can already see the Echo Saber is being lined up there for the Tiny as his last on his quick buy. So he's definitely going to be enjoying most of this time just hitting creeps.
And all the reasons why the core Weaver can be kind of annoying for the Darkseer, you still get some of that with the support Weaver. Yeah, dude, I tell you, the curling, you can get so much value out of these cogs when you hit them. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that was almost perfect there from Lilith.
I feel like Gunner's going to have a pretty good time. Oops. Get him. Oh, no. All right, still secured on the range creep. It's fine.
That's pretty solid. That first one was so good. On paper, when we look at these drafts, Trent, Nouns have actually averaged a faster game and a win time average than Apex Genesis. Do you think this is a very early type of lineup for Nouns to close out an early game? What's their snowball potential looking like? We've got Storm, we've got Ursa and his timings, but can he hit those timings?
Oh yeah, it's definitely snowballing, especially because like we almost always get these multiple auras out from the Darkseer, like Pipe Greaves or something. As Yuma burning down here. Ooh, someone call Smokey the Bear. Got ourselves a forest fire on this one.
First blood for Phoenix. Doesn't go for the LC that they would have wanted to give it, but Bignum, he kills a kill. And carry with only 6 last hits compared to the 12 on the LC. That's a good start.
Yeah, it's damn good. I mean, you're always getting a little bit worried about Ursa as the lane progresses. Like the phase boots come out, he's jumping on top of you. Yuma's currently got the treads out though. He's going for the long-term gains, not the short-term gains this time.
Treads Ursa, right. Slapping some quick hits. I will give him some extra farm speed too.
Yeah, it's basically, at least, I mean, I'm not much of an Ursa player, but my understanding is that phase generally is like, yeah, I want to win this lane, get the hell out of my lane.
Yeah.
And obviously there's some games where it just feels better, like maybe there's certain things you want to be phasing through or multiple units or something, but yeah, the farm speed of the treads is always going to be nice, the mana reduction. Tread swapping like a real Dota gamer does.
Hell yeah. At least we're not seeing like double boots Ursa builds, thank God.
You don't want
Medusa had
boots.
a
Got
short
2 feet.
phase where you could do like 2 different boots. You have mana boots and then something else on top, like maybe treads.
Honestly, you probably still could.
Yeah. Speed. Gonna drop a bit low here in the bottom lane, but a poke there from Gunner and Lelis. Has a very squishy support. Lelis actually is going to soak up this easy camp as soon as possible as the pull comes through, so doesn't really impact that lane equilibrium too much.
Yeah, it's level 3 on the Darkseer, so this is generally when you want to go for a kill in that lane. Second point Iron Shell is very scary, but it's a support Weaver, so you would think it'd be really hard to catch. Now, Tiny has to come into the wave, and with the reach that you have on the cogs, sounds kind of frightening.
That's a kill for the Ursa. Well, the chase finally pays off. I force out the salve as well after the overwhelming odds is used, so there's no way to break that one up. Yuma will get his HP straight back to where it was. Actually gets to poke the LC a bit too fly. Frostbite comes out. This is the danger of this lane. And if Yuma can get himself a second kill out of this one, he'll be super happy. The barrier blocks some damage, but it will not work out to the end. Bignum will get the turn. And he actually gets to kill this Ursa. Very likely the overpower comes out, but it's not going to take down the Phoenix. A good response from Bignum.
All right, Bignum's the carry now.
Yeah, it took a bit long for them to actually turn onto the LC. So Bignum, who was killed before next to the Lotus Pool, already managed to respawn and TP straight back.
Yeah, that was a level 1 Fury Swipes issue there. Is Samson? Oh, Sammy, is he living? Living and turning.
Yep, Lelis almost dying to the bug. I'm also soaking up some blood grenade damage.
I can't believe Gunner managed to dissuade him from moving through there and was actually able to escape. This would be a great time for someone to run through that twin gate, I'll tell you that much. Got Samson under the tower at this much HP. Fly, you feel like going on an adventure?
Yeah, I'm also thinking about, like, can you actually move this Weaver from the lane? Because if he does, like, that Iron Shell issue becomes real. It starts to take a bit of tower damage maybe as well. Probably not the biggest issue, but they don't want to give Nouns any free time. Gunner's already off to a very good start in terms of CS on the Darkseer. Completely unfazed with the double bracer. Almost a triple as well, because he does have the Gauntlets of Strength on top of that. Very tanky.
Yuma takes a lot of harass there after going in for a few swipes on a fade.
I really think if they sent the Weaver top, that's a kill on the Ursa, but can he afford it?
Yeah, I mean, same thing
seconds.
for Fly too. I feel like had he gone to the twin gate, they'd probably just kill a Tiny. But
Yeah.
you never know. You miss it on the rotations. Feels bad, and instead you secure an Arcane Rune for your Storm. Now he is under a ward here, so I know that he's making his way up here. And well, Fade, yeah, they're probably gonna figure there's a ward in the area. Doesn't see it with that sentry though. Good placement.
So with the bear down, Yuma's almost completely capable of pushing out this Legion commander from this lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gonna have to use press the attack to get rid of the slow from the Earth Shock.
Yeah, they're gonna TP
level 1.
They're TPing speed. I thought they were going to twin gate, but he was kind of vulnerable. But he botched this one a little bit. Oh,
and the lane is pushing too.
Yuma apparently changed his mind here. Just straight up bought the phase boost. So still got the treads lined up, and he's like, nah, never mind.
He's finally catching up in CS, almost tied up with the LC. Sammy
right,
boy,
this is a big rotation.
under the tower. See what they can get done here. Got Yuma rolling in as well, and Tiny could use some backup, but it's a bit too much to deal with, isn't it? Bignum. Now there's the next one coming in. Pango actually cancels his teleport at the final second. And I think that's also a dead
Anyone
Phoenix
else
now.
want to come down here?
Got dive available, but won't have the chance to use it.
That was
so Yuma just gets a double.
Yeah, he gets phase boots, immediately jumps through the twin gate with his CM, and they just get a double kill bottom. Like, hello? Fade's just catching the wave at his tower. Like, well, I mean, I'm getting some gold here, so it's not the worst thing, guys. But great start for an Ursa.
Well, definitely a great start. Like, considering how that laning stage started, he's more than up to speed now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Ahead of the
attack.
LC. 1,000 gold ahead of this Tiny. And this Tiny is not going to be active for a very long time.
Radiant's bottom
Bit of pressure on Wish and Fade. At least Wish is doing really good here. Only slightly behind the Storm Spirit, but technically both already level 6, so you could say that this laning stage is somewhat already over. They're just taking whatever CS they can.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, disappointing that they couldn't find a play for him down bottom, though. Like, you have 4 heroes coming in under a tower. but your Pango can't get involved. There's some heroes that live for a moment like that, but it's a bit too much, I guess, for Wish at that point. Maybe he's just low on resources as well. And it's also an awkward place to fight for a Pango. I mean, you get the Rift of the Crystals, but it's not perfect.
Yeah, try to make a rotation with a TP when there's a clockwork around. You pop your cogs once, and it's like, eh. Yeah, I'm kind of stuck here, boys. My ulti's going down the drain.
Oh, you know, I actually wanted to see this. I assume when the cogs are moving that he won't bounce off of them. That's my assumption. But we were talking about this the other day, and we didn't have the matchup, so maybe we'll find out now.
Gunner gets the surge out, drops the wall to Bignum, trying to finish him off there with the burn, but Gunner sidestepping himself away, and Bignum dies to the tower. He's going to get tipped for that.
He's playing like he had egg there. He's like, if I get this kill, I get egg. But not able to do it. Maybe thought he doesn't walk away anyway.
Yeah, nice sidesteps there from Gunner. Outplaying Bignum while he's tanking the tower. In a very awkward position on Phoenix. Now they've spotted Speed. They drop down a sentry right next to the lane. Speed's going to have to move away. He's taking the north route. Fly also surged up, but they're not going to follow him all the way there.
I actually didn't notice that they got both the... Oh, never mind. Damn. This movement 1-1. Copy jumps back here. Big edge now, though. He's level 9.5 on this Storm Spirit. He has so many last hits. Clearing up some stacks here, farming through the neutrals. It's a big storm. Oh, he's going to catch him. He's got no mana on this Pango, actually. Copy's just not worried at all.
Shield Crash feeling like a very mana-heavy ability, considering your max mana pool is not that high.
Yeah.
Hence the Royal Jelly. Good old Jelly. Okay, found Speed. You're there with the golems. Now surrounded. That will be a kill for them. Fly drops the ulti. Wish will have to interrupt that.
Oh!
Got stuck for a second. Actually,
No
might
way.
cost him the kill on Fly. We'll get another connection, and the shield crash will finish him off. Copy also getting a kill on Fade at the same time with the help of Yuma.
They can't clean up Gunner either, so yeah, good stuff there for Announce to make that rotation and get Fade. He's just been chilling up top farming for quite a while. Speed just gonna have to go back and start stacking camps for the team. And hope that someone doesn't just come in and take them, honestly, but 4 points in the overwhelming odds. With the Blade Mail, Legion can just double back here, farm these up, and try and get that Blink Dagger up a little bit faster so they can go for some kills on a Copy and try and pop this Storm Spirit Pinata. But he's well on his way to the Orchid, so you think about someone like Wish getting targeted down. That could be a bad time. Speed's just going to be free. Same thing with Bignum. Low armor, low HP on that Phoenix. Definitely a juicy target.
Certainly is, and they're going to try onto Speed here, but he's going to be able to get that Shukuchi off just in time. Dodge this one here. Well, it's also scouting about, but going on to the high ground position of the Dire Jungle. Scouting out for some information. Nouns with a 4K lead. 5K now. All their cores are doing great. Talk about that snowball potential. Gotta be on your toes when Nouns make their move. Wish. Trying to contest that 12-minute rune. There's the hook shot coming out as well. Wish will not find the rune. It's an invis on the bottom half to get a dual victory here by the looks of it. Barely, though, as Fade will go down to Copy. Copy is out of mana for the time being. Good connection still from Wish, and the burst is just not enough. The bug is there. The X plays down as well. Copy will burn down. Yuma will take down Speed, and Gunner is going to be on the receiving end here. Sammy Boy also getting his first kill of the game. Suddenly, it's a quick 2K swing going the way of Apex Genesis.
Yeah, they really needed that so badly. In fact, that's and that gold's going to the heroes they really want to as well, like this Tiny. Wish though.
His rune does get the shield rune, the shield crash and get himself a barrier. 500 barrier to break through. Big Fate is also there to greet him. Does get the Prestige attack now. That's 10 stacks already, and he's got him with the 11th. Bugs are flying in as well. Yuma got Fade chasing him. 6 seconds for a duel to be available. Fly getting slowed up. Fade. I think they could just give him a duel victory here. But how long can they wait? Because Gunner's coming in with a heal. Tiny. Sammy Boy. Not.
Dude,
he's got no friends around.
Yeah, that's so awkward. Fade's just like, I think we can kill the Ursa, and then they're also chasing the CM at the same time, and then no one's coordinating on their moves, and suddenly this 2K swing that you got just gets handed right back over to Nouns. And you're Tiny with his Mask of Madness, just, I want to be involved.
Lelis with the short-range hook shot there. They got the Phoenix controlled. Bignum will go down, and here comes Wish. The cogs expire perfectly at the same time as he jumps in for a kill on Lelis.
Oh,
Weaver, that's a long jump. Just in time for Wish to actually intervene here. Storm going to be able to jump back into the river, has plenty of mana. Wish is just there to save his buddy.
Yeah, if he doesn't get in there on Wish, like, Speed's just going to be dead, right? Like, 800 HP versus Storm. If he gets a single nuke from an ally and he's got a mana pool, then this Orc is just going to kill this Weaver.
Yeah. Could say Wish was a bit lucky as well because he read that move perfectly. Still had his rolling boulder going straight to the lane. Oh, Storm's zipping in, sure. I'll just intervene on that. Bignum also recognizing that. He's going for the Yules next. And Elsie's almost got the blink. Well, actually, now he has that blink. So Blink and Blade Mail is now online.
Yeah, Egg is back up here too, so it's smoke time. Tiny with the Mask of Madness going to be left to his own to farm up a little bit. Wants to get the shard, wants to keep that moving up. Doesn't really want to go for that blink route quite yet. Just wants to farm, which is good. And Speed trying to do this position 5 Weaver stuff. Going for the cheaper disable of the Atos this time and pushing some of the more dangerous waves on the map. But at the same time, Gunnar and Lelos are just attached to the hip here. Clockwork Dark's here, looking to get aggressive, find kills, and they might be the ones who bump into the smoke. For now, they're kind of just waddling around a little bit here in the mid. Okay, now it's nighttime. Time to go. Can they get someone with this Blink Dagger? Try and cut this lead down a little bit here for Nouns.
Also, one really minor detail, but sometimes when you're suspecting ganks, you might have a support player just looking at your own creeps in a wave, like are they being hit by debuffs or auras, is actually the Pango Fortune favors the bold because it's 1200. You can never take it off. And the creeps actually show that debuff. You know if the Pango is going to be smoked up, and that's a bit rough.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that maybe one of the first days, too, because the other one is, like, the Mars, too, has his thing going on. There's a couple of those in the patch that are interesting in terms of, like, detecting things now. Oh, yeah, how does that actually play into this game, by the way? The old Fortune favors the bold. Is there any impact? I swear, there hasn't been a single game where it's mattered. No Maelstroms, there's no procs, nothing I can think of.
Fury swipes? Can you not get Fury
Not random.
swiped?
No, that would be crazy. That would be the greatest counter.
Yeah, if Fury swipes were random, yeah, sure. I can't see an ability which would be that much random. Won't be applied. Is that the most useless in it this game? Actually hurting you because of the creeps showing that debuff? Might actually just be grief.
Until Ursa gets bashed.
The duel. Oh, they got Ursa, and he just dies through the Blade Mail. Fade will do it all by himself. He will go down to Gunnar. And Gunnar as Iron Shell got the final take on Lelis for that kill, and they also caught themselves a Phoenix who does not have that Yules ready yet, so soul burn.
What's Speed hoping for? A courier? He's a smart guy.
It's coming right for you. It's a TP scroll. Yeet.
All right, Lelis it does have dust, but no hookshot yet, so. Oh.
It's a stealth mission, you know?
Yeah, I think Gunnar saw him for a second there, but he will get on out of there.
Speed played enough of those trial and error games. Well, he got caught just as it was about to finish, get past the finish line. And there goes your Weaver.
That's for stealing my TP.
Yeah. Someone somewhere saying, Bishop fail. We'll get him next time.
2 dual wins so far. Working on that Aghanim Scepter. It's been the go-to play for these Legion commanders so far in the qualifier. But, I mean, you look at this Tricore from Nouns. They're all pretty huge right now. Still only a 4K lead, but they're going to look to expand it. This is the classic how you want to snowball the game. The 20-minute timing. Get the Roche before 20 minutes. Take the enemy Tormentor. Control their Wisdom Rune if you can. All those good things.
Hell yeah.
I like this counter pressure, though, from Apex Genesis. They're going to hit the mid tower.
Get something in return, too, but that top area is going to be in peril. Sammy Boy already picked up the shard on the Tiny, and with the Mask of Madness, that tower is going to be history pretty quickly.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
All right, it's
Look
going
like
to
they're
be...
gonna.
Radiant's top tower
Gonna be
is
all
under
about the positioning and the rolling thunders, I think, in the next big fight, because you have the cogs to work with, which can go with you or against you. Oh, buddy,
They saw
that
Wish.
ward, that's a good ward.
There we go with a hook shot from Lelis, and they should
Wait,
be able to
wait.
lock him down. Still making a run for it. Eats his blink, and he got it
Dude,
just before the
come
vacuum
on.
came out. And Fade's going to turn around with a duel onto Gunner. There comes the burn as well. Gunner does get his Guardian Greaves off, but still gonna get killed. And man, that was like 0.1 seconds. That vacuum connected, that blink would have been broken, and they would have gotten themselves a kill. They would have been able to dodge that duel, or maybe even kill more heroes on the side of Apex Genesis. But it is what it is. Sammy Boy fighting against Storm Spirit does get silenced up. Meanwhile, Lela soling out with a beautiful cogs placement there, pushing 3 heroes out and about.
See, it's good, it's good, it's good. After the one cogs, which completely saves the Pango. I thought they were about to lose Sammy as well there, but the Atos was out there from the Weaver, so helping to control the Storm Spirit, and then also Ursa just coming over to sort of cover for Copy, while Sammy Boy ends up making a retreat afterwards. So you end up getting Aegis and then not getting anything after. A little bit disappointing, some wasted time, but Wish is just thanking his lucky stars that he somehow survived that. I'm not even sure. Lelis was just doing some old school clock shenanigans. Oh, he hit the creep. Well, maybe it is working. Maybe Fortune Favors the Bold, it just affects him mentally.
Maybe it does. Does get the silence out on the Orchids here, so Copy is going to be able to finish off Wish. Fade not able to get a dual victory versus Lelis because of the battery assault and nobody to share that damage. All of them backing out. Speed. All the silence out onto the storm. From the storm to the Tiny, so Sammy Boy can't get his avalanche off in time.
That was clever. A quick reaction there to make sure he doesn't just combo down and die. That Aegis is on the Ursa, so they're going to use that to pressure here. They're not quite here at 21 minutes. Lelis getting a little crazy.
Waiting for the team. Yuma hitting the back line, gets used up into the air. Bignum's already got
Yuma
one
just
kill. There's the
takes it.
Wisdom Rune spawns, and he just takes it away. Bignum's egg's gonna spawn, but Yuma's already on the mission with Copy, and Bignum, that was optimistic at the best. Sammy Boy making a run for it. Fly is owning out Speed.
Duel in 1 second.
Maybe they
Oh,
can get
duel,
Ursa now. It's an opportunity, Fade. He's waiting for the Aegis.
Yeah, this is going to be good.
Go in rage. Toss in the air. Sammy Boy's there. There's the duel coming out, and the victory is secured. They will all live, even if the vacuum comes out from Gunner. Gonna go for the teleport out. Speed. Rod cooldown. Won't be able to
has been killed.
prevent that teleport going through for Gunner.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Bit of a
under
turn.
attack.
That was crazy. Yuma just beelining for the Wisdom Rune. Does so much in that fight. The Orchids have been so on point from Copy again, though, because when Bignum drops the egg, he immediately Orchids the Tiny. Now, to be fair, Avalanche wasn't back for like 3 seconds, but I mean, you know, he probably was thinking like, oh, he's only egging because the coverage is going to be here, so his head's definitely in the game right now. And I think that egg from Bignum, despite dying, I think it's what drew them in far enough to actually get the final kill onto the Ursa. Like, they get the Aegis, the duel comes back up, they wait, they get it. Because I really think they should be losing all of these fights. This is like classic Darkseer timing. I had Greaves, we got the Aegis, we're just rolling into their base. Like, now the pipe is coming out here too. You should never be losing these fights as nouns. And now the game's even.
Such a classic. Always happens. Well, the pressure's on Nouns. I mean, I was about to say that their hands ain't shaking today. They're fully ready to take that rematch. But just as it happens to be, there are still a lot of tools for Apex Genesis on those turns if Nouns, well, let's say, overextends them a bit. Quick Tormentor by Yuma. Soloing it up. and kills himself.
Okay. At the same time, Fade is getting jumped, so the team is busy.
All right, Fade survives for now, but still dies to Copy's right clicks here. Wish rolling through. Low mana on the Storm Spirit, able to get one more zap. He's got a second jump still available. And this is the rest of the bunch still. Victim's egg is very far away from the rest of the pack, and there's a kill for Wish. Lelis on the run. Speed gonna locate him, but the toss coming out as well with the rod, and there we go. The Clockwork should be dead meat.
I think it's the innate. I think his fortune favors the bold. I think it's infecting them. Like Ursa's killing himself on the Tormentor, right? You know, Lelis with these cogs plays sometimes, not going so well. I think it's just this
There's
innate.
something.
This is why they're all picking Pango, guys.
Yeah, all right, there's something. There's mental damage.
You know, SVG's wondering. He's like, what do they see in this hero? Do we broke him out with Cap? He's just like, he's not that good anymore. And yet, here he is, Pango.
I mean, Dota is a game of strategic minds, and if you're even just a little bit of an overthinker, yeah, that stuff catches up to you.
I can't wait to see this basher just whiffing nonstop. No bashes, just right clicks on this guy.
Can happen. Can work.
I mean, that's by far the best. I mean, it's the only thing that's going to be impacted this entire game will be the bash chance on Pango.
Soon we're gonna have that.
Oh wow, it's done. The eggs. Oh snap. Okay, it's go time for the Legion.
All right.
Wait, why did that just show normal punch when you hovered over the observer? Is that just me? It's like that's not the right one.
Are scanning.
Probably not. I mean, there's interesting ways. To, oh yeah. I think it just sticks with the previous.
Oh yeah,
one.
it does.
Get bamboozled by that. Big Num gonna get caught by the root. He does get the Yules off in 2 seconds for his egg. Will he get to pop it? Will he get a position for it? He's gonna drop it. The rest of the bunch don't feel like fighting this one. I think they saw Fade on a Glimpse copy. Deep jumps in, does get the Orchid out onto the Legion Commander, and he's isolated. Vortex canceled at the TP. Good night, Legion. Get some damage out there, and they will lose 2 heroes and a big team fight. Ulti, 100 seconds, no Supernova now.
I was maybe hoping that Tiny could get there in time, but it was going to be a while. It almost feels like a bluff every time, where you're just wondering, like, are they going to call my bluff? Are they going to believe this coverage here, and that this egg will actually somehow go off? But now it's just hard committing, making the call. And despite losing the Aegis relatively early, they still managed to get some progress on the map. They regain a bit of their lead here, and the next Roche could be in the next 12 seconds. T-Panda, how long until it spawns?
6 seconds.
6 seconds. Wow, that's I'm going to go with 2 minutes and 22 seconds.
All right, left or right. It's 22.
Oh my god, I really need to get rid of that to the 2 minutes, huh? What a mistake.
Close.
So close. One of these days. Yeah, so it's going to be a quick Roche here, and it's going to be spawning on the Dire side. They're already up here. They have some great vision. Got a ward back by the outpost. Off-sentry combo. It's pretty good. They got some covering the lanes. 3 seconds. Flare from Nouns. Going to watch it spawn. Does he notice?
Roche is back home, and it's actually Apex running in first towards the Roche pit area. Nouns, they're also smoked up. They don't have the advantage now. They're gonna have to find a way in. Is it the classic, the left side of the Lotus pool? Is a dire team to get into the Roche pit? Might just be.
Sammy has called it on the Tiny. He said exactly the way they're moving. So he thinks they're coming from that angle. That's why they've shifted over to the east. Same thing from Fade. They know which way they're going.
It is the left side of the pit. They've already wrapped around, though. Got some good vision, but they've also got... They don't see these wards right here. That sentry on the Twin Cat is a bit too far away.
We're just merry-go-rounding the Roche pit here.
All right.
We have the BKB on Ursa. It's a big one in this fight. The Agnum's on Legion. Getting a good
80 on
reveal
Wish,
this
by
time.
the way.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Glimmer Cape on Fly. Gotta watch out for that.
That
Oh,
Rolling
the
Thunder
Orchid.
is
He
gonna
used the
do
Orchid on Roche.
a lot of damage. He doesn't have the silence now, and probably, I'm not sure if they saw that soul burn. Sammy Boy on the chase, under vision. Here comes the rest of the pack. Roche actually takes a hit on the Tiny. Tiny walking in. They're trying to, but they're all cornered. They're on the edge of the map. Can they fight it here? They've got themselves the hook shot. Lelis connecting onto two. The duel comes out as well. Faye's gonna lose to Yuma, and they will lose the one. They're gonna lose the second, but the egg is there. The egg gets destroyed right away. Wish moving away as well as his damage output. That Rolling Thunder is gone. The AD, it looked scary, but the impact is not as dangerous as they thought. It's going to be a 3-for-1, and they pushed them away.
How do they win that fight when they're trapped in the corner like that? That was terrifying. Oh, what a hook shot there from Lelis to catch Bignum. He was starting a dive. He was going to go for an egg. I don't know if he was going to do it in the Roche pick because no one was in there, or if he was going to do it way back on the other side. But either way, it was going to be a hell of a lot better than that one. But
They're gonna get
revenge.
They do get at least one response here, but Sammy Boy being controlled by Yuma, and Yuma will take this one, and there goes Wish as well. And Yuma will pick up the double kill, and now Roshan is secured for the side of Nouns. I mean, sometimes when we talk about like claustrophobic people, like they get scared, but then they unleash this adrenaline spike. That's something that really hit hard by Nouns.
What's funny is that coming to this fight, I was a little worried about like the Darkseer's presence in it because, you know, it was shaping out to be a little bit discombobulated, but then they all wind up grouped up there. So, hey, your Ors are definitely going to work well then. That's one way to make sure that you have that impact. Is we'll get a replay here. Because, I mean, they were just so clumped in here. And then that dive right there. Oh, my God, what a hook shot from Lelis. Like, that egg could have been on the other side, and they don't get it. Maybe it creates the space for Wish to actually get some good rolls off. But, yeah, they just couldn't get the damage into them when they were all locked in there.
I was just looking at Wish's Rolling Thunder, which was perfect. It was hitting everybody in a row. Then they also had the duel in there as well. But for some reason, Fate's actually losing that duel. And it's like, oh boy, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. Oh, we're dying here. But that round two, they killed the Darkseer, but losing both their Pango and their Tiny, yikes.
Yep, that's now a 10K lead. So more than doubled since before that. Sammy looking for a reveal on the Shadow Blade. Knows there's no sentry here. It's running out now, though.
Gonna go for Fly. And Yuma shows up out of nowhere. Of course, he's gonna go for the first hit bash, too. Might have some craggy exterior debuffs, 20% reduced damage, but now the duel coming out as well. Ursa, he is being controlled. The Aegis will pop. Back wall. There as well, a bunch of rockets flying in as well. The eggs there, the explosion goes through, but Yuma is not getting stunned by it. Fate will drop, and on Sammy Boy they go as well. Speed's also controlled by Lelis with the Orchid Silence, and there's nowhere the Weaver can go either. There you have it. Aegis turn around for a couple kills once again, and Nouns continue to keep that foothold.
Yeah, the Agnums up there from Lelis doing quite a bit of helpful damage. You can see second only to the Ursa himself in terms of the overall damage in that fight. He was just blasting them all with the shotgun flares.
Map's going to feel really small for Apex Genesis, too. Like, you've got heroes that love to play the map. Weaver, the Tiny, maybe even the LC, but the way things are going right now.
Sammy was feeling pressure to try and get something done, so he starts on the CM. And, I mean, they know that there's an Aegis, but I can see why Faye goes for it, you know? You're thinking, okay, well, we can just lock this down, then maybe we can just retreat right after. But once the Aegis down, boom, back wall. And it's like, oh, we are stuck. We are clumped up. Wish tries it. Look how slow he is down the river.
Yeah. Rocket flare on top of that wall placement. Like, where are you going? Overclocking and just spamming. He didn't even get the duel victory because the Ursa died right like a half a second after the duel ended. So not even a positive for Fade. He's still stuck at 40 duel victory damage.
The famous Storm Spirit Meteor Hammer now picked up here.
Stats are good.
It just works. One of those.
Also, talking about those duels, I mean, there's a high chance Fly could end this game with higher duel damage than the LC. Doesn't really take a lot, but with that plus 20 that he's holding on to. that level 20 talent's going to start to look really spicy on CM, isn't it, Trent?
That's right. That's what it's here for. I told you.
There's a reason for it this game.
Yep.
There goes Coffee. Jumping onto Fade. Pretty hopeless situation for the LC. He's got no backup. Wish coming up as well with the Rolling Thunder. Harpooning up, trying to get some damage on the Clockwork. And the Burn's going to finish him off, so a kill does go through.
Some nice driving. The harpoon in there, and then using the roll up, getting through the cogs. I can appreciate that. How many lasts does this speed up this game? 113. Not actually as many as I expected, but I guess he's really now getting into his full-on split push game here. There is a gem on this Storm Spirit, though, so it's very risky for him.
Yeah, solid 48 mana region, too, so makes it easy for Coffee to just zip and zap.
We haven't even mentioned the word galvanize this whole game, have we?
Nope, we have not. We've ignored it.
Yep.
He certainly is galvanized now. Already maxed out his ball lightning. So what? That's 15. So he's gotten 12 galvanized stacks elsewhere. It's not bad. You're not going to lead the charge on the top lane. Starts to siege another tier 2 tower. That's the final one. After that, it's just a high ground call. Copy. He's got some hostiles around. He'll just quickly clean out the wave and back out.
Still only has the Lincolns in terms of defensive items here. So, I mean, there's a chance that if they lay this trap, they might get him. They have the Yules on Phoenix to perhaps pop it. Oh, he's coming over.
It's got Lincolns. Fade just instantly drops the... I mean,
Oh,
they don't
he
have
saw the
burn. Okay, he's going in aggressively here. Catches the Phoenix. Is anybody else showing up here? Radiant scan. Doesn't show anybody else in the area. Big no go for the teleport out. Everyone's TPing away. So I think that's a,
except for Fade.
Wisdom stolen. And he's gone.
Oh, the Force Staff pickup for the Hurricane Pike next for the Weaver. That's a cool choice. Good versus the Ursa. Up for some cheeky high ground plays. Just try and help pull people away from these sticky situations. Get himself out of the cogs as well.
Also, with good luck, if the Pango is a bit too far away, you can Hurricane Pike the Ursa in to the Fortune Favors the Bold AoE, and he will not bash the Weaver.
Genius. Now you're calculating. This is good.
This is the right stuff. It looked a bit comical. You had 4 heroes next to the Roche pit. You see 1 storm coming in, and everyone's bailing. That's how scared Apex Genesis are. And
they were right.
They should be.
Yep. I mean, when he starts jumping on you, you know the team wasn't far behind, and they were trying to get there as fast as they could. So, I'm guessing Fly saw this arcane rune. Looks like he did. So Copy's coming over to grab that. Yeah, that's gonna be the go high ground rune, perhaps. A little unnecessary, I guess. But maybe he'll just. Oh, he's gonna try and find this tiny. I think they pinged him.
Yeah,
No, he just farmed.
That's actually a Radiant lane ward, but there might be a chance that they quickly spotted the Tiny's position.
Well, I think he killed a wave.
He's going to do the same thing again. Storm's already jumping elsewhere. All right, we'll be fine for now. Clockwork lining up an AC. What do you think about this? Spicy. I like it.
I'm a Weaver, Legion, the Tiny, yeah. Doesn't feel like he needs any mobility or any further disable for the team. I'll finally get Sammy after how long he was up here farming.
It's going to be a bit rough for Sammy boy. He's hoping to cut some waves like the rest of his team is doing right now, but getting caught like this. Well, at least the wave is pretty far out. Fade was also thinking about maybe potentially smoking up. He's got the ninja gear smoke on. Find somebody off guard. Took away the lane ward now too.
Picks up the scythe on the Phoenix. That's really good.
That's a really good pickup, yeah.
especially versus the
Especially
Dire's bottom tower is under
Scythe into Yules. Just keep the Ursa out of the fight. It's getting to the point where the amount of control that they have, you've got to bring in some extras from your supports.
Yeah. I mean, there's not really much point pushing this. Like, you've waited this long for ages.
top tower is under
Yeah, just get the heroes back and then bail out.
Pretty quick respawn too. It's gonna be up right now. Apex gonna have to sit inside their own base. Well, the win probability graph is, well, agreeing with what's been happening so far.
It's a kind
No
graph.
changes there.
4%. Very kind.
4%.
Radiant
At 40 minutes.
Oh, scan. Red to green.
And the Roche Roar too. Can they actually contest this? They're considering it. But it is really difficult to just take the portal out like that.
No, there's no way that goes well for you.
It never does. It's
Oh, we got
always
stopped.
disastrous.
No, we're going with the blue hole.
Maybe they're going to wait for Nouns to take the portal. Which they are, by the way. They are coming through.
Damn, I
And
actually...
there we go. The surprise element, they just left. I see Wish. Oh my goodness. Pango. Oh my god. That hurts.
A mind breaker. It just ended him. He had nothing. He has no options versus that. Immediately silenced and dead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
That is really difficult because like they had that portal position for a while. They were going back and forth considering if they come through, we are ready for an instant duel with the LC. The moment they left, they started channeling that portal, and they did not actually have any vision there.
Sammy? Is there still gem? No, there's not. There's not a gem on the storm. It is on the clockwork. Will he find this tiny? Does he have a scan? He does.
Man on a mission.
Do
No,
it, Lois.
yeah, looks like they have a scan available, yeah. One charge.
Wow, I can't believe he didn't scan and blind hook the bridge. What a coward.
Wow.
Yeah. Can you believe he didn't make that play, guys?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, at least the one thing that he can do for certain, just rocket flare spam it up me while speed. Does get himself a time-lapse heal. Poppy just continues to pummel away. Here comes Fade as well. Can they turn this one into a kill potentially? That's the longest
lasts
duel that
so
you've probably
long.
ever seen. And they will get a win for Fade, but their buildings are falling. The melee racks is dropping to Yuma. And that is one lane open now.
All right, well, at least Copy and I are the same because that aesthetics cap just completely saved Weaver. I was like, my brain was just like, what? Why is he alive? Oh, right. It's like aesthetics cap completely coming in and saving his life, no question, and resulted in a turnaround duel, which then ends the push. So, I mean, they'll keep their range racks, but their melee still go down in exchange for a Storm Spirit.
Also, they just picked up the shard on the LC. Got the retroactive duel damage. There's not a lot of duels that have happened this game, but he does go up to 102 damage now.
I don't think CM's going to win on that one now.
No.
So you have to win quite a few duels. All
It's
right.
still a pretty tanky CM.
So because it's only a 28K lead and Storm's worth 31,000, they are currently about even on net worth. A slight lead for Nouns if they, or for Apex Genesis rather, if they go into the base. That's a scary proposition.
Certainly is. Maybe make it a make it an effort here. 27K behind. Nouns. 2 minutes on Aegis. They have a smoke up on Fly. They still have one in stock in their shop too, so they will be able to get another smoke later on. But this one, see what they can do with it. Storm's respawning in 6 seconds. Can teleport to the outpost and join in on a fight. Wish.
Not again.
Not too far away from
Not the
Yuma.
mind breaker again.
Oh, the bracer
Oh,
drop.
just missed.
Oh, so close to catching that one. Fly is also around and into frostbite range. Pango, he will have to roll up. At least he's protected for a bit longer. Pops the Ghost Scepter, but he's going to die to Fly pretty much here. Getting controlled on the spot, and Sammy Boy also died elsewhere. right in front of the Tormentor. There's the duel coming out from Fade. Maybe they can kill off Lelis here, but it looks like it might just go the other way around. Got the Phoenix in the wall. The egg comes out as well. Fade will go down, and the duel victory does not go through. Gunnar just happy to stand in his own wall. Copy coming in to back it up. We'll take down the Phoenix, and I believe now we're looking at the end, not the beginning of the end, but the end.
Yeah, it certainly can be. As long as they just push it in and don't back up. There are no buybacks here for Pango, Tiny, or Legion, so 3 cores dead for a very long time.
Radiant's middle barracks have fallen.
Legion, all right, hold on. Legion's going to buy back now. Speed's got the bounty.
Sure, Copy. You do that.
He just
Zapped into the fountain to kill the Phoenix. That just bought back.
It's kind of mean. All right, what are we waiting for here? We're going to go for the 3 cores back up in 20 seconds.
There's a window. The window's open, but is it wide open, or just going to jump through and fall flat on the ground from the 5th floor? Well, Coffee jumping the Weaver, and actually the Tormentor helping him out a bit. Does get the time lapse off, and 3,000 HP returned to the Weaver. Lincoln's up on the Ursa. They can't finish off this Aegis. They're going to have to chill for a bit. There's the duel breaking the Lincolns, and Nilsi will give away the duel to the Ursa. There's the hook shot from Lelis as well. They're all trapped on the spot, and that's going to be the first game going into the bag for Team Nouns.
Well, it was looking like it was going their way for the vast majority of this one. Pretty much after the laning stage, really. The the play where they brought 4 heroes down to Sammy and just took him down under his tower. Darkseer gets a good start. He had triple Bracer into Mech, and then into Greaves, and then into Pipe. Like, really, the only time where it didn't look like they were going to win was when they kind of pushed a little bit too aggressive, and they missed that kill by the mid-tier 2, and then that sort of got Apex Genesis like a little bit of momentum back into the game. Then they started trying to hunt with the Legion, but they weren't successful. It's and I guess this was really the last one too. Yeah, that was a great hook shot onto that Phoenix. I do think that saved them a bit there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still amazed like how well they can actually turn that or keep that fight in a tight package in a really tight area. But when Lelis came to the rescue, it really opened up possibilities for Nouns. And then these 2 cores dying right after was like, what the heck? You might have killed Gunnar, but now we're definitely taking Roshan after. So a rough game for Apex Genesis in a way. Couldn't really muster the type of team fight that they hoped. We only saw 1 or 2 times them really shining in a fight. But that was also Nouns being a bit too split on the map and having 2 big gaps to close in. Even with a Clockwork and a Storm where you can have these big gaps, but they're going to join in really fast on those fights. Still,
I think the disruption that they were playing in the team fights from Nouns was really good. Like, I think Gunnar and Lelis did their jobs perfectly. Like, these cogs in the fights, the vacuum walls. I mean, Gunnar just kept hitting like 3-4 hero vacuum walls pretty much the entire game. Part of that is the way that they like kind of clump to go for these dual kills. It's like duel and then like a couple of heroes come in and they're like, oh, hey, they're just like setting up for vacuum for me. Cool. That was definitely very nice and a good matchup. But again, it shows this Darkseer that, I don't know, I feel like he doesn't need the counter pick anymore. He doesn't need to be seeing too much of his opponent. I think he might just be damn good.
I think you're right about that. I was doubting this Darkseer quite heavily, and I apologize for that for all the Nouns fans out there because, you know, second phase Darkseer, not something you're used to seeing a lot, but I totally agree. I don't feel like this Darkseer needs to fear anything in the draft because, you know, Gunnar ends up having a stellar game on the Darkseer in the end, 6-3 and 30 as well. They had all the right things, had the right positioning, had the right items, made it really simple for them to play the game. Also, I really like that Lincoln's pickup on the DS as well, because then he has I mean, they have double Lincolns even. Like, you got one on Storm, you got one on Darkseer. Just takes away a lot from Apex.
Yeah, it's kind of their one way into this one. So, in the end, though, Cobby, we're going to give him the standout player. I like it. Sounds good. I mean, the guy's got 1,044 XPM. Yeah, you can have it. That's fine. Him and Ursa kind of crushing it in the old XP in this one, both ending the game at level 27. Bit ridiculous here is in our 44-minute game.
Yep. Seemed like a bit of a warm-up game for Nouns in the end as well, but, you know, they're hungry for a rematch versus Shopify. They will have to take a second victory or a map 3 win. They already got the first one in the bag. Now the job is half done in the lower bracket final for them. But Apex Genesis, you gotta wake up to this day, because there's a lower bracket final going on in game 2. He's gonna be after the break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Time to head over to the second game of our lower bracket final between Nouns and Apex Genesis. And of course, the draft is also ready to roll in just a matter of seconds. What kind of adjustments are we going to see this time around, Trent? Because for Nouns, you know, the Storm Spirit was pretty solid. You know, the hero's been banned for a reason. Is it time to start
yes.
first phase banning it again?
Well, after our mandatory North American burger break, which we all just had, they're all going to be feeling a lot better, you know? So that's step one, right? I know you probably didn't go down a burger like I just did, like all these players just did, but it's just something that the North American teams always demand in the contract. So they're going to be feeling a little bit more, you know, in the zone after that. Don't believe the lies that, you know, red meat makes you sluggish and stuff. That's not our issue in North America, okay? It gives them focus and purpose. So I feel like Apex Genesis with his first pick are going to come out swinging, and they're starting. Oh, it's the Pango again.
They're going to go with the Pango, ban out the Storm Spirit. So let's see what they do this time around on the side of Nouns. Of course, the Ember Spirit is a consideration now, but do they also want to start off with, you know, the Willow is also open for the up for grabs. Other Lilith heroes as well. He's played the Rubik. Rubik is pretty solid too. I mean, Rubik hasn't picked that much into Pango as it was before, but oh, you got it, Trent. You're talking about the darks here. You don't need to start focusing this hero on the bans or the counters, whatever. This guy just get first phase right away.
That's ridiculous. I mean, they know. They're in the know. Once this happens, yeah, the stocks are up. Wow. Lyrical. I mean, what a time to miss a qualifiers. God, his knowledge going to waste here.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's woof. Okay, well, I guess Darkseer's busted there, folks. That's what we can glean from this. I mean, part of it's just like there's so many good heroes, it feels like, and in this particular setup, there's Spirit Breaker still in the pool, who has still been this weird, like, I'm getting first phase banned by a bunch of teams, but then when I get picked, I either look trashed or I just get ignored half the time. So if they ban the Clockwork, maybe we'll get a Spirit Breaker game. We can finally see what some of this is about. Oh, but
Spirit Breaker only been picked once as well, which is interesting. Only 10 bans and 1 pick.
It's a really good Primal ban, actually. Very wise. As that gives them something to sort of deal with this Pangolier throughout the whole game. Multiple roles. You can even run it 4 with the Darkseer and do like crazy trample combos.
5 seconds remaining.
Also, okay, never mind. It actually is out there. I was looking at the Witch Doctor, like, where is he? Has been in every single game so far. Shadow Fiend, TA, Witch Doctor, banned or picked.
So the DK, I guess, is the big one that is missing. And, I mean, Apex Genesis, they're probably not going to play because it's probably going to be Wish on the Pango. But Nouns, they don't have to take it now because it's not going to end up getting banned. They can leave it as a possible pick with their next 2. Right now, they either just take... I think you just take a 5. Like, you could take the CM, I think, for Fly here, and that looks pretty good.
Dire team pick.
Good work.
Oh, they just want the clock. Okay. I guess because Apex Genesis will take the Clockwork. I was thinking, like, they can't take both, but if you really prefer the Clockwork over the Spirit Breaker, then you might as well grab it. And, of course, it does disrupt the Pango. Sometimes he can use it to his advantage, but in theory, Urine controls the Clockwork, so you should have the better matchup in most situations.
All right, now what I want from Nouns is you got the Clockwork, bring in the Dark Willow, and bring in the Pudge. I want to see that combo again. It was Shopify pulled it off, but if that is a theme, if that is a thing that you could do, stacking up all that time over damage over time.
Dark Willow's too good though. She's getting banned. Can't have her.
Yeah, she's getting banned. Never mind. No Willow. Still go for the Pudge.
We got to find an answer to second pick Darkseer here because we got 4 picks left for a Darkseer. This Grape Crusader cannot be allowed to just survive in the lane and have a good time. We got to get a punish going here.
Time to bust
Question
out
is,
the Oracle.
what is it? Yeah, exactly. Like, is that it? Do we just get some Dispel? That was always the classic and kind of ruined his life. I mean, the Witch Doctor, that's another good one classically. Disruptor, but obviously Witch Doctor's banned. Disruptor's okay. They're going to go back for the Weaver. They're still believing in it. I do think that makes sense. I think the Support Weaver is pretty fine.
It works.
But the Tiny, I was not a fan of. But you know what? I think they're just going to do it again. Is that crazy?
I mean, they got Life Stealer. Sammy Boy is 4-0 on. Want to bring out your best hero in the qualifier? I think that will be the time to do it. Trust the numbers.
Oh,
Yep.
they're doing it.
Let's
They're
bust
doing
out
it.
the Oracle. Sure. If we
All right.
can't find an answer to it, let's go the old school route.
So if you guys are unfamiliar with this classically was always banned out most of the time. Kind of similar to like the Pango thing, where like Pango teams would always ban Bloodseeker. And now we're at the point where they don't really have to. And then when we saw it get picked, it didn't work. Oracle's kind of the same boat, where it used to be like, oh, we have to ban Oracle if we want to pick Darkseer because the game's just over. But Darkseer has gotten better at playing around it. They can either just like cut the wave, or they can just try and utilize the Ion Shell on other units too. It's some sneaky plays you can do, but overall, you're just trying to dispel Ion Shell and make this worse.
There's also one really cool thing that you can do, and I'm still talking about this Oracle, is the way that the init works on it is fool your opponents by stacking up on the wrong side where the rune's going to spawn, and your opponents are going to be like, oh, okay, they're all stacking up top, it's going to be there, and I don't know what happens after that. Like,
But then how do you get the other one?
Or not. But really, just mind games here.
We'll have to watch out for it. And now they're going to say, listen, Darkseer, he can make Tiny good. Now, this is someone who can enable the Tiny. Give him a little surge, get him in there, get a vacuum, give him some help with the cleave damage. This looks a little bit better than being opposite the Darkseer. And then, presumably, their fly hero here should probably be a ranged hero. Just play with
Mirana?
Tiny. It's just Crystal Maiden. Keep it simple. I mean,
Crystal
the Weaver's there, the Pango's there, the Root's really good. Even though Pango has these roll-ups and these rolling thunders, you saw what happened to him just later in that game when they're chasing him down. You just give him the Root. He's stuck.
Would have been happy to maybe see Fly go a bit of a greedier route and pick up Mirana, build Gleipnir first item on your +5 support. I guess Crystal Maiden, you already got yourself a inbuilt route. Don't have to itemize it when you have a hero that can just be picked up right away for it. Also, that mono region complements the Tiny as well. This is gonna help amp up the whole team.
Now, we probably need an offlane hero here for Fade.
Well, his Enigma and Night Stalker are out. Don't think Axe feels amazing versus the Tiny. Razor, is he that good? Probably not. You go for the LC again?
This is all under my assumption that the Weaver's going to be a 1 actually this time, but maybe I'm wrong on that. I feel like they're going to pick Weaver 1, pick an offlaner here, and then just grab a 4 last.
Yeah, could be the way to look at it. I was also thinking the same thing. Like, probably Weaver looks like a carry now. Because how do you lane otherwise? All right, let's go for the Sammy Boy Life Stealer.
All right, so
4-0.
and then that's fine. I mean, the Weaver, I think, well, obviously it should be a 4 because presumably the Oracle just has to follow the Darkseer. And Weaver 4 can work. They could also just mix it up. Like, maybe Speed still wants to play the Weaver. He goes to the off lane. And if you're position 4, because like some position 4 players actually like Oracle quite a bit and try to run it in pubs sometimes because like the level 3 kill potential and everything's pretty cool. But we'll see how they set it up here. As they're going to go for the ban on the puck right after. Great Leash versus the Pangolier and Silence versus the Lifestealer. You have extremely low catch on presumably your support duo of Oracle and Weaver. So any Spirit hero or Puck-esque hero is going to go crazy this game and be very difficult to control. Ember Spirit looks nuts because you also have Ion Shell. So I think that'll be the next ban for Apex Genesis.
Yeah, it should be. Should definitely be.
Unless they plan on picking it themselves and putting Pango 3.
I mean, Copy has played Pudge. And for Wish, or Copy actually, just give us that Tinker. Just give. I know you don't want to see it. I know you're saying we're not going to get it, but we want a Tinker here. And also, Meepo has gone through this entire draft so far.
No, he's the first ban.
Bloody hell.
You got too excited. You're like, you love Meepo.
I'm not that much of a Meepo enjoyer, but give me that Pudge. Give me that Pudge for Copy. Or Tinker.
I think we're just getting a Fade hero, if I had to guess. They ban the Beastmaster. Somebody that lanes well with Weaver. There's Slardar. You have the Lifestealer on your team? That's probably their next ban, is Slardar. And then something that gets out of cogs would be good, though. That's a tough one. You're leaning with a Weaver. You want physical-based stuff. Mars doesn't look that incredible. It's kind of meh. But I feel like they sort of need that type of hero, like someone who plays that way. I don't envy them. This does not seem like a... Something I pick like Dawn or something. What else is there? Primal's banned. Night Stalker's banned. Timber, I guess, is still in, but I mean, I don't know how well he works in the offlane anymore. Yeah, Scent's not bad.
What about the Sand King Elsie, Axel?
I kind of like the Sand King. I wouldn't mind seeing him again. He's got some tools, at least. Kind of has some counter initiation potential versus the Darkseer.
You already got Infest Bomb heroes here with the Pango and Weaver. Don't necessarily need the Legion Commander. Also, if that Tiny ends up being a carry, which you don't actually know, because it could be a copy Tiny too, Razor doesn't feel amazing here. And he's also played the Broodmother, but it's going to go to Elsie. All right.
Okay. I mean, it's got some benefits here. You always have press the attack here. It's decent. I mean, you got the CM. You can bust people out of the roots, and then you never know what this last pick's going to be. Might be helpful there.
Well, they've already complemented the Tiny, like you said, with the Darkseer and the Clockwork. They both help him out. The Mana Amp from the Crystal Maiden. So if it indeed is our carry Tiny for Yuma. We did see a Morphling yesterday. Just didn't really work out that well. You see the hero's not in a great place, so a lot of confidence to pick a hero like that. They are leading the series, but of course they want to end it up 2-0. Save that energy. They can get to the grand finals.
I'm still down for the Ember.
I think Ember is the best choice you can think of right now. Tinker.
Like, really the only problem will be the Legion. Ooh, they're going to go for the Monkey. So, yeah, I think you're right. It's going to be copy Tiny. And Yuma taking the Monkey King. Although Monkey mid will also be pretty cool, but yeah, no, it'll be Yuma Monkey and copy. See if he actually sticks to the crash landing. That's what he's currently looking at right now in the facets, but I guess for the mid lane, obviously the crash landing would be good. I just keep seeing mid Tiny still grabbing the other one anyway, but yeah, I'm definitely down if he goes crash landing.
Yeah, that is very handy, like especially if you want to go for that early blink. Your Darkseer not necessarily building that, so with Surge and all, helps this Tiny get in there. Crash landing damage really nice. And again, a difficult lane for Fade. He had to play it against the Ursa last time. Now he has to play against the Monkey King in the lane, which I think feels maybe even a little bit worse for the LC to lane into. He does have Big Num Weaver, so speed taking over the Oracle as we looked at that Darkseer counter. Shifting things up a little bit here. Who do you favor in their draft? Is this good enough for Apex Genesis to tie it up? Make it a best of one.
I mean, it looks pretty good. Like the Tiny Darkseer Monkey King, it looks very similar to last game. Like pretty much the same ideas, but instead of having the Storm Spirit be the really mobile one, there's a little bit more pressure on the carry this time in Yuma's Monkey King. But look at the heroes you're connecting to as a Monkey King. I mean, this feels incredible. You have Tiny with the nuke damage, CM, Clockwork. Those are very good aggressive supports that want to be active and in people's faces, and then a Darkseer too. So Yuma is swapping between facets, going crazy. He decides on Simeon Stride. Surely, I actually haven't seen anyone use the Wukong's Faithful. It's just only been Simeon Stride, especially now that they've changed it to the 90% health. I think it's crazy now. Yeah, But what's good for Apex Genesis, I guess, is the question. Wish again on the Pango. I honestly, he makes it look really good. I do want to believe in this hero.
I mean, you've got two heroes countered by the Oracle, which is also the Monkey King, like getting up your Jingu stacks. That also goes away. And then again, you have to be worried about this Tiny. Like whenever you're moving around the map with this Oracle, and it is a mid Tiny that it doesn't go the Shadow Blade route. It goes for the Blink route and can just delete you right away. So Oracle's positioning super important here. If he is missing out, that means we can't ult our LC. LC cannot lose a duel if Oracle's helping him out. They cannot lose their Life Stealer for a very long time because he can also infest and disappear, and he can't die if he's infested while that duration runs out. So Oracle plays a huge role in this game.
In theory, it's a fantastic Oracle game. It's just a matter of actually getting those spells off versus some of these heroes. So
easier said than
no pressure, speed.
You know, the game to finally do it. Also, the undefeated Sammy Boy Lifestealer with the Corpse Eater facet.
Phenomenal.
Build up a lot of HP versus the tiny Monkey King Burst.
30 seconds to battle.
Fly gonna come in here. There is a ward down, but they can't attack him.
So very deep ward place down by Lelis here in the top half. Right between the towers and the jungle camps. Does have that wind lace, so can make it easier for him to...
I didn't see that.
Whoa! Whoa!
Go. Never mind. Yeah. Very good for sniping couriers. Yeah, that's typically what you get it for. No gate this game.
Yeah. Sound strategy indeed. Just ignore the twin gate that it ever exists. Imagine teams playing that honest that they just refuse to use it. You know, like sometimes you have these gentleman rules in mid when it's like 0 denies. Just
Yeah, exactly. No twin gates. Yeah.
No twin gates. You just need a whole lot more people. You need 4 people to agree to that rule. It's not just the 1v1.
Battle begins.
All right.
Wow, this isn't
get
the
this
Stone Age. What is it with this rune? Why is everyone allergic to it?
Something up with it. Maybe it's cursed. Kind of like the the Stanley Cup of Dota. Don't touch the
rune?
Don't touch the conference final reward or prize, whatever it is.
Faye doing a little bit of blocking here on the Radiant side. But on the other side, you also have Monkey King blocking too, but it does get under. Oh, wait, he's trying to aggro it off. All right, it's going to push out. Trying to make things better here. Bottom lane up top, you can see Clockwork and Darkseer. Scary duo, but Speed will be ready with the Fortune's End.
Yeah, love how you have to just hold on to your Iron Shell. Oracle doesn't get to use his mana. Darkseer doesn't have to use any mana. Win-win. So how do you play this lane as a Darkseer now? Has Lyrical brought you all that Darkseer knowledge about how they play this?
No, he just bans Oracle all the time. I don't think he even knows that. He's
I
like,
can see
just
that
in
coming.
case. Yeah. No, I mean, this is good, right? It's just shenanigans. It's always shenanigans. That's the answer. Pull the wave through. You can also just go back and cut the wave too, right? That also might be partially why they have that ward. Is they were thinking about like grabbing the waves and running around in that area, making sure there's no one behind them, that kind of stuff. All just useful things you can do. But I mean, yeah, Gunner's doing the right thing. He's gonna get the next wave in there too. Slow it down. Easy denies for him here.
One good thing for Fade this game, especially talking about this Tiny, is if you ever end up dueling the Tiny, since he does not have the insurmountable.
It's true. Yeah, that's way better
Status
than last time.
resistance and the duel duration is going to be a bit different as Yuma is going to bring in Nouns on the board once again with the first blood. And this time not going for a support, goes straight for the carry Monkey King.
Yeah, this is the problem with the Monkey King versus the Ursa. The Ursa has a harder time punishing any sort of like laning stuff you try and do, like pull waves, grab waves, block pulls, and everything. But Monkey King's really good, especially with the Crystal Maiden. They're a very formidable duo because of that. Because he can actually capitalize on your slows, and then he's going to get into the root soon too. I mean, you're dying before there's even a frostbite. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, if ever this Weaver tries to escape, you've got the Simeon Stride. You're kind of equalizing the mobility if you're trying to hunt down a Weaver. Fate has managed to hit level 3 already.
really good.
On the top lane, bit of a battle. Vacuum inside the cogs. Sammy Boy, without the point and rage, will soak up a lot of damage there from Lelis and Gunner.
Yeah, so he waited until he threw out a Fortune's End, and then immediately they went on them. So these earlier levels, you can try and abuse it. It does get down very low to 6 seconds when it's maxed out, but Oracles really don't want to do that for a long time.
Yeah. Everything else before that. 18 seconds level 1. It's a long cooldown. You can get exactly 2 Iron Shells out during that time. The 9-second cooldown. Picked up 2 points in Jingu Mastery for the Monkey King. Trade very heavily here versus the LC and the Weaver. How's this mid going? Because I see Wish, who has been really good in his mid matchups. Every single game he's really been delivering. Not sure if the man is also playing on a very high ping. Double check on that.
We do have the technology. Yeah, he's playing on
148 ping. So considering it is quite sizable, he's been doing a great job.
Yeah, it's painful.
But painful.
150
Ping.
ping. Hey, painful, yes, indeed. Haha. Ha ha ha. Well, they forcing Zen again up top here, and not gonna dive this time. Wave's just coming in, so they'll hold that. Yeah, I mean, top's going great. Hopefully this Oracle is going to get all those other reasons why it's good this game, because the laning stage isn't really paying off maybe as much as you had hoped.
Yeah, good point out there. Not really that much pressure also provided. Now we got ourselves the first Twin Gate rotation into the Rage. The Frostbite is soaked up. So there was Fly, and there goes Fly. Here comes Bignum as well from the other side. That's a level 2 versus a level 3. So that was forced CM to TP home instead of take the portal back. Don't worry about the bugs.
Yeah, they don't really have a lot of ways to deal with that, huh? No cheap stuns here on Apex Genesis.
The lack of crown control can't show. Not Rolling Thunder.
Oh, well, that's
Duel.
okay. Let's get help from, from the Centaur. We got no stuns. We'll just bring in a little bit of outside help, but extra higher.
Everybody's enjoying their CS so far. Tiny and Darkseer topping the chart for now. Gunnar really been enjoying his Darkseer.
Oh, whoa. He caught him. So he caught him mid-double jump and just tossed him up, and it
Tossed him,
ruined
yeah.
the effect. Oh, yeah. Darkseer hits for 95 right now. That is hilarious, actually.
Solid.
Universal,
solid.
baby. Now, if Gunnar all chat at 100 right now, that'd be excellent.
Yeah. Last time they had the discussion about the bounty steal.
Yeah, he's being an old man.
Yep. Simple words, powerful effect. Also, what we're maybe, let's say, expecting maybe from Apex Genesis is the hunger. They really want to get into that grand final. They got to show that they're truly made out of it.
I thought you were just talking about
Championship
Corpse Eater.
material. No, not Corpse Eater. I mean, I don't know. They treat nouns as corpses.
He's a pretty hungry guy. You know, he's going to get all this. Yuma going to try and go for the Wisdom Rune steal here. He's going to Simeon's try, but they're bringing Wish. Oh, this is a good bait.
Yep.
Does it work?
It also works the other way around. Yuma, he's being chewed and gnawed by a bug, so it's going to take him a bit of time to get out of there. Fate does not have his level 6 still, but it is a difficult spot to be in as a Monkey King, so he stole it. A Wish also gets his first kill.
Nice use of the bugs. Very good counterplay there. Okay, so double wisdoms, but worth it to kill the enemy carry for sure.
Well, since Sammy Boy having a bit of fun inside the cogs. I just love how they've not been able to apply any pressure onto Nouns in this top lane, and now it feels like it's turning around the other way. Gunnar did have an Iron Shell on his buddy and on himself too. Sammy Boy has to retreat for the time being. Gets a bit of tangos. I mean, Oracle's still sitting on his full tango stack because they haven't really been fighting in this top lane.
Yeah, at the same time, Wish, you see the harassing come out from a single toss at this point in the game. So that Blink Dagger, maybe that'll be what finally breaks that top lane. So smart move. They're just going to go for the Oracle.
Much needed. Get themselves a kill off of speed. I'll take it. Fly also rotates in, but he's not needed. Same thing for Yuma. I'll just chill.
It's the exact same thing they did last game. around this time, right? They just brought in everyone. They pushed out the bottom wave. Everyone runs to the twin gate. They killed Sammy to the tower, and they just took it last time.
Yeah, people still aren't ready for the 7-minute carry rotation to the off lane.
It's pretty darn fast.
One of those things, like, you know, you also mentioned, like, these new sequences we see, the 7-minute carry rotation and the 18-minute Roshan into Invasion, into Tormentor, into Wisdom Rune. Trends
We're definitely
of today.
developing patterns, for sure.
Yeah. Yuma sent the courier through the Twin Gate to pick up his cornucopia towards that Battle Fury.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top tower is about to fall too, so that T1 is going to be history. They're stacking up in mid. They have a smoke up on Bignum, but there's a ward right next to him, which they're going to be worried about. Not the smoke under vision.
I mean,
Of course,
there's
they do not know about it, and there we go. The smoke has been detected. Instant ping coming out from Copy. Like, boys, watch out.
yeah,
Radiant
scan's gonna
scan.
hit.
They know the direction too.
But like, what is this smoke? Like, it's a Weaver Oracle Pango. I'm not really too scared of this, frankly. It's not the fastest kill. It's gonna require the
10-minute
Rolling
rune?
Thunder.
I don't know. 10-minute rune's the only thing I can think about here. Shielded up on the Pango too. He is pretty tanky. Smoke pops as Lelis walks in. I can wrap the Pango in, and the rune is there. It is a haste. Who's going to get to it? The toss comes out from Copy. Tosses Wish in. That's Gunner right behind him. The Vac comes out too. Wish will get the haste rune, and here comes Sammy. Wanted to take a little bit of a claw on Darkseer, but instantly just turns around, walks away. Our iron shelled illusions chasing him.
Is under attack.
Everybody was thinking about getting a piece of that fight. Rotating in the mid, but there is the terrifying weapon here. The Blink Dagger for Copy's Crash Landing Tiny. I wonder what his full combo is going to do right now.
All right, so it's 40% bonus landing damage. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
I'm going to guess like 900.
My NA maths don't compute.
Maybe 2 points will only be like 800.
Yeah, 800 sounds about right. Wish, aced it up. They're going to go into Fade right now with a Wukong coming out from Yuma, but they can't catch him. The boy is too fast to catch, so there goes that ulti from Yuma.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Just need a little bit more, unfortunately.
top tower
Yeah,
is under
we got 3 kills, man. Very, very cautious, Dota.
Yeah, this is serious Dota right now. The toss hit Legion for 410. That was from the creep that was thrown. Damn, that's a lot of damage. That's crazy.
is a lot
to
of
just be
damage.
hit with like a bomb that the Tiny just chuck at you.
Oh my goodness. I'm just watching Copy farm these triple quad stacks in the jungle right now. That one toss just destroyed all the small units. And he's going to toss another one. He's going to toss a Skelly. Blop.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. Arcane Aura. Clarity running. Don't have to worry about spamming it up a little bit here. Can never tell if he's going to go for it. 1,700 HP on this Pango already, though, with the Bracer, Power Treads, and Ogre Axe. So he's not an easy target for the nuke down.
Yeah, pretty good for a universal hero when a Tiny also has the same amount.
tower is under attack.
A tad bit more. Still, the economy is going Noun's way once again. All the cores are up ahead. And Gunner, the number 1 on the board. The highest CS, the highest net worth, the best
Counter-picked.
the counter-picked first phase Darkseer. There goes the hook shot onto a Weaver, and he's just gone. And Crash Landing is just something else.
Dire's
With
middle
that kill, they're just gonna take a tower, just like that.
Yeah, it was pretty
Finding
easy.
Claude. Wish. Rolling out, chasing Yuma. Trying to cut all the trees down, but unfortunately cannot match up to the speed of the Simian Stride.
Yeah, I don't know about this facet. This one's got to go.
Bignum just TP to die. Yes, he did. That's very fair if you copy.
Yeah,
He
I mean,
just
you can
killed him for a tower kill. Oh,
you
he's
can
gone
just
again.
very easily kill him.
Sammy Boy also tanking a lot of damage from Lelis. Lelis waving his hand. Here's the mass TPs from Apex Genesis. Actually more focused on healing Sammy Boy above rooting up the Clockwork and trying to open up for a kill. So Wish with no Rolling Thunder, which he just used in bottom. Won't be able to convert to a kill. But now Lelis, he's on to the next target already. He's on to Fade. Yuma is also here. Legion pops his Blade Mail. Yuma might deal a bit of damage to himself, but Fade eventually does go down.
Oh, nice blocks there from Lelis. Good.
It's 5-1.
Yeah, they're starting to pull away a little bit here. If they're going to get back into this one as Apex, I mean, I don't know. It's so hard to move with these heroes. Like, all their best games have just been, like, Wish DK. You know? Super simple.
Yeah.
But
I agree.
Like, his lane goes well as Pango, but I think it's hard to make the moves because he doesn't have these killing supports.
Yeah, the ease of execution is definitely missing out on the side of Apex. It's just not easy to find an opening here. You need at least a blink on a Legion, and still you're not feeling super comfortable. You need another on the Pango, still building his Echo Saber. Sammy Boy has only started towards that Radiance. He has built an Armlet and an Orb of Corrosion in between. While all these items are still being built, announced, just getting bigger and bigger. Tiny's already got the Conda lined up. Monkey King's got his Ags on his mind with his Battle Fury ready. They're just out farming Apex right now.
Yeah, and it's not even like they're playing back or anything. They're across the river. They're pressuring you, getting these lanes, getting these towers. You're in big trouble right now as Apex Genesis. You got to find some sort of counterplay when they go in for this.
Yep. Crash landing on the Pango, tossing all the way back. Has got a big shield crash, which also disappears. Fly does have the freezing field, and he's uninterrupted for the time being. Sammy Boy almost taking down the CM. There's the duel coming out from the LC as he walks in to take down Gunner. He will not get a duel win, but they will get a kill nevertheless. 1-for-1 traded so far. Big Nump gonna walk into the dust as well. Yuma waiting for the jumping, gonna catch him, but the time lapse goes off just before the bat is connected, and Big Nump stuck inside the cogs, and Lelis will get himself a second for Nouns. All being fought under Nouns' vision.
Yeah, that was crazy. I think he predicted where he was gonna be on that Weaver. I mean, maybe it was just happenstance, but Gunnar gave him the tip too on Lelis. It's like nicely done. In the end, the trade actually isn't too terrible. It's only a little bit more golden XP for the Radiant side, just because the advantage they have right now. But there's one more.
That's a yikes.
You can even hear the rage. It goes off at the end.
Sammy Boys are the heroes.
Oof. Oof. Little bit of both.
Not in a very happy position right now. Speed also getting blown up by Copy.
This is just so comical, dude. Just yeah, I mean, look at it. 1,000 damage phylactery, just tossing.
Making it look so easy. Lelis, hook shotting. I guess you could say shocking as well, because Sammy Boy does instantly TP in. Right under the tier 2 tower. On the jump on a Weaver.
All right, now can you get a Whisper of the Dread next? That would be perfect for Tiny.
See if he does. Does he have a token flying in yet? They haven't actually... Okay, only Darkseer has a token.
Okay, he's not farming. He's too busy hunting. They see the Lifestealer. Calculating.
No hook shot, though. They're going to have to let him slide for now. Tiny farming is actually pretty sick with this crash landing. We'll start to think, like, should all the carries start to play this just to get their items faster? Of course, you're not going to get the big benefits of the status resistance in the end.
Yeah, that has looked pretty good.
Wish and Speed. Can they kill Lelis here? Are they too afraid to jump the Clockwork? It does feel like it. They are very cautious. Is this just a bait? Is this just fantasy?
Nice, got him. No deny.
Kate does have an infested Lifestealer, and just as they were about to find a target to jump on, they already broke the infest, and they're going elsewhere. All the timings are not even on their side. Sandboy's in a rush to farm. And, yep, We've seen this movie before. Not sure if it's a good movie, but for Copy it is. He's the main actress or actor.
Oh man, this is. I mean, they don't have a whole lot going on. All right, here we go. The duel.
Maybe here's something. Kill
Oh,
number
no.
3 potentially, but no. Gunner just turns things around with the vac, and there should be a dead fade. Yes, it is. And here comes Copy. They're chasing Big. Now the toss connects, and oh my goodness. Ooh. Phylactery crash landing, sure. That was 630 damage with one press of a button.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny that the phylactery hits you, right? Because you're the unit target. It doesn't matter who was tossed. Like, unless you
Yeah.
were the one who was also tossed as the target, then, yeah, you take the damage. But in that case, like, you can just chuck whatever, and you get to use the phylactery bonus onto that unit. It's very funny.
Oh my. Well, how does Apex keep themselves in this game? Like, it feels like they're on a timer, but at the same time, they are farming a lot slower than what Nouns are. And what is the timing that you're going for, even? Because they're going to be so strong after. I feel like they're kind of feeling like a bit of a hopeless situation. You got to make the best out of a bad spot here. Yuma jumping in. We're going to find Fade. That's an LC that nobody's going to be singing songs about. Not a real heroic death in the trees. 20 minutes in now. 9K lead for Nouns. 13-2 up ahead and also leading the series.
Yeah, doing their best to speed run this lower bracket finals here and get themselves a little bit of a breather before the Grands. Don't want to be up too late.
Yeah. Should be a nice break in between as well for no matter which one of these two teams is going to be going to play in the grand finals. Give them a moment's pause before the important road to the international grand final. Best of 5. If they haven't had their burger breaks, they better have one now.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Yuma?
Okay, this is good. Oh,
No
get
words. Okay, the bug. The bug could actually make the difference here. Monkey King goes down.
All right, he doesn't win the duel, but he gets the kill.
It's something.
That's so needed. Yeah, the bug's coming in clutch on that one. All right, so the only way they can get back in this game is basically just mistakes from Nouns. That's all that comes down to, right? Because like they are kill hungry on the side of Nouns because there's Monkey and there's Tiny. Like they do want to be farming heroes. That's certainly true. So maybe they dive a little bit too deep and the Oracle's prepared.
So we're going to need a 5-man Crab Orchestra into a Lotus Orb, which Fade duels to get a double duel, and then he skyrockets into the game slowly but surely. Yeah.
Sorry,
So
what's
it
a
has to be something
crab
like that.
orchestra?
That's the Swarm. You know, because they're chittering when they're going. You know, they're making this lovely little song. That's the Crab Orchestra, the Swarm.
Oh,
Bugs.
I didn't know. Wow, I'm so glad I've been informed.
Good night, Weaver.
Nobody told Bignum not to come this way, though.
Nope. Fly. It's not quite. Okay, actually, the courier is taking a bit of a detour, so Fly will take a courier snipe. Do they know about Gunner, though? Or Fade, actually.
Yeah, I was
Fade
gonna
spotted
say.
by Gunner here. Yeah, who finds who? Trap with me, or you trap with somebody else? Fade is going for the TP out. The hook shot, but the battery assault is there just in time. What a lovely thing to give 2 TP cancels to the same hero.
Hey, he needs it. Come on now. He's been bad for a while. Let him have his moment.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I guess he was kind of good last patch, too.
He would be kind of always. Remembering all the Sand King enjoyers out there.
I mean, this facet is just ridiculous. The cogs are a little bit too big. I'll say it. I'm brave enough to admit it. And they pull from too far away. That's the more important thing. But I don't know if you can change it so that you keep the radius without pulling people in from so far away.
Yeah.
But that seems to be the main thing that makes them crazy. Because if you change the radius, I don't think the spell will even walk. Because you have to be able to like walk out and aim the cogs and stuff. So.
But with that, it also gives another tool for Nouns. Like we've always, well, at least during the course of this qualifier, compared the cog facet to the vacuum. Now you have both of them, so Gunner can actually use his vac for something else, and Lelis can be the vacuum for the wall.
Okay, it's not that good. It's not
It
actually
is,
as big as
it
a
is
vacuum.
pretty good. I mean, I could say it is pretty that much good. But yeah. Can use it for two different ways. They're going to steal the Tormentor here, meanwhile. And hunting for Sammy Boy at the same time. Copy with the haste rune. Almost successful in doing so. Lelis also gets the shard for himself. So we got a jetpack.
Well, Yuma won't die of the Tormentor this time, so that's good.
Yeah, last time was a bit unfortunate.
Copy's just going to TP in, no fear.
Yep, he's got the Conda, and that's the target you want to find. So this is where things start to look from bad to worse. Lelis, Fade would love to duel him, but he knows there's so many hostiles around. It's probably not the best time to pop it. Sammy Boy going for the TP out, but Copy says no. I'm going to toss you in the air. And there's the vac back as well, so Sammy Boy will fall as well. Apex will lose 3. They got the clockwork. He's not really much of a thing to celebrate or rejoice. 15,000 gold ahead now. Of course, there's a regen rune for Copy, who just burnt all of his mana on those 2 tosses. Regen back up. He's also gone for Kaya, just to get a bit more spell out for his tosses.
Oh, yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, this is a tough one there, Apex Genesis fans. So I talked about how they don't really have a lot of catch on their support. That's true. They got Oracle Weaver. They do have the ability to play the map at the very least with this Weaver. Unfortunately, this Tiny's going to hunt him again. If he guesses right, he's just dead. Oh.
Right.
I
Bug
can't believe he
issues
lived.
there. Well, they've spotted Fade. This is Crystal Maiden and Darkseer. It's just these 2 heroes causing issues for the LC. And there's the hook shot from Lelis. Make it 3. Leave that LC all by himself, and Fade will die once again. Meanwhile, Yuma going for the Oracle. Diving in deep for Mr. Speed. One more hit would have done it, and the Primal Spring is going to bring him close enough for the kill, and he just leaves
that was
so
too much.
far away. Come on.
He's got to
He
die.
dodges the Crab Orchestra of all things, and he's out. I felt like that was the longest Primal Spring ever.
He waited so long, too, because he was trying to bait him in as far as he could before false promising. And then he actually commits for it, and then somehow escapes because they can't hit the bugs on him.
Yeah. Level 15 jump talent picked up, so I can just go for these insanely long jumps. And good night, Samson. Lelis for the tips. I think that was his call, his rockets, his plays. He's definitely earned it. 619. Bit of a Rey Mysterio clockwork.
I don't know wrestling, but I know that. I got you.
Yeah, everyone knows that number. The heritage. Heritage of NA.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I wonder if he does any actual martial arts, Lelis, that is. Well,
Maybe the winner's
overclocking himself in. He's got vision of 4 heroes. Got Wish rolling in. Trying to find a connection, but Clockwork's just kiting him out. Wish actually getting stuck in the... Oh my... Yeah, he's just got a TP. I was like, oh my god. That did not just happen to me. I got stuck in the river camp. So there goes the Rolling Thunder. Yuma is actually trying to go into the base. Scout some movements there. And with all those ultis gone and just the hook shot coming back off cooldown in 15 seconds, that is going to be a high ground push for Nouns. 20,000 gold ahead. Now's your time, Apex Genesis. What do you have? What have you stored in your bank? And is it going to be enough?
Well, they've got the wave behind them. Oh, Bignum's got that covered, guys.
Creeps flowing in from 2 separate lanes. They're cutting out with Sammy Boy, with Bignum. Fade is under reward, so they know exactly where this LC is, and they're going to find themselves yet again another kill. He's tossed in the air. Copy will not get this one, as Lelis will, you know, get some anti-aircraft rocket flares there, so he dies in the air. The second lane is open. They left the melee up because of the glyph situation. Now they can just get these 2 lanes out without a fuss. Even with all the split push, they're still in front of your base. They're still going to destroy your creep waves.
They are done. They're not messing
Absolutely
around.
done.
Saying 23k lead, like we're feeling strong right now. My monkey has a 8-second BKB still here. Bogman has an Ags, but like you said, he's just been flaring them like crazy. Like he's gonna be really hard to kill.
There's an attempt made. Yuma gets the fight back, and Sammy Boy tossed in the air. This time, Speed gets his ulti off, so he will save the lifestealer. He's going to infest too. He'll stay hidden. Stay alive. Love how he comes out of the infest. It still makes the sound effect of False Promise. It's like he never let go of it.
Oh, Gunner's got the GG item here of the Scythe. So he can just like scythe somebody up maybe in the middle of the combo from Tiny. Make sure there's no option after. Everything on speed once more.
All right, they're going to smoke out. Is this the Hail Mary? And into a Radiant Scan. Wow. That one moment you make a move out of your base, you got creeps inside. Of course, you're starting to think like, yeah, are they, they're not defending. Okay. But literally just scan right on top of them, so they know where they're coming from. Lelis rockets up. Jetpack in front. The vision provider. They see Wish. They hook shot instantly in onto Fade. Two-man Wukong's bar coming out there from Yuma. And the boundless strike, and everybody stuck inside the cogs. It is absolutely a Thunderdome. Speed will be able to teleport out, but they've lost pretty much everyone except for Sammy Boy's lifestealer. So they will take another lane, and that's going to be Mega Creeps. Nouns, unstoppable.
I mean, let it go. They got all the GG items. The boots are bearing up for Lelis. Flies bring out the Vlads. The classic, we're taking your base in 30 minutes. You are done. It's your last chance to get the TI. They're going to hold on Apex Genesis, but I mean, they're well aware of the situation. The Scythe preemptively on the Rage. Just rude.
Duel up on the darks here. Here comes Lelis once again. A nice boundless strike connecting on both of them. They will get themselves a dual win. And the LC has to also buy back as he does end up falling too there. That is just enough for them to actually back out of the base. They will not get to end it yet. And Tier 4s will remain standing.
Gunner a little too cheeky. Just having a bit of fun. Ends up delaying the game some here. We do have an Octarine core finished up now on copy, so he gets to have more fun thanks to Gunner's death. I mean, he'll be happy about that, you know?
Oh, yeah, he would definitely be. Also an Arcane.
Oh, perfect.
6.2 second toss cooldown. It's very nice. You'll get your Conda cooldown is also 3.4.
That's insane.
You throw in some cycles of tosses and tossing trees, tossing heroes. Soon up to the 20 talent too, but really, is there, I mean, I honestly can't find a real way out for Apex Genesis except for what you repeated before. It has to be a big mistake from Nouns. Maybe Gunner giving away that one kill, sure, that was a small glimpse toward it, but it did come with a buyback off a phase, so it's still not profitable for Apex Genesis. Maybe without the LC needing to buy back, it could have been worth something, but probability has also been for a very long time at the same number. And I can tell you, it's not 100.
Yeah, but it's never been 0.
It's never been 0.
There's still hope. So you're saying there's a chance. Does apply here.
The 1% club.
Wish is, you know, he's still feeling a little happy. He's pump faking some rolling thunders in the base. All right, Lelis also having a lot of fun. Just keeping his eye on them.
Yep. Gotta monitor the situation, what's happening in the Dire base. All right, time to overclock for some more rocket flares. Also got Yuma right next to him. Waiting for somebody to maybe come farm this camp. He wants to keep it open.
I farm too fast. I can't do anything. See if I can find a hero. Oh, I mean, you know he wants to come over to this camp. I'm definitely going over there if I'm Big Numb.
Let's see if he does. Roche is going to be spawning in 5 seconds. maybe with that, you know, the banner in front of the tier 4 towers.
Gunner's just drawing shapes with the surge. He drew a big smile.
Hey,
So that's nice.
PMA.
Yep.
All right, Nows boys. I think you've, you know, bided your time.
I
Maybe
mean,
now.
They have no chance now. I mean, they've got it. They've got the banner, T-Panda.
That's it.
This is how you
game
end
changer.
things. You slap that thing down. I mean, put them in the tier 4s. What
Yep.
are they going to do?
And they focus the banner. Will it end up costing the lives of Apex Genesis? A lot of brave men have planted banners back in the day. They've lived to tell the story. Some photographer ended up memorizing these eternal moments.
You're talking about the moon, right?
That too. Fair. Not just that. There's a plenty in American history. Yuma. Already deep in with the smoke. It's right next to the fountain. Rocket showing everything. There we go. Copy jumping on Sammy Boy. Instant text coming out. And there goes Samson. He'll buy back instantly. Speed. Got to be focused next. And Oracle dies. Oracle will buy back as well. Where's the banner? Where's the banner, boys? Place it down. Doesn't look like they're gonna need it either, as the tier 4 is being chewed up by the mega creeps. And Apex Genesis, their final moments. Can they still keep this one alive? Wish charging all the way to the back. Copy's already finished off Big Num. He's gone for 70. The Ancient is dying. And we know our grand finalists at this point. We're gonna get a rematch. The one that was Fable, the one that's been storied about. Nouns versus Shopify Rebellion series once again, but Apex Genesis there. TI run, it ends here.
Yeah. GG's and good lucks are thrown out there from Apex Genesis. They're going to play right to the end. That's fine. We're not expecting the early GG calls. I mean, they know that it was a very, very difficult chance to come back into that one, but it's TI, guys. So shout outs to them. No noble effort here. And of course, you know, took a game off of Nouns earlier in this qualifier, but not able to do it here today. Nouns certainly looking like they're improving game to game to game. They went 3 games versus Shopify last night. Can they go the full 5? That's what we'll be trying to find out after this. And what from this game are they going to be bringing to the table?
Yeah, exactly. Like, are they the drafts that they've been pulling off have they've been working accordingly? They still have a couple aces up their sleeve that can definitely work versus Shopify, and they can make them feel like mortal men. They did draw that series into 3 games yesterday, but now it's not a best of 3, it's a best of 5. So anything can really happen in that one. Of course, it's going to be in a while. Of course, the players need a bit of a break. What do you think Nouns are discussing during that break, except for, you know, maybe having that burger break?
Yeah, it looks like according to our schedule, they'll have about 1 hour, just so you guys know. So prepare accordingly. Get yourselves your meal of choice. Come back to hang out for that one. Make sure you're ready, because obviously it's going full 5. I think in terms of preparation for how this series went and how their last series went versus Shopify, I would be trying to focus on just like the draft and where it's going to go from there, because there's certain heroes that you're expecting to be like removed automatically, like probably that Meepo. And so what can you gain from that? Like, I think this Darkseer is part of that idea, because the Shopify are going to feel forced to ban out the Meepo and maybe the Weaver, which they were also doing. Then maybe that opens up this Darkseer, and they want to see just how early they can pick it. And, you know, we saw some counters not quite work out in this one.
Yeah, those, and of course, like that first phase Darkseer, man, spells confidence, and it just worked out fantastically. Laning stage and out of that, you'd think that Darkseer has an abysmal time versus the Oracle, but no. And of course, Tiny having a bit of fun there with his toss plays copy, 8-0 and 10 in the end. And of course, our for a moment, we had our little bit of a Rainbow Stereo on Lelis with the 619, but still, it is going to be copy, the standout here. I think he's earned it. He's worked hard for it. He's pushed his team to the grand final. And now just one more obstacle stands in their way. And of course, Trent, historically, we think about last year, it was Nouns who had to play the regional qualifiers where they took down Bait, clean numbers. We had both Shopify. We had Nouns and TI. Nouns was the American team that went the furthest. Now, one of these two teams is not going to get to even play that far.
Yeah, it's brutal stuff, but that's how we're doing it this year. The single slot available. between these two teams. So only one can be there. A little bit of Highlander action, and we're gonna bring that to you guys after that break. Is that right, T Panda? That what we're doing here?
Yep. We're going to be taking a bit of a longer break, but after that, ladies and gents, enjoy the finals. We're going to see you after that for a Shopify Rebellion versus Nouns.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome, everyone, to the grand finals of the North American qualifier for the International. We have 2 teams left in the NA qualifier, and they're the 2 teams that everyone expected to see in the grand finals. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion versus Nouns. It's going to be Arteezy versus Fly for 1 slot and a chance for the International. Avery, did you know that Fly has attended the second most TIs of any player and is about to possibly tie Puppy in that regard if the outcome of the qualifiers ends up that Fly makes it and Puppy does not? That would put Fly and Puppy both at 11 TIs attended.
Goddamn. Time goes fast. That's all I have to say about that one. I mean, he is one of the grizzled veterans of the scene for sure. People kind of forget about him, I feel, but deserves to be up there. One of the most consistent captains of all time, right? Maybe he just gets forgotten a little bit because his ceiling wasn't as high, right? Never got that like big TI ring or that big moment in the sun. But I mean, this guy's multiple major winner on some of the greatest teams ever, top 3 placements and TIs. Like, he's done it all. So this is another chance for him to put another notch on the legacy board. And like you said, Arteezy, if he wants to continue his streak here, it's all on the line against another former ex-teammate. How many of his former teammates are going to go if he doesn't? That sounds spooky. There's a lot on the line here for the last slot, and it all came down to exactly what we thought it would.
That's right. We can go back through the journey of how we got here, how Shopify Rebellion and Nouns ended up in the finals, and all the teams that got eliminated along the way. Shopify Rebellion and Nouns obviously both went through the upper bracket for as far as they could go until they met up against each other in the upper bracket finals, which Shopify Rebellion managed to prove that they can still beat Nouns even after a disastrous grand finals against them in Riyadh. For the Riyadh qualifiers, they managed to take that 2-1. Nouns did get dropped down and beat Apex Genesis, who came in honestly pretty impressive story by Apex Genesis, but at the end of the day, there really are only 2 top dogs in North America, and we'll see those dogs match up against each other in the grand finals, which is just about to get underway. I think another interesting little tidbit about TI itself and the attendees, right? Of course, Puppy is well known as being the person who has attended the most TIs and unfortunately missed his first one just this last year, and might miss up another one depending on how the qualifiers go for this year. Certainly not a favorite for that slot out of Western Europe. But most of the other players who are tied with Arteezy at 9 attendances at the International, most of those are retired. So there is not going to be any more. So you're going to thin out the herd even more. The only people who are still playing, or in this case, technically coaching, are Kuroki, whose outcome also does not look very favorable to attend this TI, and Lana, who is currently coaching. And that would be the only people who have the potential to go up to 10 TI attendances right now. There are some other players out there on the list that are still actively playing, like Crit, who has attended every single TI since he first went in for TI6 on the old OG squad. But most of the guys that are on that list are retired at this point.
I mean, it's hard to maintain that level for too long in the game. Like, it's just difficult. So you got to respect the consistency, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Maintaining as high a floor as you can for as long as you can. Stay in your prime. Both these teams are going to be fighting to try and do exactly that. And already we are straight into this BO5 with the draft that I didn't even have time to predict. But if you looked at the previous drafts, you could have gotten there, because Storm is going to be taken by Nouns every game in this series if they have the chance. I don't think it's going to change no matter what happens. This hero is just performing exceptionally well for them. Copy is super confident on it. It does a lot for them. And hey, there was once upon a time that people were, they were saying, why does Boba first pick Storm every game? Well, now it's Fly first picking Storm every game. So the tables have turned a little bit here, as Fly's going to use their old strat against them. So if there's one team in the world that should be ready for first pick Storm, it's got to be Shopify Rebellion, right? I mean, like, they've been doing it they were the original first pick Stormers they should know all the counters. It should just be easy for them. They should already have this locked and loaded. So
speaking of
Pressure's
the
on.
draft that we've seen from the North American qualifiers and these two teams that we saw in the upper bracket finals, what was your biggest takeaway from the upper bracket finals? Outside of the fact that Shopify Rebellion did manage to bring down Nouns, so they proved they can do it.
they just out-rotated them, man. Like those first
Yep.
team 15 minutes in games 1 and 3, just constant rotations, super fast support gameplay. Even Arteezy was ganking mid with the Pudge in some of those games, right? Ganking through the gate with the Ursa. Like, you have to expect these moves. And if you're not going to be the team that's playing as fast and is making them first, then you at least have to react appropriately or call them out on the comms so that Shopify doesn't just run you over like they did in those two games. Because those games, just very hard to come back in once you fall behind to that degree. So the name of the game here in this series for me is speed. Like, can Nouns match those early rotations, get to play their slower, methodical game, and scale up into that mid game, or does Shopify just continue to run them over here? Again, they're presenting a very fast support duo in Maiden Weaver. You don't really get much faster or aggressive than this in those first 10 minutes. So you really have to pick your supports carefully, and I feel like that was the crux of a lot of those games. Okay, Nouns, they're going to get their core heroes here. They're going to get their Darkseer Storm that they've been jamming the whole qualifier. But it doesn't really do anything if you can't control any of the map. So for me, the two supports that Nouns play in this BO5 are going to be really important in each game to at least match the aggression or create a wall that Shopify Rebellion can't run into.
Well, the Pango, we saw a lot of it yesterday. First pick material. It ends up getting drafted in the second phase for Shopify Rebellion, for Yopaj specifically. So we're going to have to reveal another core here, as I assume the Weaver is support. That's what I assumed anyway, but it's now looking like maybe it's a Weaver core.
Interesting. I mean, it could be an interesting hero versus Darkseer if they're really confident in the Weaver maiden lane. Could also just be an offlane Weaver. We've seen MC play a lot of these semi-carry offlanes. He had that Venge game where he ended up with like Butterfly. So this Weaver Tusk could be pretty nasty on the lane. And of course, you have this Pango Tusk combination. We saw Kitrak just basically 1v5 a game on this Tuskar, honestly. He just won that game on his own in like the first 10 minutes there with the rotations, the gank mid, gank the level 5 Spirit Hero mid before he had the escape mechanism. You could be looking at something similar here with this Storm. So once again, if you're Nouns, you have to know this is coming because you got beat by it once. You need fast supports here. You need supports that can counter these rotations, get your cores through that laning phase without too much damage being done. And there's not a lot of those that we've seen out of Nouns. I feel like generally their supports like to play a bit slower, like get the farm up, scale into the mid game. Heroes like the Phoenix or the Dark Willow, they can be okay, but we don't see them playing together a lot, so you're getting outnumbered as well. This last support pick might be more important than the CK, which it's a solid CK game. Do have Pango and Maiden for some AoE, but of course he's going to be buffed up by the Darkseer here a bit as well. And I mean, he's more lane shoved to add. You have Darkseer CK pushing out the map. Can slow this game down and they'll let Storm get the pickoffs. I'll also be pretty surprised if that Meepo gets through this series. I think if Nouns want that Meepo, you might have to first pick it at some point. And we'll see if it gets to that because there's a real possibility it does. If you're down a game or two, feel like you need to regain some momentum, just first pick that Meepo. Maybe if you're up, you're feeling super confident, first pick the Meepo. So could go either way, but it does get second phase banned here, which says Shopify were ready to play against the first pick Meepo if it came out, which I think is a good place to start because I don't think you should be afraid of first pick Meepo in the game one.
All right, final pickups. Enigma, once again, going to be the Enigma ban at the very end of the draft just continues to be a trend here. Is every single time. It is a good offlaner right now. It's a good offlaner. It just seems like nobody's willing to pick it in the second phase. So always gets taken out at the very end of things. It looks like they feel like it's going to be a Weaver carry, which would make the most amount of sense, I think, against the Darkseer matchup. It does feel like Shopify Rebellion need more control, though, because you're dealing with these Chaos Knight illusions. You're dealing with Surge, and obviously the biggest problem would be Storm Spirit.
I mean, this looks like Grimstroke to me, if I'm Nouns. Like, I am actually insanely surprised Shopify did not ban it, because you get Grim CK lane, you get the Ink Swell in the Storm and the CK in the fights, and then you get the leash for the Pango, and even like the leash silence for Weaver. The leash for Tusk is annoying. Can't really get out of it. I feel like Grimstroke's just amazing for Nouns here, and the hero's not that slow. Like it can skirmish early, play with these heroes. Just play the clock Darkseer lane, and it's fine, right? I mean, I don't know. I feel like that is the hero for sure. Pugna. They do not want the Soulbind versus the Pango. They'd rather just have Sustain here. And the extra mana regen for the Storm, I guess, with the battery. I thought that was Grim for sure, man. I can't believe that slipped all the way through there, but I guess Fly's like not a huge Grimstroke player. I haven't really seen him play it too much over the years. Maybe it's just not in his comfort zone, but if there were ever a game for it, it would have been that one. Said Pugna, still solid here. Another kind of like anti-physical all-in hero with this Tusk, Pango, Weaver, and can definitely give this Storm a lot more viability on the map.
Yeah.
Should respect
I mean,
this hero.
Storm is such a crazy hero right now. Giving that hero a little bit more of a mana battery go a long ways.
So what is this? This is an MC hero or an Arteezy hero. Could see the Pudge again. Not a bad hero versus CK if you get really farmed and then you're ignoring all this other magic damage. We saw them pick it versus the Darkseer before as well. An MC hero would probably be like, I don't know. You don't really want to play Tide Hunter here. Dawnbreaker's available. Could be interesting.
Go for the Brewmaster. Harder counter versus the Chaos Knight. Deals with some of the Darkseer as well. Doesn't offer you the best control against Storm, though.
On paper, very good versus Darkseer CK with the Dispels going off. But the Dispels, I think, are worse than they used to be. Because the Wind Panda got its overall mana capacity and like cooldowns nerfed. This hero is very strong versus Pugna, though, because you go in the fight, you split, and then you have multiple interrupts for Pugna that you can almost guarantee find him every fight. Either toss him to break the Siphon, stun him to break the Siphon, Dispel for Decrep, whatever. Very obnoxious hero for Pugna to play against. So on paper, this Brew Pick does a lot for them. It kind of deals with the Pugna, extra Dispel value on the CK and the Darkseer, and gives them that team fighter potential aura buyer that they wanted, also potential Radiance buyer. I think the pick makes a lot of sense. I just haven't seen this hero be too successful, to be honest. Like, maybe I'm just biased, but I feel like the Brew has looked good in the games where you're already winning and really bad in the games where you needed to do something to win. If that makes sense. So it's like, sure. I would classify it as a win more hero right now. That's what it feels like to me. When you start losing, this hero just does nothing. And when you're winning, it's like, okay, well, yeah, he buys Radiance and he's annoying, but you're just like already winning based on what else is happening in the game. So I'm not super convinced by the overall power level of the Brew, but on paper it does make sense here. Like you said, the downside is you lack maybe a little direct stun for that Storm Spirit.
All right, let's get into the opening match of this best of 5 between Nouns and Shopify Rebellion. One slot for North America to get to the international. Only one of these two teams is going to be able to make it. Shopify Rebellion coming into this with the 2-1 victory in the upper bracket final. Feels like they would be a little bit favored in that regard, but this has happened so many times in, North America's history, which is Shopify Rebellion or Evil Geniuses plays against the same team in the upper bracket final as well as the grand final. Sometimes they lose, sometimes they win. But ultimately, the outcome is the same, where they match up against each other again in the grand final.
Got to learn something in that previous series. That's the way you win this one.
I would be curious how many times the same outcome occurs from upper bracket final to grand final in NA's history of these kind of repeat matchups happening time and time again. How often that it actually shows that, one team is just straight up better, or how often it shows that the losing team ends up learning from that experience and growing and getting better and comes back stronger in that best of 5.
My guess would be that for the early portion of NA's history, it's been the same team, which was EG. I think for the later half, I feel like more often than not, the team that won that upper bracket, ended up losing. It was actually the other team that came back and won it. That's my gut feeling, but I do not know the exact stat on that. You would need to get a statsman on that. I'm about to find out what happens in this one, at least, as I expect this to go the full 5 games. I mean, if you don't expect it between these two teams by now, I don't know what you've been watching. And I guarantee you, someone's going to go up 2-0. Like, that's also guaranteed, but it's going to go 5 games after some team is up 2-0, because that's just the script. And I guarantee after that 2-0, you're going to be on here like, well, this series is looking over. I don't know if they're going to be able to recover. So keep an eye out for that script, as Austin's going to fall right into it.
I mean, Riyadh, it was 2-1, so.
No, they went up 2-0, right?
Did they? I thought there was a.
Maybe it was 1-1, and then they went up 2-1, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, either way, I'm sure I'll be right in the end. These lanes get underway. Gonna be a tough lane in this off lane for Shopify Rebellion, I think. Double melee lane into CK Pugna. Does not sound fun. That was the other downside of this brew pick. This lane just doesn't have a lot of synergy, and this Tusk cannot contest the move speed and the attack of the little skeleton boy. Really punishing Kitrak on this pull. And meanwhile, if you're MC, you're not contesting CK on the lane. Yeah, maybe you can deal with his illusions in a fight or something, but lane-wise, sad matchup.
Yeah. I mean, they do have kind of a similar situation. Nouns in their off lane, they have double melee against double range. They do obviously have much better synergy, I would say, with Darkseer Clock. Better opportunity to probably get kills here, but it is going to be a bit of a problem that the Darkseer won't be able to pressure the lane nearly as much, just with double ranged heroes constantly harassing them.
Yeah, definitely not a lane Darkseer super confident in, but I still expect them to do fine. Just spam cogs, burn out some mana. Pretty hard to man up into double Ion Shell if they're high HP. And somehow, Copy got his courier killed mid. That is pretty rare. Does happen occasionally. Yopaj taking advantage of him. And doing pretty well in these early waves. Winning it slightly, gets the extra courier kill. So Shopify Rebellion doing pretty well on these early stages. CSing well, pull work top. MC's lacking a little experience here, but he's CSing okay, I guess. His net worth looks better than it should be. For 3 CS, I don't know what's going on up there. Doing okay.
Well, I guess the side lanes are going to be kind of even in the regard that both the off lanes will be able to get something out of lane, but not be super happy with it. And it'll probably come down to our mid matchup and where that rotation first comes from, which I kind of always assumed that the Pango's going to be the first one to make the move, just because Rolling Thunder is such a powerful spell combined with the new double jump shield crash. But Storm Spirit being a very good counter rotator in that regard. Gonna have to pick and choose your timings. Copy's gonna go back for a bounty rune for the extra regen after pushing Yopaj's lane in. Yopaj keeping the CS very close between the two of them.
Is winning that regen trade, just doing well in this lane. And I mean, I do not doubt we're gonna see a decent amount of Pango this series. It's been moving up. People are very confident in this Echo Saber jump build. You're very tanky, you do a decent amount of damage. Maybe your early skirmish isn't as strong as that old version of Pango, but man, those mid-game team fights, you are annoying. Such a hard target to go on. And I almost wonder if you're supposed to get like purges against this hero more now because the shield is so much larger.
Sure.
Things like Shadow Demon or something.
Kitrak coming in from behind. TP needs to come in. It's going to be late, but Fly does get there. Decrepify saves Copy and turns around the gank. They get the first kill. Can they get the second one as well? Yopaj does have shield crash. He's bouncing back and actually challenges Copy there. Confident that the shield crash shield gives him so much HP he could take a 2v1, and he's not wrong in that regard. He'll get double water runes for that little exchange.
I gotta go to base. Though, not the worst exchange. You go base here, you refill, Pugna gets to take the lane, and you turn that gank around, which is huge, because we talked about these rotations, especially on the Tuskar for Kitrak. Shutting that down is really important here for Nouns. To to maintain this equilibrium. Yuma will get a little regen punish, but he's not going to die here. And so successful counter gank from Fly.
The result of it, though, is Storm Spirit is not going to be 6 very quickly. Yopaj will get that 6 a lot faster, so there's an opportunity for another rotation, right?
Down, yeah, but the Tusk TP top, and they know this, so would have to come out of Skem. This Maiden could rotate and just like Frostbite into the Rolling Thunder. Again, this is where if you're Nouns, you just need to keep track of these supports on the map, try and get the vision out, make the good calls, or have teleports ready to counter gank it, because you can counter gank this game. Decrep is a pretty good defensive tool. Cogs could be pretty annoying to dive into. You can leave your side laners alone this game. They're not getting threatened too much. So this is the type of setup Nouns would want to be able to deal with the Shopify aggression. So far, 0 kills on the board.
Well, here comes that Crystal Maiden. And Kid Track has found Fly, so they go for that kill instead, missing the Swashbuckle. Rolling Thunder could be used if it's needed. Oh, Yopaj doesn't know which one he wants. Does he want to go for the kill on Copy, who got his 6 now? They could still attempt for it. Does he want to control the power rune? Maybe he feels like that's more important. Lelis is going to show up, though. Late TP into the lane. And they'll try and get the power rune. It ends up being top, being carefully guarded by Kitrak, but Flying from the high ground will get the deny on it. And that reveals that there is going to be a ward there. Kitrak spots the ward, but can do nothing to kill it.
3-on-3 mid, a classic NA game right here. And this time Noun's a bit more prepared than that series we saw in that upper bracket yesterday, because they're actually bringing the firepower ready for these moves, not getting caught off guard. And Shopify not getting the openings they want in terms of that kill score, but they are still farming the lanes quite well. Try and make a go on Skem. Should get him here.
And Kitrak might be able to get a return kill, but no. Gunnar using the surge to run away. Does actually get blocked out by the Ice Shard, but Arteezy went for the other kill on Lelis. And so the split of damage results in a TP out on one side and Lelis getting away through the cogs on the other side. Arteezy and Kitrak missing out on a kill, putting Nouns up 2-0.
Dude, that was such an unfortunate vacuum, actually, because he would have cliffed that Tuskar with no TP for a long time, but the shards bumped him down. That had already been thrown out. I guess maybe he could have shards himself off the cliff again, but a little unlucky for Gunnar. Nonetheless, he gets out of there. They get the Wizard Rune split. Nouns escape another gank attempt and find that Maiden. So Shopify supports. Maybe having the slowest early game we've seen in this matchup. Still only level 3 on this Tuskar. Kitrak just couldn't find anything in this early game. And it's going to be a smoke on the Pango, trying to find this Chaos Knight. Have to go really deep for this, and even then, it's not the easiest kill. Just finding nothing here in this early game.
Go through the gate instead to try and gank the other side lane. They want to use this Rolling Thunder as many times as possible early on. It's just not working out so far. They're going to go for Gunnar here. Latif Gunnar can surge away from this in time. Dodges the Rolling Thunder. Hit by the Swashbuckle. The damage. It's too much for him to handle, but the rotation is coming in from Nouns. Nouns trying to play around this high ground ward that they have. None of the heroes stick around. In fact, Arteezy's just going to go to the other side of the map, having a feeling that this rotation is coming in. He just wants to take the enemy safe lane tower and farm there instead.
Wants nothing to do with amp damage Storm Spirit right now. Especially when he's having a free farm game.
Oh, almost got him on the vacuum if he had. Might have been Yopaj's death there. But Swashbuckle out of range just in time.
Still a decent early game for Shopify. Didn't really get the crazy momentum that we've seen in some of those other games, but they pretty much free farmed here. The Brewmaster ended up doing a lot better than I expected because the Pugna got forced out of the lane early due to the rotations. So now MC's just kind of cruising towards his Radiance, and if he gets there on a decent time, that's going to be your big team fight. That's going to be your counter Chaos Knight item. Evasion's going to be annoying for this lineup to get through. And this amp damage rune on the Storm just didn't yield much. Still looking at our Tor down here, but this guy's not really touchable unless you can land hook shot.
Yeah, They gotta at least kick this guy out of lane. Right now, they're at a tower deficit here. Their safe lane tower being taken, and Arteezy still trying to hold this. The Pugna Blast will make it inevitable that the tower does die, but it's going to take a bit. Right over the power runes, 10-minute. Oh, regen rune. Great pickup for the Storm Spirit. It is going to cost Lelis his life. Oh, they're going to go for the kill onto Scamma. Zip in to finish him off. Copy gets that one kill. They trade 1 for 1. Regen rune still in his back pocket. Yopaj wanting to show he's not going to back down, but he does back down. Trying to hit him now, forcing Copy to use some mana. Again, it's mana that Copy has to spare right now. Snowball in a little bit deep. Regen rune finally gets popped. Maybe that's just what they wanted out of him. Just get that regen out of the way so it's not a tool to be used later in a fight.
I mean, he's happy to trade out here. Like, this is just free damage for him.
It really is.
Jump missed.
They do know he has a regen rune, right?
Yeah, they're trying to break it. This is 2 patches ago.
Yeah, I don't know what that exchange was exactly, but Copy got definitely the better of it. Almost back up to full mana.
Gotta assert dominance here, right?
I
You
guess
can't just let your enemy dictate what's going on, especially in game 1. Like, you get that tower bottom, and Lelis farming up some jungle. Can get some extra farm on this clock with the Ion Shell going through. Can steal a bunch of extra camps. So map opening up a bit is pretty nice for now. They're gonna hook shot the Weaver.
Shots, yeah, that's
got the bounce.
Yeah, he still has his ult, so he's gonna be able to go back in with the bugs on him and try and chase down one of these heroes. The TP rotations did come out from the supports though, so I guess that attempt wasn't. It did have some impact, though. Yopaj is now trying to kill Fly in the mid lane. Doesn't really lay in the bounces, get the damage.
I mean, getting both support TPs there, that's worth something.
Yeah.
Give this hook shot up again in 20 seconds. No ult on the Weaver for 30. I don't know if there's a play opportunity on Arteezy again, but there might be, and they might be thinking about it. Can somehow catch him.
Well, it seems like we've had a fair amount of rotations, but very kind of different pace from the first series between these two teams, just because these rotations aren't proving to be successful. Both teams reacting a lot better to the fast pace that was set in the upper bracket finals and successfully defending that, which means just a lot of lost momentum for the team that was winning in that upper bracket finals. All 3 of those games were very fast games, but it was just Shopify in game 1 and game 3 kind of took the game over. Nouns did something similar in game 2. But here it seems like we're at an even match.
Maybe the tension getting to them a little bit. Shopify Rebellion not getting that crazy snowball action they were looking for. Gonna have to wait for the blink on Tusk, but this Tusk is so poor, not finding anything on this map. No. I guess you can just farm to your Brewmaster Radiance, but I feel like that's the type of game Nouns are looking for in this series. Slow, methodical game where they build up to some ball that's just unassailable. Like, they're happy to farm like this, so I don't think Shopify is too happy with what's going on, even if the game's not going bad for them. And this will be a big stack clear for Nouns. A lot of extra XP for the supports here. Level 7 and 8 respectively to level 6s on their counterparts. And another Wisdom Rune coming out as well. They're high level, man.
Way higher level. Fight for the Power Rune once again. Layla's just going to instantly pick up Shield Rune, not trying to save it for Copy. And Copy's going to go for the Kaya build and then back into Eternal Shroud. So we're going to see that tanky Storm Spirit, which, I mean, looking at it, they don't have like the best Storm killers in the game. So if he gets Eternal Shroud, I feel like he's always going to live through a lot of these disables that actually do hit him. They're not going to last very long, and he's going to have tons of mana to use between an Eternal Shroud and a Pugna behind him.
He's going to be a happy camper. getting his galvanized stacks too. He gets that level 12, he's going to boost him up even more. And then if you snowball from that point, it's going to be crazy strong on the map.
Yeah, I feel like that's such a big reason to really put emphasis on having storm killers on your team, is just because of the loss of momentum by killing this hero, right? Taking away those galvanized stacks. And conversely, also just halting him from being able to as aggressively get kills and get that mana regen out of control. I mean, the Storm Spirit in this patch is way more of a snowballing hero than previous patches, pretty much going back all the way back until the Bloodstone had the same effect of those like kills giving you more and more mana regen charges.
I mean, that's why it's valuable to make the fight difficult for him. Like when he enters the fight, there's spells waiting for him.
Long range hook shot into the tier 2. Not quite where Lelis wants to be, but somehow he gets out just as quickly as he went in.
I mean, just forcing more reactions. They're just playing with him and constricting the map. More TPs out of Shopify Rebellion. The lanes get shoved in from this Chaos Knight. Nouns are really outplaying them in the economy game right now. Like, they are abusing their 2 lane shovers and the CK and the Darkseer. This clock is just continually poking, forcing TPs. They can't close the gap to do anything about it. And in the meantime, you're just getting out farm.
Yeah.
It's like a 3k gold lead out of nowhere. Nothing's
Which
happened.
is where this Radiance move needs to be successful for Shopify if they want to even things out again. Been outplayed a lot in the little moves, but maybe one big move can ride all that. Sitting around on the power rune, waiting for
just have
somebody
no
to
initiation.
show. Yeah, their initiation
Nobody
is
can start
terrible.
And if you run into the storm, it's just a dead move unless you can land Frostbite on, which not that easy right now for Skem to just run in and guarantee that. There's also an Arcane Rune sitting on this storm, so I don't know if this is the fight you want to take, but you do have your Deso Radiance. So you would like to be able to use those for sure. Start getting some Deso charges.
You're baiting out Arteezy right now. Kitrak sitting behind him, ready to go with a snowball, but a rocket flare, well placed by Lelis, does spot that setup from Shopify Rebellion. So Shopify instantly dissolve that setup and just go up to farming the enemy jungle. Nouns confidently pushing forward, just really doing a great job of not letting Shopify hit this timing too hard. Now they are going to continue to force objectives. That Desolator did that by taking a mid tower. Now it's going to be used to take the Roshan as well. The Rocket Flare does spot them out, but they cannot get here fast enough.
That's a big Roche take. That is a fight I think Nouns would have happily contested here. With Arcane Rune Storm, Greaves up on the Darkseer. Orchid already done for the CK. They might take the fight anyway.
Yeah, Arcane Rune says that Coffee wants to go for the fight anyway. Managed to grab him mid-shield crash, pulling Yopaj back down. Meanwhile, they got the grab onto MC. There's no Radiance, no Brewmaster ultimate. That is a big blow to this fight for Shopify Rebellion. And as a result, they're going to have to back down. I mean, they did get Copy out of it, so a 1-for-1 trade-off as long as everybody gets out. Arteezy, they know he's here, but they have no detection to be able to spot him. So it actually does go 1-for-1. It was pretty disastrous there for MC, just running into the Orchid right away.
You have to think about that Clockwork who can just stall up your ult attempt. You try and go Void Panda stance, but yeah, that Orchid just seals your fate. And they do get the trade on the Storm, which is a big kill, remove some of those Galvanized stacks. Copy goes a little too deep, and now Arteezy's starting to play aggressive, very low mana, but can chase him out a bit, get a courier for his trouble. At least you're regaining some map control here. But MC did not get what he was looking for off this Radiance timing at all.
No. They're going to look to take another tower. Looks like this combination of the Desolator and the Radiance Primal Split just kind of saying, okay, Weaver will take these towers very efficiently, and if you try and put a stop to him, we have the team fight to back him up. And Nouns don't seem too concerned with it. They seem like they're just gonna farm out for the most part. Copy doing the most aggressive farming out there. Gotta be careful not to get caught though. Frostbite. And the Rolling Thunder hits him. That's enough. A maxed out Frostbite catches Copy in a really bad position. I mean, getting the Rolling Thunder on top of the Storm Spirit without a Blink Dagger, I feel like that's one of those things, and that's the only thing you have to worry about. It's just that Frostbite then in that case.
That is just not a death that needed to happen. Like, I don't think the Storm should be getting caught by this Frostbite with the cast range Skem has, but somehow he makes it work. Just had the right angle right around that tree during nighttime. Definitely helps. Back-to-back deaths for the Storm. Was looking to have a pretty good game.
Yeah, down to 6 galvanized stacks already. This is not the kind of progression he was hoping to see.
Definitely not. And they need him to be strong. He is their main source of jump besides the clock that can set up the fight, maybe start on the Pango and all in him before Yopaj can turn the fight around. I think this Manta's just already done for the Pango though, so he's a tough target. He's very tanky. Manta dispels the Orchid that can attempt to all in him. I don't think he's dying anymore to the Storm Jump and the Clockwork cooking. Even if you commit both on him, Yopaj is going to be obnoxious in the fight. This is kind of what this Pango build is designed to do. You don't want to go on him because you don't have enough damage. And if you don't go on him, he disrupts the whole fight and slowly kills you. So you have to pick your poison. Or you can just not fight, I guess, if you're Naus, and just keep playing the map, which was working for you before.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. They kind of need a bit of time here, at least for Yuma to complete the BKB. Maybe once he has BKB, they'll be content to take another engagement. But for now, they're just kind of roaming around, Ion Shell, clearing through neutral camps together. Arteezy has 50 seconds left on the Aegis. Seems like they're not going to use this for another objective. Scam gets spotted. Should be a free pickoff as he has 0 items.
Yeah, that is the freest kill in the game.
Yeah.
Probably will always be the freest kill in the game. Still don't have this Tusk Blink, by the way. Kittrack just not being given a lot of farm priority here. And since he's not been in all the fights, because there haven't been a lot of fights, his levels are okay, but he's just very poor this game. And it's hurting them a lot because you just don't have the initiation power that you need.
Yeah. I would say maybe this is something about Kittrack, 5 to 4 sort of thing. I think most 4s are a lot greedier than Kittrack is and will take a lot more time to get their first round of items. But Kittrack has mostly just been following the Pango around, following the Weaver around, just kind of, waiting to have to use the snowball to save somebody or get in some sort of fight. But it's 4-5, 22 minutes in. Pretty slow game in the kill count, even if there have been a lot of moves back and forth. It's just those moves haven't been successful, that's all. We had a team fight. It went 1 for 1. There was not as many kills as you would normally expect in these situations. Successful scan on the Weaver. The Aegis has expired. You know he's making this rotation across. If they had the vision to spot him, they could catch him with an Orchid before he completes his BKB. But he got up to the safety of the triangle, and it's really hard for Nouns to get up there undetected.
Both smokes will not yield anything here. Aegis didn't really end up doing much for Shopify other than, I guess, accelerating the next one, if that's their game plan. Just trying to abuse the Roche taking a really high speed. Skem gets caught again, though. He's
going back in. Skem tried to catch him with a frostbite. Oh, that is not the shard he wanted to use, not the direction he wanted to go. They're going to get Yopaj now as well. Now, Yopaj has Manta as well as the shield crash. Gets bumped out, pulled deep in after the Manta and silenced up by Yuma. So not the right timing there for the Manta. Found the real one pretty quickly. And Nouns back from that gold lead that they had got kind of taken down at 2K a couple minutes ago. Now back up to 6K again. And Storm Spirit's building up those galvanized stacks once more. Almost has his BKB. Yuma does have his BKB, so they're all kind of reaching a timing here on side of Nouns where they are no longer going to be dodging Shopify Rebellion 5-on-5s.
I mean, Nouns are just playing the map better in this first game, for sure. They're just extracting way more out of it, getting the lanes in a lot faster. This support duo on Shopify has struggled to find aggressive plays, which means they're just playing from behind. They do finish up the blink on the Tusk, but now you have a BKB on this Storm, so he's invincible in these fights. And you haven't gotten that full team fight for MC yet. You got such an early Radiance, and just had to have farm with it, which isn't terrible, but this Brew is, I don't think he's used his ult once this game.
No, he hasn't. He got into one team fight, and he was the one to die first. And ever since then, I just feel like there is a lot of hesitance and maybe anxiety, as this is a grand finals. I just see a lot of Shopify members sitting around each other, but not necessarily making aggressive moves constantly like they did in the upper bracket finals. I see a lot of Nouns members doing something similar, though they're kind of ion shell farming camps and stuff. It seems like a much better, more relaxed setup for them. They are getting a lot more out of the map than Shopify Rebellion, so I'm sure they're not sad with what's going on at all.
Yeah, they're just farming with everybody. Like, these supports are just clearing through camps, right? They're scaling, finding team items. Aetherland's Glimmer on the Pugna. Half an Ag's done for this clock.
Oh, really trying to force this one. Hits the hook shot, catches the Crystal Maiden. A single pickoff. If that is all it's gonna be, which seems like it. Shopify are gonna dodge away, not trying to take any sort of fight on their vision or anything. I mean, they do hold this high ground area, but it seems more like waiting for a pickoff or something.
They're gonna try and go back mid on the Storm. He does have BKB though.
Surprise the Storm, but it's gonna be a hard kill with a shield rune. They almost had it. That was actually way more damage than I expected. The tag team maxed out, doing some heavy lifting there in the damage department, and Yopaj very nicely played with the harpoon to get the chain stun, but ultimately it was not enough. Left with just 150 HP. Thanks to a shield rune, he barely lives.
Because he didn't have to TP out, he has to TP to Roshan, which gets scanned by Shopify Rebellion, but they are too late to the party here. Cheese and Aegis, this is super nice for Nouns, because that Aegis on the Storm is a godsend right here. He is so strong with it right now. And even the cheese on this CK, like, I don't think they're bursting him before he gets it off.
Yeah, I was going to say,
really
you know,
want to take this fight?
Yeah, it seems like they feel like they could catch Nouns by surprise. I don't know if they feel like they are that much stronger than them right now. Again, Nouns hit their BKB timings. This is not the same squad that 10 minutes ago was looking to try and dodge team fights against Radiant's Primal Split. They are much stronger and have the extra lives. Back it up. Weaver in some trouble. Tried to go on him. Instantly pops the BKB time lapse. Kidtrack tried to come in with the snowball save. It does isolate Yuma for now. Yuma pops his BKB and he's got a cheese to work with. This is going to be a massacre at this point. Yopaj pops his Rolling Thunder. That'll cause a little bit of interference for people to get away. He'll TP out. And I mean, good. Honestly, not too bad by Shopify to get out of that team fight, because that looked like it was going to be a terrible fight.
But what are you waiting for, in a sense, right? Like, is the Brew happy with what's happening in this game right now? I mean, I know this hero can scale, but it doesn't feel like Brew wins those late game man fights versus lineups like this, where you have a bunch of buffs and a CK who, okay, yeah, maybe your ult is okay versus CK, but it doesn't clear him out in the late game, and you don't man fight that hero in the late game. At some point, he just all-ins you.
It does 1,000 damage. Later Chaos Knight illusions are way tankier than 1,000 damage. So we're talking about Dispel Magic, of course, the Storm Panda spell, which is supposed to be the big counter for Brewmaster against Chaos Knight early. Does 1,000 damage to illusions and summoned units, but it's only gonna, that 1,000 damage is only gonna take you so far.
Just giving up every power rune to the Storm too. I agree. This has just felt like a very timid game from Shopify Rebellion. Like, even if you're not outscaling them, you have to just play way more aggressive.
He doesn't have BKB in that first bit of initiation, and they had the chain stun, actually. So even as the BKB came up, Arteezy not able to live. Really good read by Copy and the rest of Nouns to see that they actually had a kill opportunity there against the rather elusive Weaver. Up 12,000 net worth now as that net worth lead doubles in just a couple of minutes, and they still have plenty of room to work with. An Aegis still on 2 minutes and a cheese. It almost feels like that first Roshan was a detriment to Shopify because they didn't get that much done with it, and this extra resource in cheese has only benefited Nouns.
They just didn't, because they didn't get anything done with it. It just backfired really bad, and now they just can't contest the fight at all. It's not even close. Basically, just accelerated the Roshan process for Nouns here, who I don't think were too interested in that first one anyway. Now they have a gem on Gunner. His Shiva's is done. Looking towards a Bloodthorn on the Chaos Knight. I mean, these items are just rolling in right now, and I don't see answers on the side of Shopify Rebellion. They're just getting hunting around the man. I mean, Skem is just getting feasted upon.
Yeah. He might be able to get a little bit of distance here, but eventually Copy will join the fight and get his 17th galvanized stack.
I don't know. There's just nothing going on.
Nope.
There's no like blink tusk punch attempts on the map. There's not really crazy split pushing going on. If you can't fight, you could just rat. We haven't really seen too much of that. Maybe too afraid of the storm. The lanes getting shoved in by the CK Darkseer are pretty strong. But you're just idling around. Like, you're not farming sides of the map. You're not getting deep wards out. You're just waiting. And when you're waiting in Dota, you're losing it.
Yep. 3 heroes in the Radiant base for Shopify. Only person out there is MC, who's farming away, trying to get a boots of travel. So that's not going to change that team fight aspect at all. It seems like maybe they are going to really focus on split pushing. Maybe they just have faith that Weaver is the harder carry here. I mean, Weaver does get pretty bonkers with this Shikuchi and the Daedalus and the way he can clear out team fights in an AoE. The long zip in from Copy to finish off Kid-Track. Now he goes for this Crystal Maiden as well, while the Rolling Thunder attempts to disrupt the backline. He does manage to get the Darkseer killed. Hits Fly as well. Got off the Decrepify. Need to dispel that one off quickly. 2 shots him, but the Weaver is in trouble and gets bursted down by Yuma. And Copy is still lurking in the back lines, looking for more kills. Almost killed Kid-Track a second time. A TP away canceled there from Copy, as he's going to look to keep this fight going. Still has some mana regen, but now he's jumped into MC with no mana left. Not the time for a crash there, as Skem popped the freezing field at least before he crashed, it seems. But is Copy just gonna die here?
Yeah, he's dead. He should have completed that TP, because this fight is not going good on the backside at all. Double support buyback really did some work here. I mean, Yuma's still strong. He has BKB and cheese, so he might attempt to clean somebody up here, but the Brew and the Pango are basically full. And I think this Storm should just be dead for sure. It jumped right into MC's arms. That's not an angel, son.
He does have crazy mana regen, and I think Yopaj is going to get pulled here by Yuma. So it might just be a question of how quickly can MC put out the damage on Copy before Copy gets a zip over. It's not fast enough, it seems. And here comes Yuma to try and clean up by himself. Eventually realizes he's just too outnumbered. Goes for the TP away during BKB, and it works. So, Lilis does manage to get Kid-Track in the end. I think he maybe got him with a double rocket from that one. Very nicely played to get an extra kill out of the situation. Shopify Rebellion did have to expend 2 support buybacks and still lost their carry from that fight. So while they did win the fight in golden experience, it did also cost them a decent amount from their already so poor supports. I mean, at this point, they're both getting doubled up on by the Noun supports.
Their economy is shot, man. Like, that is your support economy gone in this game. So Core is gonna have to do some lifting. Mind Control did do some decent lifting in that fight, like almost 7,000 damage. He really cleaned up that backline. Finally got to use his primal split, and it did some work there. You had Decrep on the Darkseer to try and bail him out from that single target focus, but the bug was just on him the whole time. And then he can't kill the bug because he's Decrep, so it's kind of a weird situation for Gunner. Ends up going down first. You lose those auras in the fight. That is the big opening that Shopify wanted. They can bring the Darkseer down first, and everybody else is a lot easier to deal with. The Pugna as well. Those are the two biggest targets for them. The healers, the aura buyers, the buffs.
Yeah.
So positioning kind of got broken there for Nouns with BKB Weaver just running in super deep with the pandas. But of course, your BKB does not last forever here on the Weaver. The second it's out, any silence or stun just makes you disappear here. Another regen rune for the Storm. Daedalus for the Weaver.
Yeah.
Ooh. Glass cannon build
Yeah.
for sure.
He does one-shot people. He even has the passive glass cannon still from Nemesis Curse. So yeah, he one-shots Fly possibly. If he gets a double hit when one of those is a crit, the Pugna might just die from that straight up. Fortunately, Lelis is actually pretty damn tanky. Having a full-on Aghanim Scepter, an Ogre Sealed Totem, he's got 3,000 HP. But
Yeah,
the
some of that
Weaver's
is the
damage
Ion
is
Shell.
crazy impressive
No,
late
it's
game.
not.
Radiant's
What?
structures are fortified.
Yeah, man.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Am I crazy or did his health not change? He got the... Oh, he's dead. Alright, well, that's unfortunate. He BKB'd as well, so... That's doubly unfortunate. More
What does
pickoffs.
Shopify do now? 60 seconds left on the Weaver. It pretty much means there's very little chance you can contest Roshan. They're going to go for the kill on Yopaj. A hard kill to get, but he no longer has his Manta. Still trying to get off the Rolling Thunder, pulled around into the cogs, and will die. He tried to grab Fly to pull himself out of the cogs or something, but that didn't work the way he wanted it to. MC getting chased by Yuma turns off his Radiance to try and hide away from the big bad carry of Nouns. These pickoffs just mean that Nouns, they have much more control of the map, but are probably going to be very well set up when Roshan spawns in 40 seconds.
I mean, the vision is gone here. Shopify Rebellion. That gem has done work. I mean, it's normally Skem getting the early gem and dewarding for them, but Fly's gem just clear through this entire map. There's nothing left. They're flying blind out here, and that is tough for them because they need the initiations to go well. You need the Brew and the Weaver to get in there fast and deal with the healers. Otherwise, that fight just feels impossible.
MC saw
soon.
some rockets float on by. He knows Lelis is searching for him. So he
don't want none of
quickly
that.
gets out of town. He, I think he was hoping to be able to cut another wave with another round of Manta, but Nouns doing a very good job of killing the illusions quickly, so the top lane pushes in, and with that wave pushed in, it just gives them a lot more control over the Roshan pit, which Roshan has spawned, and Nouns do know about it.
They're going to clean it up instantly. Parasma's already done on this storm, so the late game damage items are there. Between the Parasma and the Bloodthorn, you're all super tanky. These Ion Shells are going around, giving people bonus HP. There's a lot to cut through here. I mean, his Weaver does have some damage, but he has a very limited window to get that damage off. Arteezy is really going to need to make that BKB work.
Yeah. He's also going to need to hit. Like, I feel like that initial hit is so important for him when he Shikuchi's in and hits as many units as he can. Maybe gets some of the Chaos Knight illusions or whatever and gets that first hit in. So important, especially once he gets to level 25. Because they're going to need every bit of help they can get with a 27,000 net worth lead for Nouns. Full momentum for the squad. And, I mean, at this rate, you're pretty much guaranteed to get some sort of pick off somewhere here. It's just a question if it's going to be the big guy in Arteezy, not him.
Again.
Kitrak, not him
God.
either. Almost spotted by the jetpack of Lelis. Close call.
I think our Thor should have died there. And Coffee just jumps again. Did get nags off that Roche, by the way. So this Storm Vortex is nasty now. Something else you're going to have to think about. That Roshan acceleration for Shopify just did not work out for them this game.
They are gonna have such solid like area control. They drop another ward, they cogs in whoever they can, they vacuum in whoever they can, they hit them with a vortex. That's a team fight one right there if you hit more than 2 units. Phantasm start chipping away at the tier 3, already below half HP, combined with the Pugna. Nether blasting away, zip forward from Coffee. Looks like he just wanted to have a poke to see if he could get Arteezy to use his BKB. He's got a Ascetics cap though, so he was confident. Thanks to the extra status resistance that is offered from that item.
Have another Phantasm at 30. They're not going to let Shopify out of the base here. You have vacuum AoE Vortex. It's like your team fight's insane right now. AC just done on the CK gives you the extra front line. This man is a beast. Just a matter of finding anybody to jump. You have rocket flares to give you the vision. You could just jump the base here. Pretty tempting to force it.
Well, they got a little bit of time to figure it out. I mean, I would say, I feel like the sieging mechanisms are so strong for them. Force Shopify to come out and stop them here. Phantasm pushing in 2 different lanes. Grab on the Brewmaster. They actually managed to pull him out of the base here with a vacuum. They do not seriously attempt to go on him, though. Yuma doesn't back up that go.
They've taken the base.
Yeah, they're content with the way things are going for now. He pops a Reality Rift onto the Pango. Yopaj was able to get away there, but they're still chipping away at it. This melee barracks is dying to just copy and a gunner illusion.
This man just refuses to use his hammer, too. I don't know what's up with that, but power to him.
The hammer is a passive item now, of course.
I guess so, yeah.
People just buy
Making
it
a
for the
statement.
mana regen.
Yopaj
Zip it away. Yopaj rolling up. Gets off the Rolling Thunder. Chain stuns on the Storm Spirit. Not a whole lot of follow-up here. Plenty of stuns, but it's Weaver going for the Chaos Knight right now. Doesn't try and help kill the Storm, who has that Aegis. And a clockwork hook shot that lands on the Crystal Meat. Great grab from Coffee. Managed to get both Yopaj and Arteezy in that one. Got off the time lapse ever so barely, and it makes a break for it. But Yopaj isn't going to be as lucky. Doesn't have the Dispel to deal with that. Good snowball save, though. Pops back out. Yopaj still dead, and Kitrak will join him. All they lost was the Aegis on the Storm Spirit. Nouns well prepared at this point to finish the game. Arteezy is going to need a miracle. Popped in a corner. He'll get caught. Too many controlled. Too much damage. Now it's easily take game number 1.
Man, that was just a nothing game from Shopify Rebellion, man. After what we saw, what they did in that upper bracket final, I think they would have come out a bit more guns blazing, confident, aggressive, but felt like after that first gank mid failed for the Tusk, they just like never really tried anything again. Like Critchak is just 1, 2, and 1 at like 25 minutes in this game. You get that Roshan, you don't do anything with the Aegis. This Aegis is just a Weaver farming with Deso. I don't think Arteezy even ended up with a Deso charge this game. Way too passive to be giving Nouns all the space because they're just outplaying you on the map too. It's one thing if you're going to play slow and be better on the map than your opponent, but if you're playing slow and you're just playing worse on the map because your lane shove is worse, your pickoff game is worse, your heroes aren't scaling as hard, in my opinion, it's just like, what are you playing for, right? There's no real light at the end of the tunnel here, in my opinion, for how this game was progressing for Shopify Rebellion. I don't think Pango thrives in this type of game either. Like, if you're going to pick this Pango, his strength is the team fight. It's a tanky frontliner who can team fight early and abuse the fact that a lot of lineups don't have the damage to deal with this Echo Saber buildup at that like 10 to 20 minute mark. There's just no fights for him to join. There's nothing for this Brewmaster Radiant. So Nouns very comfortable in this game 1. They got all of their signature heroes they wanted between the Storm and the Darkseer, and they were just looking, well, quite happy to be up a game in this BO5 looking towards TI.
Oh yeah, after losing the upper bracket finals, I'm sure getting a game lead in this series in the grand finals feels very good, especially I'm sure no matter what the outcome was of the upper bracket, I'm sure they still feel pretty damn confident that they're going to beat Shopify in a best of 5 since they did it before. But yeah, that was just not the start. I mean, how many times, Avery, have we said we love watching Shopify when they're aggressive and moving, and hate watching them play passive and slowly losing the game. It's just like it's so night and day sometimes the way they play around, and maybe that's just like something about like momentum or feel of the game. Maybe they just didn't feel like they could make moves work, so they just kind of defaulted to a little bit more of a passive setup here. But yeah, this game one, just not what we saw that Shopify Rebellion was successful with against Nouns in the upper bracket final. And I would expect Coach Bulba probably comes in and, I don't know, probably give a pep talk or kick some ass, you know, because it felt like just Shopify Rebellion was scared.
I do think the one big like macro factor here was the lane shoves felt very difficult for them. You have Darkseer, who's ghost shoving one side of the map. CK Phantasm's ghost shoving 1.5 or 2 lanes of the other 2. You just don't see these heroes. Like, maybe this Tusk and Maiden are trying to set stuff up. We saw a couple deep smokes where they tried to find the CK. Just nowhere close to happening because no one's pushing the lanes out as fast and they're not pressuring the towers as much. So, one, you're afraid of the Storm Spirit clock jump, and on the other hand, your map's getting condensed by these other 2 heroes. You know, we're talking about playing fast and being able to find these ganks and stuff. If it didn't happen really early off the laning phase to snowball that game, it became really difficult to find them on the map overall. And there's a reason Nouns are winning that economy war. So that is something you can change in the draft, but that early game was an execution thing, right? Like, sure, you have this Brute Tusk lane, but you could have brought this Tusk bottom and looked for the tri lane, like they've done in some of their games, right? You have Weaver, Tusk, Maiden. It's just guaranteed kills down there if you're not finding anything. You could have brought both supports mid for those ganks instead of only the Tusk to start on a tower dive. You could have brought the Weaver through the gate to look for the kills top. Like, all these things we've seen them do, those opportunities were there in that game, right? If you go back and watch that replay, they just didn't line up. Too passive. That's an execution thing. Nothing in the draft's going to change that. So if that's how they still want to win this series, they're going to have to step it up a notch because Nouns, I mean, they're just playing their game, man. Like, you're going to have to challenge them.
Yeah, I mean, how many times did we see the Leela's Gunner duo just, you know, make an initiation, force 1 support rotation, 2 support rotations, maybe even Yopaj TP's in as well.
Yep,
and
those are huge.
They got nothing out of that, right? It was just a whole lot of defense being run by Shopify Rebellion, playing on the back foot in a series they should have been playing on the front foot, as they should have had the momentum in the upper bracket final. Not the case. And now we're going to be heading to a game 2, but that'll happen after we go to a break. So we'll be right back.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
An extremely rough start for Shopify Rebellion in this best of 5 grand finals with a chance to go to the international on the line. In game 1, it wasn't just a loss, it was also the way that they lost. Has to feel bad for Shopify Rebellion, and hopefully they're going to be able to correct some things going into game 2. Otherwise, Avery, they're just going to be playing right into Nouns' hands. I mean, you said in the upper bracket finals, Nouns, they are a bit more of a methodical, slower team. And so if you slow down at all, you are kind of playing into their hands, right?
That's how I feel. I feel like they're just a little better at playing that style than Shopify is right now. So you don't want to mirror them. You either want to upset that tempo by playing too fast, or you can try and upset that tempo by just having way better scale. So even if maybe you're behind by 10K, it doesn't matter. You just win that one fight, get third row shot, and you win the game. I think you could go that route too. That one I'm a little less convinced by, but, you know, it could be an option. Nonetheless, you have to choose what you give them here, and they do ban that Meepo from the first pick side. Do not want to give away that first pick Meepo with, you know, extra bans on top of it. That's
being a game
annoying.
down really makes you you start getting a little nervous, right?
Mm-hmm. And it's limiting your ban options here, right? Because you can ban 3 pick a hero, but okay, now they're just going to take the Darkseer, which again was doing a lot of work for them on the map that game. If I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm really thinking about what I can do to combat the lane shove that this hero's bringing to the table. Because to me, that was the most obnoxious part for how they wanted to play. Like, it made all their ganks harder, the rotations harder. Not a hero they could just straight up beat on the lane with that Weaver. So maybe a stronger lane counter, like they did with the Pudge, and the Pudge got banned here, right? Or you find a way to, you know, equalize the map a bit that's easy for you. Something that's not super high committal, that you can just kind of shove it back against him.
Shopify Rebellion.
They'll steal
They're
the
going to
mate.
take the Crystal Maiden this time around. Interesting, because the Crystal Maiden did feel like quite the detriment in game 1. Really just was not able to contribute much outside of that one kill that they got on Coffee, where he was able to lead off with a Frostbite. But frankly, they're just much better heroes for that sort of situation. And also no Storm Spirit available, so I feel like the mana battery that is being offered here by CM isn't as valuable either. But I guess we'll see what the rest of the draft gives us.
Interesting DK pick, because yeah, they do have the like triple flex potential with it, and maybe there's just not a lot of good mid heroes left that are good versus the DK, but not a hero that's very good versus Darkseer in general. Tend to get and give a good illusion away. It's a hero that can combat you earlier on the towers, builds auras to make his team tanky, so they can kind of just outlast your damage. Maybe the new DK is a bit better with the bonus damage that none of that Darkseer really gets to use. It's an interesting pick. Doesn't strike me as something where I'm like, oh, they got that Darkseer. Is a hero that will let them push, though, if they just want to group up and like, okay, maybe in a game like that, you couldn't find the ganks or anything, but if you just start pushing towers down, you don't have to run around and look for kills. You're just going to take their base.
Yeah,
That's
last
a
time they
very
had to wait for the
aggressive
Deso on the Weaver, right? They needed the Deso on the Weaver to take some of those outer towers. And then they needed the full-out Radiance plus Manta to deal with the Phantom push that was happening in all these lanes, trying to combat that. They get Disruptor, which offers you a bit better control when these... I mean, there was a sense of a lack of that, right? How many times did we see the Clockwork make an initiation with Ion Shell and then just was able to walk away with the help of a Surge?
They just took their support duo that did nothing in that previous game. Okay. Yeah, why not? They were just so impressed by it. They're like, we got to have that Maiden Tusk. They were doing work there. I mean, I guess if you beat them with this, it's even more demoralizing.
Yeah, I mean, if there is no Clockwork, which got banned away, Tusk is probably the best substitute for position for Darkseer to play with.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because Pudge is out, Tiny's out, Clock is out, and I think your other option is Spirit Breaker, but just doesn't look like a good Spirit Breaker game at all into these two supports.
Ugh, Brambles and Glimpse.
Yeah. I guess there's like the Earthshaker and Nyx, but those heroes also don't look good here and are really slow. So I think Tusk was the best of what was left in the pool. So it makes sense here. It does function a lot better with the Darkseer to help him than just on his own. You grab the Monkey King too. Is another Darkseer combination. Not a hero we've seen a lot of, but can be pretty fast. Can also like shove these waves out and be hard to catch. Interesting pick. Not a hero I feel like I've seen Nouns play a lot, to be honest. Kind of curious what they're going to do with it here.
Well, you have seen. How do you feel about that? I feel like that facet is really good. The one that gives you no cooldown on Tree Dance. Yumo is making pretty good use of that. I think last series, but then I think he did it another time in the qualifiers. This monkey just moves around the map so quickly.
I think it's the shard buff that was actually the most interesting to me. I agree that facet's nice, but the fact you guarantee the slow off of the just hitting someone with the staff with the shard now, it's like kind of interesting to me. I wonder how much it affects his team fight chase down potential and stuff like that. And we've seen a lot of players just like using this shard in the middle of a fight. Like you whack your totem, you go to the end of it, start hitting someone, send another one out, use it as an escape mechanism sometimes too. I think there's some decent untapped potential there, but it's just kind of weird to figure it out and hasn't become stable yet. That part I'm interested in, but of course this troll matchup, none of it really helps you there. This is just a tough one for the Monkey King. Can't deal with the mischance very well, and troll just ults into your ult and doesn't give a damn. And very hard to disengage from him. Also an obnoxious hero for the Tuskar, because you also have to man up with physical, and I mean troll just stops you doing that. So this troll pick is pretty good here. Doesn't have a lot to back him up. It's the one downside, but they can push. So if they just get early Aegises, give the troll an Aegis, start pushing, there really is no answer to him right now. Nouns need something to slow this troll down, either on the lane or in the fights. And they're not going to get it on the lane because they have a Darkseer. So you probably need a mid hero that really makes his life annoying. I mean, it'd be things like Outworld Devour or something, but
how many times did we go back to the OD? I knew you were thinking about it. I know I was thinking about it.
I mean, it's always an interesting hero because it does serve some unique purposes that you don't get from a lot of other heroes, but you have to have the confidence to play it. And again, we're probably just not going to see it here. And you have to, I mean, you are going to get to see where this DK goes, I guess, which will help your pick a bit. But I assume Shopify just might put the Dragon Knight mid, honestly, and just pick something good versus Monkey here. Though DK can lane versus Monkey. It's actually not a bad matchup at all. So they do have options.
Well, if they do that, then that does open up. I mean, the best most of the best counters versus troll are from the carry position, right? Razor, Slark, Huerta.
I don't think you can put the Monkey mid versus DK this game. I think it's that matchup's just really bad mid, I think. And then it's very easy for Disruptor plus maybe Willow to go mid and just glimpse Monkey in a DK ult. You kill him. I don't think your two supports can really stop that, and you're just in trouble, I think. I would not want to put the Monkey King mid this game. And I don't think its timings are going to align with this Darkseer. I just don't feel it. Maybe they're super confident, but from my perspective, it looks a little grim. You could play like the Razor mid. I mean, that could be an option, but that matchup's also not great versus the DK.
Copy is a Tinker player. There's an answer to troll.
Yeah, there's an answer to being up in the series as well. Can go on in. They banned
away
the
OD.
I told you, dude. It was spooky. It was spooky.
Yeah. All right.
I don't blame him for that, man. That would have been scary for this lineup. Like, you have Astral Save for the Static Storm and stuff, too.
Slardar.
Commit the Slardar. Could still go mid with the Slardar. So you have to keep that little flex in mind if you have some, like, gotcha pick. But these are two tough... I mean, these are three tough melee heroes for the Monkey to fight, honestly. Like, none of them are that straightforward. even if, you know, he can go in Wukong and have high armor versus Slaughter and stuff, but it's just not fun. You're getting hit by Corrosive Breath. There's Corrosive Haze. There's a troll making you miss. People just bashing you, manning up on you. A lot of armor between the DK and the troll. Doesn't look like a fun monkey game to me, man. I think this hero's in trouble. They need a really good pick here to get out of this one. Maybe you can just go Sven or CK again and just like try and combo it up with the Darkseer, but God feels like a Hail Mary.
Trying to think of heroes here. There's not many left. They go for the Tinker.
God.
They go for the Tinker.
Oh my
I mean,
God.
you needed a game changer. Did you or did you not?
I mean, honestly, I'm in shock that they picked this hero, but I might be more shocked that you called it. That might have been the greatest. That might have been the greatest hero call of your entire career. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, I don't know what the odds are of them picking that there, but they had to be 1% or less. Oh my God. We're living in a simulation or something, dude. What the hell was that?
I mean, okay, before the Tinker pick, what would you have given draft-wise this win matchup, this win percent? I felt like Shopify was very favored from the draft.
Yeah, I feel like maybe 60-40, honestly.
Okay. And do you think that the Tinker cuts that win percent down back to 50-50?
On a theory level, yes, because the hero does disrupt like whatever all the stuff that's going on, right? It is that significant of a pick, like an OD or something that just changes the course of how the lineups function. So I think in that sense, I agree with the pick. You needed something strong and drastic there that really changes the setup. I have no clue like what Tinker does in this patch, dude. I'm gonna be honest. I mean, I don't know if there's a lot of people that do. Like, we played with it a couple times. You can do some cool stuff on this hero with the cooldown reduction, I think is the biggest part, right? Like, you can just spam defensive items or get to a point where you have like Wind Waker, Lincolns, and these items have like 4-second cooldown. It's just like, what the hell is going on? I can't touch this guy. It's absurd. That part is interesting. I think that's the most interesting part about the hero. Everything else I have no idea about. Like, I think his laning's okay. I think his early fighting is okay. He can farm with March of the Machines now. But like, I still maybe he still has the same problems. I feel like if you gank him once or twice, his game falls apart. He's not that good at using power runes. His gank potential's a lot worse than it used to be. His scale is okay, but it's not like he can't do some of the bullshit things he used to do in terms of like the ultra late, you know, hex refresh hexer. It's like, so this hero's just wild card, man. I hope for copy's sake he's played it. He is a grandmaster tier Tinker. Like that, he is a Tinker spammer, and that
he is indeed a Tinker spammer. And we had a brief little pause, but we are ready to go to get into game 2. As far as what does Tinker do, there's probably no better person to go to than Nothing to Say, who did play it in the Chinese qualifier, and he went. Pulling it up right here. He went Blink Dagger, Aghanim Scepter, Kaya, BKB, Lincolns. And it was a relatively fast victory for G2IG over Team Kev, so we don't really get to see past that. But that was Nothing to Say's build, who might be the best Tinker player in the professional circuit right now. So
I think you definitely want to end up with something like Wind Waker Lincolns on him.
By fly.
Take advantage of the cast or the cooldown reduction. So that part makes sense to me. As first blood for Arteezy, he's definitely going to be happy about that one. I think defense matrix is also a big part of this hero. Using like the translocator, which he has as a facet, so you get an extra bit of survivability for yourself, but just throwing these defense matrices throughout the fight, they're pretty annoying. It's a decent amount of HP. The status resist is sometimes impactful. I don't know. The hero's interesting. I don't think he's necessarily weak. I think it's just very difficult to figure out his purpose right now. And you just gave up first blood and 3 bounty runes, so you're already down a significant amount going into this laning phase, which doesn't necessarily look to be the easiest.
He does have that. We didn't really talk too much about it, but the translocator. This defense matrix is pretty funny. It can make this hero really hard to lock down, and it does also give him a dispel, which is going to be an interesting effect. Strong dispel against the corrosive haze as well as the brambles, so might actually save him from some of these status effects.
You also have a bit more lane shove now, like getting March of the Machines back. So the hero is a bit better at like defending buildings, farming some stacks, pushing out the waves, but he's not as mobile on the map. So there's a lot of trade-offs that happen with this hero. He's in a weird spot. Hopefully he does well on this lane, because I could see DK just out regenning his harass and then pushing his tower, and that would not be a fun position to be in with this Tinker when you're already behind on Rune Gold and First Blood Gold, so it likely means your side lanes are not going to be able to be left alone this game. Especially versus like Slardar Troll, who just run you down if there's a solo hero, particularly with Disruptor on the field. This looks like a tough laning phase for Nouns. I think Shopify really set themselves up to, okay, we want to continue to be aggressive here. We're just going to make sure we're in a better position to do it and have more opportunities. Heroes like Disruptor should guarantee you these kill openings if you're looking for them, and I expect them to be looking for them this game.
Probably going to be some heavy clashes in these side lanes. The Slardar versus Monkey King with two squishy supports on both sides. Feels like the kills could break out on either of these side lanes for either team. The other side is a Darkseer Tusk, which is always a good gap close against Disruptor, though the Disruptor does have a pretty interesting new mechanic, the electromagnetic repulsion, which might actually save him in these situations where he could have double melee heroes going on him. That pushback, we could slow down a lot of tag team damage specifically.
It's annoying on lane for sure. Definitely saves this hero in a lot of situations versus these like Pudges, Clockworks, random melee gap closers that used to be a big issue for him.
Yeah.
A lot stronger now. Punch Artesia a bit, but I mean, this is just not a lane you can really man up in. You have Repulsion on one hero, Whirling Axes on the other.
It's so
what
pathetic.
are we doing?
So I expect playlists to maybe find some time to try and jump out of lane. Not this early, but just the fact that he cannot really do anything. Plus, combined with the fact that Copy is doing pretty well on mid, and I'm sure that bottom lane could use the help of the Tusk as well.
I just don't know if you have the damage on
Inside the kinetic field with a blood grenade. Gunner turns around, vacuums, but he's still dead. And nothing Lelis can do in response, man. These whirling axes are debilitating to the Tusk. This pickup of the Troll was just so strong.
Hey, you want early boots too. I mean, you can see they just want to kill this game. Mid is going to be the only lane that really is going to go well here for Nouns. Both these cores struggling to win the trades in the side lanes. Maybe they should not have stolen this support duo. I don't know. It's not looking too hot in this laning phase, tell you that much.
No, it's not.
Yopaj getting low, man.
Yeah. Copy. Really taking it to him. One of the few heroes that could maybe actually deal with the Dragonite in lane. We've seen Dragonite be able to actually do very well in so many melee versus range matchups.
Look at this rotation top. What? 4-man rotation at 4 minutes, bringing the Monkey King.
This is insane, man.
I mean, he does move super fast.
Yeah, again, the power of that facet, the Simeon Stride allows him to move around. The lane was pushed in deep on the other side. They got a TP out of the Dark Willow, which probably makes the Monkey King's life a lot easier when he goes back into play. Kidtrack does walk into Lelis here. But again, Shadow Realm.
Might get
so
it.
Another situation, tag team is not great, but they'll get the kill eventually. Troll is not coming over, and Skim can do very little to stop this.
I actually like that idea, because as Nouns in this game, you don't want to just like sit on losing lanes, right? You just make some crazy move happen, get a response. Even if it doesn't work, if you don't overextend, you got some support rotations. This Willow TP'd and died, so now this bottom lane is open more for the Monkey. Is Darkseer at least got something out of that overall exchange? Like, it's better than just sitting in static losing lanes. Arteezy getting low.
Almost kills him.
Vacuum.
It's up to Skim now. Skim won't be able to do it either. Keeping their distance from Gunner nicely with the ranged whirling axes. And, well, Arteezy does get low. Relatively efficient trade-off, especially as they'll have the Lotus coming up. The rotation comes out from Lelis as he wants to get the 6-minute power rune for Copy.
Plants and Obs under a sentry, so that sentry's timing out. That's a good rune to get. Not mind that one. I feel like Nouns have this idea of really abusing these pokes so far in these first two games. Like forcing a response, but not necessarily committing to the play. And it feels like Shopify have bitten most of those moves, right? They've forced out TPs, not gone well for them, costing their supports a lot of early game or levels. It's been a decent tactic here for Nouns. They've gotten a lot of value out of it.
Yeah,
Even that little move.
How many of those moves have been poking Arteezy specifically, right?
True. The man don't like to be poked.
Yeah. Gunner trying to get out of here. Here's the glimpse. Skim couldn't get it, but they might still be able to run him down. Not Skim specifically. Hit tries to hit a kinetic field, but Arteezy is very fast with the phase boots, and he can keep on catching up. Gunner, oh, nice play with a vacuum down to the low ground. While Yuma does manage to get that TP away, Gunner dies on the other side of the map. So
a nice little run down there. That's what they're looking for with this Troll Disruptor. Just get people on the back foot, chase them down. Yuma lucky to escape that Wisdom Rune contest on the other side. Got his tree cut by Kittrack, but able to TP before the stun goes off. But putting that Simian stride to work, man, he is really fast around the map. Trying to make something out of it. He's going back top.
Do it again. Glimpse goes out. A snowball pickup to deny that play.
This gate ward has really done some work here.
They got the shard block in on Skim. And Yuma's going to hop right on top of him. The other two are going to go for Arteezy for now, as he's not quite level 6, but MC is going to counter-rotate in. Hits a crush. Arteezy is going to take out from the Ion Shells, though. The Ion Shells may make it a little bit too difficult for Light. Snowball pickup back into MC. MC won't be able to hit the crush to stop Yuma as he hops away into the trees. Looks like they're just going to leave Lelis behind, as Skem is looking for a glimpse back for an extra kill and just will not find it. Yopaj, a bit late to the party, picked up a haste rune, but doesn't arrive in time to stop anybody else.
Another pretty fast collapse there from Nouns. They get the troll. I mean, worth it for them, 100%. More action on the map that favors this Tinker over the DK because he's out farming him and defending his tower. And meanwhile, your troll's getting pressured, who otherwise was just free farming up here. Tinker's getting big, man. Already has a blink. Almost level 9. Really out farming the enemies in this jungle with the new March.
This would be super interesting. If he does indeed go Arcane Blink before the Aghanim Scepter, really interesting idea that would allow him to stay out on the map a lot more often. And that blink cooldown without the blink cooldown is going to be so low. If he gets high levels of intelligence, as the Arcane Blink is already low. There's that translocate. Popped him into another bramble, which was kind of awkward, but he blinks away just as fine.
I don't know if that's what that facet's designed to do, but he's chilling.
Get out of one bramble into the other.
Yeah, like, what is Arcane Blink cooldown on this hero in the late game, dude? That sounds disgusting.
Yeah. What's 60% of 7? So you're talking like a 3-second cooldown? That's wild.
2.8?
Is it? Holy shit.
Ooh.
Oh my god. That sounds disgusting.
Yeah, I didn't think of that one, but like, and you can't break it through defense matrix, right?
Right. Yeah. That is wild because if 2.8, that's lower than regular blink cooldown when you get hit by damage.
Yeah.
So does that actually lower the damage aspect to less than 3-2?
No, because that's
Okay.
just a base factor of Blink Dagger, I think.
Oh yeah, you're probably right about that.
But you could make it even lower with like Octarine or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Arcane Rune, you could have like a 1 second blink. I don't know. At that point, I don't even know if it's good. It's like you can't even use stuff in the time before your blink is back up.
Yeah. Cast animations are too long.
I mean, this hero might just be. It's probably secretly busted in some ways, because this innate is just absurd. Like getting up to 60% cooldown reduction is. That's just not right, man. It's just not right. I don't know.
Right.
There's no way that's balanced. So
That boy ain't right.
Dire's bottom tower
it does take a decent amount of spell amp to get, or intelligence to get there, I should say.
I swear to God, Yuma. Sometimes I feel like Yuma just does this just for fun. He's just hopping all over the place nonstop. This smoke gank that was coming out from Shopify Rebellion will not be successful. Well, maybe actually. He's gonna jump down and farm this camp. Then get damage on him before he jumps away. Yeah, they got him. Yuma is dead. Nothing he can really do about it.
is under attack.
It's such a rough monkey game. He's just not farming anything either.
Yeah.
This is the biggest concern for me in this game is this monkey gonna find impact? Because if he can't, maybe Tinker can do some decent carrying here, but that's a tall order when your carry's just this far behind. Though this Tinker is getting big, man. He's almost level 12. He's just farming everything with this march. This is giving me flashbacks to like 10 years ago, dude. PTSD right now watching this shit go on.
March the Machines farming away. He
remember when the
almost
spell
already
was-
he has the Mystic Staff.
Oh, this
there
was
you go.
composite damage. Those were really
Oh,
the
yeah.
days.
Composite damage was such a unnecessarily complicated concept for
So
Dota.
disgusting. Now it's just magical. And it's back, baby.
Jeez.
Back. People thought they were never going to use that March of the Machines Immortal again. Well, you were wrong. Shouldn't have sold it on the market, dumbass. It's back now.
Are scanning.
He just got an extra 8% cooldown reduction as picked up the Mystic Staff. So
Dude, I bet you that's the thing. You buy up all these immortals for the spells that disappear when they're like pennies, and then when they bring Degenor back 8 years later, your stocks go to the moon. You just make mad bank.
yeah,
You have that idea. Wukong mid. Oh god, he took him down. God damn.
Does manage
Arteezy.
to get Arteezy. The crush will finish him off while they're also killing the toss to the top lane. MC will be not quite finished up. Oh, the translocate! It pushed him over the edge, but he wasn't able to get a hit in. Now he's in some trouble, though. The March of the Machines is still going on. Skem, you're in the March of the Machines, my friend. That's not a good place for you to be. He's just going to die to that one. The Surge gets copy far enough away from the Dragon Knight. He's okay. He also had Laser coming back up as well, so Yopaj is not going to be able to get that kill. So the real carry survives for now.
I mean, that's a huge turn for Yuma to get the troll kill before he goes down, and all that exchange across the map. As I was talking about nonsense, and that arcane blink is almost done now. This is gonna be quite interesting what he can get done with this in the fights, because you only have March and Laser to really play off of. But he can just clean up the map. Again, I was talking about the lane shove in game one. This Tinker's going to do something similar here. He's just going to run around the map, go shove all these waves with March. It's going to make it really annoying for Shopify to try and make aggressive moves. They're just not going to see much.
They do have, I will say, they do have some decent catch heroes. They have some pretty good heroes for like when they do get the Tinker, when they are in range of him. He's like 100% dead until he has BKB. Playlist. blowing up in the top lane. Shopify Rebellion trying to make use of this Dragonite, who got himself stuck on the trees for now, but I imagine they'll try and take this tower, though first he's going to check out the triangle, make sure Copy's not farming that. Let's try and take away some of his neutrals.
Yopaj is just not having fun this game. He can't push the towers. He's not finding a lot of farm. Like, he's trying to run around, look for these pickoffs, but again, you have Darkseer Tinker pushing the waves. Not easy to find these heroes.
The wave got cut. There was still a melee creep and a range creep, so the wave got cut top.
Arcane blinks up. 4.7 second cooldown on this right now. And he doesn't even have
so dumb
max on this, right?
No, not even close.
So 1% cooldown reduction per 3 intelligence.
Yeah, so
basically
he needs 180
180
intelligence to max out, right?
So he's like halfway there, a little over halfway. It's honestly
Why is there
pretty
not
fast.
why can't we see cooldown reduction in the stats?
Yeah, I've always thought there's some missing that's weird, but such is life.
There's even an extra slot there. There's an empty slot to put in something.
No, that's for secret new Crownfall ability.
Oh, okay.
Don't leak it, Cap.
Yeah, I mean, it's for your composite damage later on when they bring that back after 20 years.
No, that's for the new Ringmaster passive.
Oh, okay, okay.
No leaks, boys. No leaks in the chat.
Yeah, everyone be chill. Everyone be chill.
Everybody watching, no leaks in the chat, okay?
Yeah,
Secret
you guys are
information,
cool,
don't leak
right?
that.
You guys in chat, you cool?
Yeah, we're all good here. Don't get me banned.
Get a
Thank
catch.
you.
Yopaj puts use of the Blink Dagger, and the Monkey King is actually maybe going to try and come in and bail this out. He gets all the Wukong's command on MC with a
MC's
freezing
dying.
build as well. MC is done for, and they haven't managed to finish off Gunner.
Too
And
tanky.
this, with all the without the Tinker being here, the Tinker's going to be here soon. Shopify, they got to get out of here. He's coming.
He's coming.
The march has begun. Trying to slow down these heroes. Another snowball to catch up the Skem. That's going to be another victim of this. And Arteezy, he's kind of stuck in a bad position too. He may not be able to get away from all this. One is a wall, beautifully placed from Gunner, slows down these
the
heroes. They
strike.
catch up to both of them. Arteezy does manage to get off his ultimate. What does it matter against a Tinker who constantly
down.
lasers you? Gotta laser you to prevent Gunner from going down. He does manage to do so. Gunner survives, gets off the Greaves, heals everybody back up. Yopaj is low, blocked in by another shard. Now,
Let's loud.
clean up the fight. It started with MC dying 30 seconds ago. How did they not get Yopaj? Guess they ran out of power.
I mean, Lellis is owning these fights. The snowball saves, the shard blocks. He's so damn tanky on the front lines. This Tusk is doing what Shopify wanted to do last game, which is extend the fights, save the cores, wait out the enemy spells. And you're right, man. This troll can't hit anybody. He's just getting permanently blinded by this laser. Needs a BKB, but even then, can you catch the Tinker who's just pushing towards a fast Ags? That'll give him Shrink Ray for 10% health reduction stacking and the bounce.
And the bounce.
And this
I mean,
laser
that
has
bounce
AoE
is dangerous because you have 3 right-clicking cores.
Now. Yep. Yeah, I mean, his laser's strong in this game for sure. And that extra health reduction means you're just blink lasering makes this build a lot more efficient. You actually get some extra damage in there on top of it. Start shrinking them down, demoralizing. What's the answer to this Tinker right now? You don't have a lot of direct catch to him. You kind of have to get the DK on top of him or land a Glimpse Static Storm or something.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pick has done work this game so far. A bold
Yeah,
pick, to say the least, but they have the player for it.
Need some mods in chat. I saw some guy said he's glad March of the Machines is back. And that sort of language should not be allowed in chat. I'm just saying.
Get him out of here.
Get that guy out.
Get him out of here. Throw his ass out. I don't want to watch in this glorious series right now. He doesn't deserve it.
Especially as he's probably quite enjoying the position the Copy is putting out in up 5K. Soon to be having an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, he is big, man. He is big, he's bad, and he's a problem for these 3 right-click cores. I mean, this was like their last pick, cheese pick, and it's doing it right now. Dragging this Monkey King through this game. Once more Shopify. What is the answer right now on the map? They can't catch anybody. Can't get the lanes out. They're not out farming Nouns. haven't forced early Roshan with the Slardar. But smoke on smoke in the mid lane. This is a good place to fight for the Tinker.
But is it going to be good if Yopaj is dead before anything happens? My God, they threw everything at him, including the kitchen sink. Wukong's command gets dropped alongside the entire arsenal of spells coming from Darkseer. Tusk. Copy. Oh no, he translocated into the bramble again. Either way, he was stuck off the glimpse, and that's one thing. They get him in range. Gleitnir is going to lock down these two heroes. Terrorize comes out, vacuum them together, snowball through them, beautifully set up. The chain stuns from Nouns are on point right now. Ooh.
This Tusk Darkseer is scary, man. Doing a lot of damage at this point. Very tanky. Get to that level 15 talent for some bonus HP on the shell as well. You're going to be super happy with this combo. These team fights just don't look easy. It feels like you need BKBs. You just can't get there. You're almost over 1,000 away on the Troll. You're 1,000 away on the Dragon Knight. Those will be big items when they come out, but then you have to get something done with them. And that also isn't super straightforward to get on top of these heroes. I mean, that was you just kind of randomly running into the Tinker. Got a bit lucky on the map.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen every time.
Especially with how quickly Copy is able to farm. If you try and take the time and be like, all right, guys, let's just hit our BKB timing, then that gives the Tinker time to hit his BKB timing. In which case, you have very little left to control this guy. Like, you do have Bash and you do have the Troll and Snare, but I think the bigger factor of like controlling this Tinker is the Disruptor right now, right? The Glimpse and the Static Storm, that goes out the window.
Every minute that passes, he gets more levels, he gets more in. His items just power up.
Yep.
So you have to keep that in mind too. And smoke coming through. Gem on line for Nouns. They're looking for initiation off the Monkey King. If they don't get it, they might just man up for the Roche here. Do spawn that ward, but we'll opt not to kill it. Which is interesting considering they just show on the wave anyway, but sure. Straight into the pit. If you don't want to take it with the Slardar, we'll take it ourselves. And before the BKBs are out for Shopify, they are just a little too far behind as it arrives for the DK, but the Troll's still looking.
And they can do this because all the lanes are pushed in, largely in part because of the Tinker's influence.
Yep. Tinker's just controlling the whole map right now. It's like a Naga or something. If you can't catch him, it prohibits your movement. Free Aegis for the Monkey King. They are cruising, man, and working towards that Tinker BKB. So similar build.
Four-second cooldown on Arcane Blink now.
Oh, it's climbing.
It's climbing real fast. All right, BKB is up on RTZ. I mean, if he can get to like BKB and Blink Dagger, that'll be another step in dealing with this Tinker. I am curious though how effective the translocator will be in the times that MC or RTZ does manage to jump onto Copy. Because if he's BKB'd and defense matrixed, and he's translocating around and just refreshing and defense matrixing again, it might be hard for them to keep up, like to stay on top of that Tinker.
I mean, it could definitely make a difference. Particularly if it messes with the Troll's target priority or something. Like, anything can happen.
Oh,
It might put you in range of being able to snowball him as well. These things add up. Shard for the Tusk. Not a bad one to get here. Well, let's continue to have a very solid game as the smoke from Shopify comes through. They have their BKBs. They want to fight. They want to find something. They want to find the Tinker here. Can they find the Tinker, though? Probably not. They're just going to have to take the fight into the front line. Preemptive.
Wukong's command is going to be well set up here. They're going to be vacuumed into a wall. This is not good for Shopify. Yopaj and MC are both already dead. Skem's going to be the bonus kill as Copy is going to join in for this kill. He's like, great fight, guys. Well done.
I mean, yeah, Tinker didn't have to do anything.
No. Not a damn thing.
TZ wasn't even in that. I mean, this game is just crumbling for Shopify right now. They just don't know what to do. That's a very forced move and just easily read by Nouns. Like, yeah, your BKB Dragon Knight just got shredded by that Wukong vac wall. He's hitting himself. That type of fight is won every time by Nouns. Easiest snowball save, even if someone's in danger. Look at this. Tinker onto the Wukong, or onto the Monkey King with the tree
That's
walking.
a nasty move. Yeah, he's that level already. He can jump onto allies. Ooh, that is going to be a scary amount of global presence between the Phantom Wave Shove that is the March of the Machines and the Monkey being able to go wherever the hell he wants, especially how quickly he goes with the Simeon Stride. It's going to mean Shopify Rebellion are going to be stuck in this push and pull of trying to deal with lanes, but also cannot split up too much. Otherwise, they're going to get picked off like MC behind the tier 2 with no response so far from Shopify. Arteezy gets in there. It's a Gleipnir onto 2. Starts leaning onto Lelis. Pops his BKB to deal with the laser and will kill that support. The defense matrix doesn't save him.
I mean, this Tinker might go
Gonna
ham
get
here,
out
though.
of Yeah, the Tinker is like, okay, that's a BKB down on the Troll. Nothing really to stop me at this point in time, especially with a BKB ready to go. He can pop it at any time he wants.
Doesn't want to dive the base, but man, that's scary. Like when you man up as a Troll with BKB ult and you get a Tusk, I mean, yeah, you get a kill, but what happens after that is pretty scary if that fight develops longer. They're gonna lose their Slardar again. Man, Nouns are they're just playing well right now. Like they understand how to use this Tinker. And this Monkey Tinker combination, I just don't think anybody in this game really thought about it until now. It's scary, dude. He leaps so fast around the map. This guy just TPs straight on him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Rain down
Nouns
hell.
cooked up. They cooked up something special for Shopify Rebellion in this grand finals.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I mean, this team has some scary cheese picks. Like if they win with last pick Tinker, you're already banning the Meepo.
Yeah.
It's not looking good going into game 3. You're just under so many threats and you haven't proposed any of your own.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Monkey is in their base right now looking for
Attack.
any sort of straggler. We'll see this camp being farmed though, so I think Skem's just gone. Yep.
Yep.
Easy pickings. I
Done
mean,
for.
again, the map is just so hard to play right now. Shopify Rebellion. Well, it's going to invis setup on MC. Ooh.
Trying to get him. Slow him down with the wall a little bit. But he'll get the sprint away. Thanks in part to leg day. Quickly getting him out of there.
Hags Troll. Okay, so that's going to be your answer here. Go in and dispel all these random buffs on people. Try and help deal with the Darkseer. Get rid of the blind, I guess, but it still feels like you're not doing enough damage at this point. This Tinker's tanking up, man. He's got 2400 HP. Roshan. Gotta think about this Roshan.
He's not good, Troll. His team is coming in, but he has to pop a BKB early, and Nouns, they poke the bear, quickly get out, just like we've seen them do so many times. And that's going to be a BKB charge down for Arteezy, already down to 7 seconds and not winning fights.
Very disciplined play, and now they get the smoke knowing there's no BKB on this Troll. So Shopify, they have to dodge this move. Again, they're on the defensive. Just trying to farm up a Disruptor Ags. That is their hope right now. If Skem can get to that, then maybe you've got a shot of locking somebody down in the fight. Giving it to your advantage. They find the Troll, no BKB. What's he doing here?
He's just dead, stuck around in the wrong area. And quickly found him as they dropped a high ground ward. Now they're going to try and catch MC as well, who blinks away. The Monkey can keep chase, tries to go for a Gleipnir, misses that one. Misjudged where MC was at, still went for it. Oh, a little bit too far in there. Quickly hops out. Jeez. That was a scary situation.
Man, Yuma's really using this facet, man. It is
Yeah.
pretty terrifying how fast you can get across the map and just set stuff up. Really showing the power of it. Shopify have no answer right now. I mean, maybe this Disruptor Axe can change some of the dynamic, but you kind of have to catch the Tinker in it, it feels like. He's just continuing to power up here, man. 3.4 second Arcane Blink.
Near catches him on the end. They could vacuum him back in, but it's a pretty big reach that far behind the tier 2. But it does go to show just how much control Nouns, how confident they are right now. Copy's out there on the other side of the map. He was under a ward there for a brief period of time. The rotation just cannot come fast enough there from Shopify Rebellion. This laser is going to do so much damage if he gets level 25 in Conda. Oh, man. And he's also maxed out cooldown reduction with just the next level.
Isn't it 180?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Sorry. We
Yeah, he still has a ways to go.
All right, so
He's
he'll
not-
be
he's
maxed out
approaching
with
level
his next
25 too.
item, perhaps.
He has it here, I believe. Flying in. He's just going to buy out for it. Dude, he's actually terrifying if they don't find him in the fight.
Yeah, and all this is without sight. Like, he could still get a Scythe of Ice, which just adds even more problems for Troll, because then you go from, you know, perhaps just getting chain stunned, no chance to pop BKB. He's going to need level 25. He hopes to be able to deal with that. Pop it away. Amplify damage on Yuma. Got a spot. Scam almost one-shots him. With a casual boundless strike, Wukong's command, they get that one kill, and now the wall's gonna catch two. Vacuum him back in with
what a
beautiful
shard.
ice shards. Look at that damage! Arteezy, he lost half his HP from one laser. It was
I mean, this is just-
he's
this is
just
over.
gone just like that. Yeah, this game is done.
Like, what are we
This-
doing here? This is not a Dota game right now. This is just food at the trough. Skem farmed this whole game for an Axe, and just instantly gets blown up from the tree. There's no scouting. There's no ability to start the fights on your terms. And the second that troll got hit by the laser, man, it was like, that fight's just over. 900 pure damage laser. What the hell?
That is disgusting. They're gonna go for copy. Oh no! The fence matrix is so much HP.
He's just
Crush
one-shot
doesn't even
camps.
come close to doing anything. Yeah, casually
is-
one-shot in camps everywhere.
What has Ice Frog created, man?
What have you done? Yuma just picks up his third item of the game. Got a Manta. I mean, remember when it was like, is this Monkey King gonna have a game? Well, now he is over the troll a net worth because Nouns are winning so hard. They're gonna take a Roshan here, an Aegis, and a Roshan's banner to make it easier to hit up that high ground. They hear the
Shrink him
roar,
down.
but
Shrink 'em
Shopify
down.
Rebellion, smaller and smaller he gets. A little Roshan.
He's so tiny. These fights just look impossible, dude. Like, I mean, it's Static Storm or bust, man. Let's be realistic. Like, it's got to be some sick Static Storm land from Skem. And he does not have a mobility item, so, like, maybe you can Yule somebody off the Dark Willow into it or something, but Arteezy just leading the charge. I don't know if this is the way to make it work, but they're desperate.
Here, instant grease, trying to relieve some of that one.
the
Monkey
monkey.
King jumps into them. It does get chain stun. Now he does have an Aegis. See if they can kill him again on the
Static
second
Storm
life.
this.
Arteezy ready to go with the, they're going to Static Storm. Vacuum trying to pull him away from the Monkey King. A Terrorize pushes his way to the back. Leila's trying to come in for the snowball save, but the Static Storm is still there. Now he's going to be victim, but Copy, he's going ham right now. And he's got that laser that is shrinking down to size. I'm not sure who dropped the banner there or why, but it's the laser that reigns supreme for Nouns. As Skem, he can't TP out either. Level
That's a victory
25
banner.
online, 80 laser damage.
Dude, did he try and like drop the banner for the troll to hit or something? Like, is that some ultra next level play?
Yeah, I mean, you could drop the banner for like vision, but I don't think they needed any vision in that area, so I'm not sure. Maybe just a misclick.
Well, his Tinker's up to his next item here.
Who had
Continues
the
to
banner?
rain down the hellfire. Octarine, 2.3 second arcane blink, 2 second conda.
That's not okay.
That's not right. That's not right, brother.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
God. He's gonna laser this ancient camp. He almost one-shots the ancient Thunderhigh. He done 1,000 damage.
Yeah, I don't know what you. I mean, you can't win a fight versus unless you catch it. It's that simple. There's no fight Shopfire Rebellion will win in this game. There's not been a fight they have won in this game unless the Tinker gets caught. Which, I mean, it's last big Tinker. They just don't have the heroes.
He's got an arcane. It's 1.7 second cooldown on Blink. 1.5 second cooldown on Conda.
What is this monstrosity?
He can BKB every 23.5 seconds. He could potentially BKB twice in a fight.
You know, the funniest thing is this stupid Arcane Blink and Conda build, there's no mana cost on this build. None of his items cost mana.
Yeah.
It's not like the Shiva Strength Blink where you actually drain your mana to play the fight. He has just basically infinite mana in the fight because the only thing costs him mana is March Laser, cast a
Yeah, I
defense
feel-
matrix. It's like
He's
you have like
going
30
back
of
to
those.
base out of like habit, I feel like, more so than a need to actually refresh his mana. He's going back to base on he has 2,900 mana.
I mean, part of this is like also when the fight starts, you want to be in base and then just teleport
Sure.
to somebody. So you
Yeah.
just remove the possibility you get jumped, like completely. And you have a huge wave hitting this bottom barracks. Now, Nouns know this is happening, so they're gonna try and catch on the map right now. And
Look
Shopify
at
have to
Shopify
respond.
just- Their only chance is just sitting on wards and hoping that the Tinker can be found on the Static Storm. They're going for the kill now. They're going to spot him for a second. They're not going to quite get him. Not right away. No, he gets off the BKB. Oh, no. And the BKB has no cooldown to it, really. So he'll have it back up for the next fight. It's not like you've taken that tool away from him.
He might have been able to fight him there, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Playing for next Roshan, 30,000 net worth lead here for Nouns as they picked a hero that I do not think Shopify were expecting to be this strong. If there was a time to bust it out, it was this game right here. Put yourselves up 2-0, you're going to feel real good in this series.
I hope Merlini's watching this game. I want to play with this team. One shot, casually.
Ah, okay.
Just a walrus punch laser. Just need a momentary stun to let the laser do its work.
Yeah, that'll be a kill right there. Yep.
And do be a kill. And that do be another kill. Whoa! Okay, not quite, not quite. Swing and a miss there from Yuma.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm not gonna lie, this looks kind of fun, bro. Like,
Yeah,
You get to
looks
this point.
fun. Looks fun, just casually blinking from camp to camp, collecting gold.
I mean, I also feel like this Tinker is just easier to play.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't have to use any items. It's not like you have Hex, E-Blade, Dag, and you have like 10 hotkeys you got to press and you break your fingers by the end of the game. You know, it's just blink. Blink, laser machine, blink, laser machine.
Here's
Down.
2024. A shard catching 2 heroes. One of them's going to hop out with the Ogre Seal Totem. Kitrak, though, is Dark Willow. Will not. TP onto the wave here. Arteezy is so close to him. Can they kill him? He gets off the BKB. He gets down to low ground off the translocate. Now he's turning around the laser. They're stuck in a mosh pit. The wall. It's right on top of them on the corner of the map. He can't even BKB TP out. The damage is so intense. The laser goes right through the BKB.
Yeah, we're done here. Time to spam OS Frog in the chat. We're done here, dude. I don't know what the hell that was. You got double translocated down the cliff. What in the hell is this hero? I mean, you got to Yules him, right? Like, that's the biggest thing. You just have to find a Yules on this hero, debuff the shield, bring him down, and then kill him.
Yeah.
Like, they just have not been able to find that once.
What happens if you Yules against translocate, though? Because it does
it just debuffs it. So he does not get the translocate, right? Because it's when it's fully absorbed. So you have to take the full damage. This is my understanding of how this works. So anything that dispels him is still strong. Now he has an E-Blade on top of everything else.
It's fitting with the 2024, the rise of AI. And Tinker, and the March of the Machines makes its comeback in this dystopian Dota 2 landscape. And now he's got another. So now he's got another active that he actually has to press a button for sometimes, which is the E-Blade. So you jump on the Tinker. He's got Defense Matrix on. He translocates away from you. He E-Blades himself.
You do
Rearms.
the dispels from the troll, but dude, I don't know.
That's true.
I don't know.
Dude, I mean, he could do it every 6.6 seconds. It's a 4-second duration.
Yeah.
You,
he just
you
like
could
BKBs and he rematrixes anyway, even if you dispel it.
Yeah.
You need the land static storm. I mean, what are we even discussing here? It's static storm on him or like, nothing else matters.
Yeah,
and they have a Wind Waker on the Crystal Maiden too now, just in case. I mean, yeah, this pick just destroyed him, dude. Yopaj couldn't push, didn't win the lane. They didn't gank him. And then the map just became impossible to play. They had no catch for him, no way to fight him. Brutal.
What a way for Shopify to go down 0-2 in a best of 5 finals. This is gonna need every bit of veteranship Arteezy and Bulba can bring to the table here. Turn this series around, because this has been a rough start of a best of 5 for them. Holding around a high ground, hoping that Copy will misclick Blink up straight into them and gift them a free kill on the Tinker.
Move is coming in from behind.
Yeah, that's the dangerous part. The attack, the assault can come from any direction with Monkey King. Gleipnir onto Kitrak. Looping it away around the side. They found their target. They found the disruptor. That's the only target they need to kill. Wait, Yuma accidentally got out of his own Wukong's command, but it doesn't matter. Copy is already in there. Pop of the BKB. They try and go for the Crystal Main. They can't even kill that much. The snowball goes off. A wall immediately controlling up the shards, and the wall beautifully kiting out Arteezy. Even if he could get something done, which he just can't when the Tinker is alive.
Bruh.
It was still a beautiful setup from Nouns. GG instantly called after that one. No surprise there. This game has been done and dusted for a while now.
I mean, this game was over at the draft. Just none of us knew it. Like, let's be honest. I don't think they're winning this game in 100 simulations. maybe by the 30th simulation they understand you got a tri-lane mid or something, but like this Tinker was absolutely out of control. Nothing is close to touching him in this game. Absolutely nothing. What a pick, man. What a pick. What a game from Copy here. 1200 XPM, 900 GPM. Only had that one death. I don't even remember where it was. It was irrelevant wherever it was. And another,
it was when they just randomly found him in the jungle.
oh yeah, it's like the one time he blinked into them on a neutral camp, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's another game from Shopify that it's just not aggressive enough. Like something is not clicking for them in this early game. Yeah, this Tinker obviously 1v5s this game, but it's not like the side lanes were super one-sided, right? They were favorable, but they didn't snowball. There wasn't just like this chain killing rotation action happening that we're used to seeing from them in this matchup that has been their go-to. And if that doesn't happen in this game, then you're just especially screwed, because obviously you're up against a 1v5 hero. Like there's no way to win this game unless you have the net worth lead and you're getting Roshans and you can maybe just kill the Tinker's team before he has enough time to do anything. I don't know, man. Like the damage on these lasers in the late game was just disgusting, dude. Like what the hell do you do versus that shit? It's pure damage too. Can't even resist it. Troll's just getting two shot.
Yeah. You're getting a full laser damage. Best you could do is shrug off some of the conda damage, which is also intense. And
I think now they're just
scary. Yeah.
They're just playing well, man. Like all these other little things, they're taking the team fights well. The snowball saves are on point. The way they're poking Shopify and backing up, very disciplined, getting BKB out of them, make another smoke play, right? Engage on the troll, force TPs, disengage. This last fight, they go straight for that disruptor. They don't care what else is happening. Lawless does not just jump the Dark Willow randomly because it's the first guy you see. They wait. They know you find disruptor, you kill Skem. Tinker 1v5's the fight. It's just good strategic mindset. Man, this game was intimidating. If you're sitting on the side of Shopify Rebellion right now, yeah, you can go, we got last pick tinkered, but there were a lot of other things in this game that
Yes.
you were just getting outplayed on.
I mean, Lelis is playing exceptionally well right now. His duo with Gunner, they're both performing very, very well. This offlane is beginning to be a problem for Shopify, and they're getting outplayed. And then they have cheese to worry about, right? They have the Meepo, they have to ban out. They're going to now have to think about, is this a good Tinker game? The draft is becoming very difficult. They just took your support duo and won the game with it.
Yeah.
They beat you with it. So this is one of the toughest 0-2s that I've seen in a while in a best of 5 finals. I think it's going to take a Herculean effort for Shopify Rebellion to be able to come back into play, but they've got Arteezy, they've got Mind Control, they've got both some of the oldest and most veteran players in the game still today. So there is a chance that they can pull it out, but well-deserved MVP for Copy with 38,000 hero damage. Didn't need to touch a building because that's just ain't Tinker's job. He just kills them until they tap out.
Yeah, this is one of those games they had 2 lanes of racks. Honestly, it didn't matter, and it's not that it didn't matter for Shopify. It didn't matter for Nouns here because they end the game through sheer demoralization, right? Like at a certain point, you want to get out of that game if you're Shopify Rebellion. Like I don't want to see. I'm not gonna wait till my throne falls. We know this one's done and dusted. Maybe if anything, they should have left that game sooner. Save themselves some extra mental torment there because they're just playing with your food. I mean, it just felt unfair, man. It's been some time since I've seen a game where it just felt unfair, and that was one. And props to Nouns for creating that situation because you didn't just win that game. You might have won, the start of the next one off that alone. Like you're talking about being in a hole. This is a deep hole to dig out of, and there's some pressure on this Shopify Rebellion team, right? There's a lot of pressure on them to make it to TI. Not going to EWC, not going to TI would just, I mean, that's just like what are you doing on this roster at that point? You're just done for the whole year, it feels like. And that is not the end they want to see to what has been a turbulent season. They're in a tough position. They had to change off laners. Sableye left. You got to pick up Mind Control. He's a great player. He's playing fine. But you got to make something click right here. And you got one more game to do it. You got to do it 3 more times. Very tough position.
It is. It is indeed. Shopify Rebellion have themselves in a hole. Nouns just 1 game away. Already secured a spot at Riyadh. Looking at a spot at Copenhagen as well. This would be such a massive just streak for what is, like in the past been held as, the EG Shopify group have just held this tight lock on the #1 position for NA for so long. And sometimes they get upset, but it feels like throughout the year, they usually have the full control. This is just be a full upset of just getting completely shut out, and Nouns fully taking the reins as the #1 North American team without any doubts. But that would require 1 more game in this best of 5. They've got 3 chances to do it. We'll see whether or not they can make it a clean 3-0 after the break. We'll be right back.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay 1 step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody. What could be the final game of the North American qualifier to the International of Grand Finals, man? Because it is 2-0 for Nouns over Shopify Rebellion, and they were not close games either. Nouns absolutely stomped Shopify in both games. They have a play advantage. They have a draft advantage. It feels like everything is going their way, which is where Shopify, they need a little bit of extra break there, Avery, because they needed to talk some things out. If they want to be able to turn this series around, it probably had to have some hard discussions, right?
I mean, you got to figure something out and figure it out soon, and believe in it and go with it and get everybody on board. And people are feeling the pressure right now, about to be eliminated from TI. That is not a good feeling. So let's see what they come up with. It's going to have to be something good. And right now, you got to worry about those cheese picks. You got to worry about getting your supports activated if you're Shopify Rebellion. You got to think about what Yopaj is going to play that he can start to shine on. There's a lot of pieces that need to come together right here.
Yeah.
Not a lot of time to do it. So they're going to give the Phoenix and take the Weaver. Now, they did do this trade before. They did it with Snapfire as well. But Phoenix looked pretty good in that other series. This is a scary hero to give away. I mean, you had to give something here. They'll ban the Darkseer and the Storm. So they'll get rid of that annoying lane shove in the Darkseer and the Storm that has just been auto-win for Nouns. I like that approach. I mean, at least you're not going to give them their comfort core picks that have been doing a lot of work for them. Yeah, Phoenix is strong, but you get a good support in the Weaver as well. This is a pretty even trade if you're Shopify Rebellion. Something you probably are happier with than those earlier exchanges.
Yeah, certainly. I think one thing I want to know, we talked about like Legacy and some of the old dogs, as we do have a lot of TI attendees in these two squads, right? Biggest ones being Flying RTZ, having attended some of the most TIs that any players have managed to do in their careers. But we also have a lot of young blood, particularly coming from Nouns. Both Yuma and Copy have not been in the professional scene that long. This would be their first international that they will attend. Gunner has only been to one international and went to last year before that. And then Lelis, I think, has been to two. So this would be his third international secured for him. So Nouns is definitely a pretty young squad, being led by a very veteran player in Fly. And I'm sure it would mean a lot for them to be able to go to TI. But simultaneously on the other side of things, it would be Shopify Rebellion. Yopaj and Skem have not been to as many TIs. Yopaj has been to one, and Kitrak has never attended a TI. So this would be his first as well if Shopify managed to turn the series around and somehow manage to reverse sweep Nouns.
And that difference is interesting because when you're someone who's never been to TI or maybe one, and you're playing with people who've been to 9 or 10, I mean, you feel it, right? You're going to look to them to be like, all right, what do we do here? You're the veteran. You are the leadership on this team. You got to step up when the moment counts, and getting people to believe in you is a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, that man right there has been to every TI. Like, I think he gets forgotten in the list because so much emphasis is on playing in TI, and Bulba transitioned to a coach earlier than almost any other player. But he has attended every TI since TI2, I believe, right?
Was he at TI2 or TI3?
No, he was at TI2. I'm like 99% certain.
I mean, he's been there since the beginning pretty much either way. So yeah, he might be the most veteran of everybody here. And especially when it comes to NA, man. Guy's been in NA since it started. I'll go back for the Monkey King into the Pangolier. Shopify is going to risk it on the Pango again. Didn't look great for them game one, but they're willing to try it once more here. Dark Willow Phoenix. Man, that is some scary team fight here. I mean, there's not a lot of direct lockdown for the Weaver, so you do have some good freedom here. But so far, Shopify haven't really been able to run these games over. So that's the concern. Like, if you don't get the momentum going with this Weaver, the team fights are already looking a little hard.
Shopify Rebellion's turn to
They
Go
get
back
the
for the MC
Mars,
Mars.
which is a pretty important hero to get because I feel like Nouns, if they got Mars, it would be a dream lineup.
Yeah.
Dark Willow, Phoenix supports, that would have been sick with Mars.
10
Maybe just
seconds
forced to take it there.
remaining. Now,
And then a question of, what else are you going to get to maybe set those heroes up? And they'll take the clock, which Skem, he's been pretty good on this hero so far. And it's been a pretty nice hero for Nouns in the series. So maybe some deny picks or stealing some stuff from them. Take this Mars away. Feel like they're not going to get another offlaner that can set these two supports
10
up.
seconds remaining.
And you don't have that Dark Seer to fall back on here for Gunner. So Gunner's hero is going to be a lot more difficult to pick here if you're Nouns. Really have to think about it, come up with something good.
Nouns turn to
Tiny. Mid Tiny, maybe? We saw some success against the Pango with this Mid Tiny, some of these other NA games.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of mid heroes. You feel really good picking into this hero. You know, when like the big right clickers are banned, picking spirit heroes into this Pango feels a little lackluster, I think. So I don't mind the Mid Tiny here. I think it makes some sense. Gives you another stun for this Weaver. Bug can be annoying. I guess there is one other route of like, no, I'm not. Nah, it's got to be a Fly Phoenix. I don't think they're gonna move it anywhere else. They'll ban Ursa. That's quite a good ban here. Gonna ban carries for sure.
10 seconds.
Maybe ban that troll as well if they feel like that Monkey King matchup was bad, but they fought through it.
5 seconds.
And if you're Shopify, I guess you're not thinking about the Tinker. It has to be a Gunner hero here, right? I mean, you could play Offlane Tiny.
Shopify Rebellion's turn to ban.
Don't know about that.
Yeah, it sounds sus.
Okay. I'm down to just stick with the Mid Tiny. Feel like this crash landing talent has done a good amount of work
10 seconds.
for these Mid Tinies. Just some extra bit of burst in these team fights.
5 seconds remaining. Nouns turn to ban.
We'll ban the two other stunners in the pool, the Axe and the Slardar. I'm not sure the Axe would have come out, but it does pose the question, like, what else are you going to get here on that offlane? There's just not a lot left in the pool, man. Darkseer, Mars, Slardar, Axe, Dragon Knight, Centaur, Beast, all gone here. And all stuns, so
Nouns
options are running few and far between. Ban out the Lifestealer as well. Not a bad ban here.
Yeah, what's left in the offlane? Jeez.
I mean, there's that Enigma we always talk about.
It's true.
But
Get some control against the Pango.
I don't know how good it is here when you already have some big team fight. Could be interesting though. I mean, the hero is just generally strong, I feel.
I mean, it's
There's
a
that
good-
Magnus. I
Oh,
talked about
that's
the
true.
Magnus that other time they had this Phoenix, and they didn't bust it out there, but it is a Gunner hero for sure. Gives you
Yeah,
that Blink
yeah.
Stunner, and you got Monkey Tiny to empower here. It looks scary, man. Might be a little slow. That's my biggest concern with that hero in these types of lineups. Like, if you just get run over by this Weaver clock, maybe you just don't ever get there. But damn, is your scale insane, and you hit hard, and it looks spooky, and it will.
Oh, there it
be
is.
the Horn of the Magnus coming out here in the clutch. I think it's a pick that you can risk going for here because you're up 2-0.
Yep.
Shopify have not been playing too fast. It just puts so much pressure on them here of like, how do you out team fight this lineup? How do you outscale them? Both of those things look really difficult.
5 seconds remaining.
So there is a lot of pressure on Shopify to win this early game and set themselves up well. And that is not something they've been doing too successfully this series so far. They have 2 minutes to think about their last pick here. Bulba, plenty of reserve time to find something good. I mean, do you
Okay,
wanna
so
risk
what
the
needs to
troll
be
again?
answered the most, in your opinion, from the Nouns?
I don't know if there is. I don't think they play those cheesy picks like the Tinker or something here that would really give you the ultra scale. So I think you either outpace them here or you out team fight them.
There is Huerta against Monkey. I guess Phoenix is kind of a problem. Wind Ranger.
Dare I suggest the Arteezy Naga Siren?
Yeah, I mean, you would have Sleep against Egg and Wukong's Command, which is usually very good.
I feel like they need something like that. They need a crazy Arteezy hero that just, again, like the Tinker Pick, upsets the status's game. And I feel like his go-tos in that department are things like the Naga or the Arc Warden that can be annoying for these mag lineups in certain ways. Sometimes you get outscaled, but you can also just shove all the waves in and like pick people off with this lineup. It's the Morta. Good call. And I mean, this is a hero that can, in theory, outscale mag lineups. Like, she just turns into an ultra beast in that late game. So I get the idea here. But damn, is that a risky pick? Because, I mean, this hero is just super hit or miss, right? Sometimes it looks great, and sometimes it just falls completely flat. If you can't get it going, could just be an oppressive game from these three
it's
melee
gonna
cores.
actually gonna take reverse polarity. Now we theorized that this would be good with Phoenix, but isn't RRP bad for Monkey King, bad for Tiny? Don't you want these heroes grouped up?
No, the monkey is the combo, bro. You RRP them through the Wukong soldiers. They all get hit. I don't think he's going to take it this game. But
he's
that facet is interesting for the extra right click. But I think when you have like a triple melee core lineup like this and clumping them up for the Wukong or the Boundless Strike or the Avalanche is just way too juicy here. So yeah, he'll go for the run through. But yeah, this is going to be a test for Shopify. I mean, maybe the last test of their season, but a tall order to team fight this lineup. You need a good start here. You need your Weaver cooking. You need your Clockwork cooking. You need Yopaj cooking. You need a lot of chefs in the kitchen for this one. Arteezy's going to have a good start so that at least good enough that he can get into that jungle with a reasonable speed, get his farming item up, Maelstrom, whatever it is, and match the pace of some of these Empower heroes. And you got to think about the stacks here if you're Shopify. Like, you can't play a slow game, let Nouns stack up their triangle, have 10 triangle stacks, and then nothing's happening, right? You're just losing that game if that happens. So there's some decent things to think about, but they do have the heroes that can make it happen. Like, it is not impossible here, and you have speed on your side. You can outpace this lineup, but you got to execute well. That's what it's going to come down to.
Let's see if they bring that speed that they so desperately need to this series that they brought to the upper bracket final. And again, 2-1 over Nouns. They proved that they can beat this team. That the Riyadh was a close best of 5 for a reason, but getting shut out so far in the grand final. I'm saying, Avery, this is going to be the perfect test for your Nostradamus abilities here. You said one of these teams is probably going to go 2-0, but then we're still going to go to a game 5. This is the ultimate test of that, because it was not just a casual 2-0 of like back and forth games. This was a very clear 2-0 shutout of Nouns just being flat out better in the draft and better in the game than Shopify. Shopify would be one hell of a turnaround if they could actually make this series go to a game 5.
I mean, I predicted that, but I did not predict them getting top roped in this game too. Like, that was a beatdown and a half.
Yeah.
They're gonna smoke
Arteezy
for a late
is
ward.
gonna be spotted here, pulled in, not quite into the bramble though. He's gonna try and
It's just
work his
gone.
way around, but the blood grenade is just too much slow. Combined with the
delayed
additional
smokes.
stuns, they are going to potentially get 4 bounty runes for this. Yeah, they're gonna get 4. Wait, Kitrak, go back. Go back for the bounty. Go. All right. 4 bounty runes. Do you think that's worth it when giving up first blood?
No.
Why? Because
Probably
it's
not.
more gold.
Yeah, but it's just such a swing across the board on all 3 lanes. Like, it hurts your mid a lot here. You're just regen behind on mid. You're regen behind on all these supports, right? Like, one hero has a better time, but it doesn't add up for the other 4 interactions. So
Okay, so to be clear, you meant that the 4 bounty runes is
Yeah.
the better of the equation, right?
oh yeah, you take 4 bounty runes every time, I think.
Yeah.
Like, unless it's some crazy first blood hero that just wins mid because of it, you're taking 4 runes every time.
Yeah,
It's a
and on
massive
top of that,
swing.
it didn't even go to the mid lane matchup. It went to Gunner instead, who got the
Yep.
last hit. So
And it will be the monkey mid, not the tiny mid, which is interesting.
This is,
Maybe more comfortable for them heroes-wise, but this Monkey Pango matchup, in theory, good lane for Monkey. Like, I think Copy will do fine here. Mid Monkey is really volatile, though. The mag and power definitely helps him scale past that mid game. This hero can sometimes just fall off a cliff, though, and just get out team fought from that mid lane. Doesn't come online at a good enough pace. So, a lot of volatility in these lanes. It's gonna
nice
get
combination
smacked.
here. The cogs combined with the calling will end up getting the kill, but Arteezy's still gonna die. So Lelis picks up that kill with his own blood grenade toss in and the final hit. So they do just trade out cores in that regard, but Arteezy did manage to get the experience, so probably feels better for Shopify.
He lost lane equilibrium a bit, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Is he not going to be happy about 2 deaths into the lane being out pretty far?
Have you seen the combo they're doing though? They've got cogs, and since the cog bird is on the inside, they can dead shot inside of the cogs to fear you, to force you to run into one of them. So it's not
good
just
value.
the calling and cogs, which is already a combination, but now this new facet adds something different to it.
Another even start, mostly. Extra kills going Noun's way, the runes going Shopify's way. Cores are all CSing pretty well early for Shopify Rebellion, so they were not too phased by that Tinker game, I guess. So Compy's starting to win mid a little bit. Bringing the heat with this early Orb of Venom. Gets to dodge some of these jumps from Yopaj, save some regen. Matchup is looking pretty good for him lane-wise. Don't know how good it will be in the fights, but for now, pretty happy.
Laylas and Skem having a little one-on-one here. Though Laylas does have the level advantage, so he actually trades a bit better there.
I mean, the lane is just right where Gunner wants it. Gets to play under his tower. Force Arteezy to play super up in the lane. Can pull a single camp here, but it's not the greatest. Lane's going pretty well for the Magnus, especially with the first blood.
Copy
Flip side,
gets
Kit
his
track.
stacks up.
They get a swarm out. Almost catches Fly with that spear. Would have been a kill.
Close call.
Narrowly escapes. You really want those swarms to get you the kills. That's a big part of this Weaver in terms of his snowball potential. So every time you throw out that swarm, you don't get the kill. They kill the bug. A little bit of a turn that you're not too happy about.
Skem continues the run out there, setting up Arteezy for some damage. Hits the dead shot on the 2 heroes. Gets the bump back. Is that enough damage? It is. Gunner. He'll die, and this time they do not have to trade out heroes. Arteezy and Skem forming a formidable duo finally in the safe lane, as this off lane duo has been beating them out in these lanes. Been one hell of a problem, but they're finally getting some ground.
These lanes are heavy trade lanes. Lelis going on again here.
And the dead shot. Oh, it misses. Misjudge. Maybe he thought Laylis was going to juke backwards or something. Laylis, his best hope is to get some sort of neutral deny here. Gets pulled in and does not get the neutrals to take the last hit.
Another kill for Arteezy down here. Starting to rack him up.
He is.
Despite the first blood, Shopify winning this lane handedly. And Skem having a really good game on this clock. It's going to be important for them. Gets out a deep lane ward as well, so that means he can maybe leave this lane and make the top rotation. And
Huerta,
Arteezy will be
nice
fine.
silence. Good response. The calling. They were trying to bramble into a shockwave skewer back. Missed their opportunity, though, thanks to Arteezy's defensive calling.
Kitrak looking
He's
mid.
good.
We've seen him do this a lot in this series, but it has not worked out for him in the previous games.
Hit him with the
Looks like
Shikuchi and say
another-
goodbye.
Yeah, just not been able to find these connections on mid. The lane is not going well enough for Yopaj. I mean, you're down a level Don't have that Rolling Thunder. Looking towards the 6-minute rune. Nouns are going to contest this potentially. They'll just take the 50-50.
They brought 3 heroes to secure one side, and they are correct at least. Amp damage, where it's in some trouble, or it's Gunner who's in trouble actually. Arteezy, he's gonna pretty much solo kill him. Kitrak comes in to take the last hit with Shukuchi.
Damn. Gunner just not finding anything down here. Ortiz got his number. Having a hell of a start here. It's gonna be big. Is Monkey King on top out of this laning phase? But I mean, he's versus a melee hero mid. Not much Yopaj could have done about it. Did get to 6 though, didn't die. And Monkey can rotate. Can definitely look for one of these side lane kills. Particularly if you want to slow down this Morta, who's finding a lot right now.
Catching Lelis, but it's not just a clockwork here. Takes the time to... Okay. Rotation from Copy to ensure they get the Wisdom Rune here, and he'll probably get a kill out of it too. As Scam tries to use the cogs to get away, but he's... Kitrak does manage to grab it. He grabs it from Lelis and Gunner. He dies for it. Skewer is going to hit both, so they manage to get both supports rather out of that situation. A stolen Wisdom Rune for 2 supports. Avery,
Yeah,
that's another. Worth. Is that worth it?
I don't think so. That is a decent amount of gold, assist gold, XP. Don't think they're too sad about that one.
Yeah. I mean, they got 280 experience. They stole 280 experience, times that by 2. But they gave up 598 experience. So even just straight up on the experience exchange, it's not worth it. And then you add the gold on top of that.
Maybe Fly's a bit sad on this Phoenix, a hero that really would have wanted the extra levels from one of those runes.
Sure.
He's not doing too bad. He's still 4.5. He's going to get pressured here, dive away. Smoked amp damage Pango. I mean, you got to find something with this, man. This is just like a guaranteed kill. Once more,
with
can
Arteezy
Shopify
coming through the
connect?
portal as well, but Yuma has already backed out. Just they've got a much more solid hold on these heavy rotations from Shopify when they try and make these portal moves. It seems like Yuma has that timing down a little bit more pat than he did in the upper bracket final.
I mean, they're also warding for it. There's been a lot of gate wards.
Sure.
Just reading these plays, letting them get out well ahead of time. And it's really important you dodge these moves. You can dodge these moves with a mag lineup too. You're generally going to outfarm your opponent. Maybe not this early in the game, but overall you will. And level 3 in power is already up, so you got to be careful that these moves don't miss.
Runs right into some heroes. Unfortunate. Copy turns around and takes the freebie that's offered to him. Well, Lelis, rather, I guess.
Still looking for earn charges on this Weaver. And the stacks are being built here. Already got a nice little quad big camp stack. This Monkey to go through with the Jingu stack off the kill. Very efficient for him. Still, it's Arteezy in the lead, man. He really had a strong early game here on the lane. In the end, despite some early deaths. Pulled it back. Got that net worth. Pushing towards that Maelstrom.
It's a good thing, too, because he did not put any levels in Gunslinger. He really maximized their laning presence. Maxed out Deadshot, a second level on the Calling, so no levels in Gunslinger. Roll on in. See if they can finish off this Monkey King, who's stuck in a little corridor here with a bug on him as well. The minus armor's ramping up, but if he can get some hits in, maybe he can lifesteal his way. RP being threatened. Finally, he does get used. Muerta coming in from behind. Nice dead shot. That finishes off Copy. And it looks like the Weaver was able to Shukuchi on out of there. Even goes back to try and slow down Lelis as Arteezy has his back. They get aggressive still on mid as well. Gunner being dove. Swashbuckle, if it lands, could kill. But he doesn't know where the Magnus is, so Yopaj just gives it up.
Gundaddy with the moves out here. They do lose that tower top to the solo Mars, though, so Shopify getting a lot more out of these aggressive moves than they did in the first 2 games. And a nice rotation from Arteezy to seal that fight. No Wukong out of that Monkey. Made all the difference there. Got a little too greedy with that clock kill. Pays the big price here as now you're falling behind with this mag lineup. This is the risk of going this direction. Gotta just stabilize this game if you're Nouns. If you're Shopify, keep the aggression up. Keep looking for the power runes on the Pango. Look for the deep wards. You have decent levels on your supports. Just keep skirmishing. RP's down. There's no supernova yet. He might get it off mid and stop the stacking. If you can prevent the stacking, you're going to be a lot happier on the map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They are just fully setting up the Muerta to take this tower. Yopaj comes over to lend some additional damage, but the two supports just zoning out Gunnar and Laylas. The offlane is just not having a great time, and Mind Control has not really been ganked or anything like that, so he's just free farming up and top. The two side lanes just going very well for Shopify Rebellion. Rolling Thunder that might be able to get this kill on Lelis. He does not get over the cliff, so he'll die.
Things starting to come together. This mid monkey is just not too good at rebuking this aggression right now.
No.
Doesn't really have an item to play around looking for the Maelstrom, but if you're not farming and you're not fighting, you're just losing towers. Shopify know the name of the game here. It's take away the tier 1s. You do that to a mag lineup, the jungle's just nowhere near safe.
Wukong's man goes out. Skim trying to get away through the cogs. He's out. Kitrak still has time lapse. He's going to pop it last second here. See if he can get away with Shikuchi. They drop a sentry and catch him on the brim.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Something, but Yuma lost his courier, and you're still taking tower damage on this tier 1 mid. Arteezy makes the rotation.
Dead shot doesn't land. He turns around, hits the two of them with a boundless strike. Muerta, he's going to have to pop his ultimate here. They're going to use the supernova to see if they can get the magic damage to finish off the kill, but it's not
Copy
good
wants
enough.
him.
Copy's going to chase after him. He's going to jump right onto
him.
him, and he finishes him off. What a move
kill.
from Copy, making the read, and he's even turning back around onto Yopaj. The bugs get thrown out.
So
He
strong.
kills Yopaj as well. Copy is too damn strong, apparently. He manages to kill 2 cores by himself while the rest of the team chases down a Clockwork.
What a huge play, man. You got solo XP for a lot of that as well. It's almost level 11 now, and these levels add up when you have Empower. You might even get MC here. Just a disaster for Shopify Rebellion, pushing in mid casually. Miss one dead shot, and all of a sudden you lose 4. And 2 to the Monkey King solo, pretty much.
Yeah. I mean,
He had nothing going for him in this game, and now all of a sudden he's top of the net worth effectively. He's gotten power to back him up. He's got some stacks waiting for him, and the blink is done on the mag, so now that team fight is there. Shopify Rebellion, they had so much going in this game and just threw it all away. And you cannot throw stuff away this game versus this lineup. It's
No.
going to come back to bite you very hard in the ass.
And particularly in this series, in this matchup that we've seen from Riyadh as well as this qualifier, that it's important for Shopify Rebellion to take the tempo, take the momentum of the game, and that misstep just cost them everything they built up in the first 10 minutes of the game. Now we're back to an even game against a Magnus maxed out in power who is farming away. He now has a Blink Dagger. Copy got a full-out Maelstrom out of that whole thing. He's going to get a Gleipnir pretty damn quickly with just Dangerous. They have a lot of squishy heroes on the side of Shopify Rebellion. Any kind of catch might just lead to some fast kills for Nouns, who are currently smoked up around the mid. Is similar situation for Shopify.
Both teams looking to make their blink stuns work. Smoke Blink Mind Control versus Smoke Blink Gunner. Whoever lands these stuns and finds these ults is just going to win this fight. You can also arena this monkey down from the tree if you get a high ground ward and spot him. He's on the cliff right
the
now.
smoke is going to break. They know he's there, but he's already hopped down. Mind Control blinks to the other side to cliff, finds
Oh, he's in
nothing.
trouble.
Now he's in trouble. He's going to be RP together with the Curse Crown and straight into the Wukong's command. It is a one-shot wombo combo from Nouns that instantly wins the fight. Gunner loses his life for it, but they killed 3, and Yopaj is on the run.
What an RP there. I mean, the second that MC blinks in and he gets Cursed Crown, it feels like that fight's almost over because you know he's just going to get stunned, and then like the blink skewer RP comes out. They just got the cherry on top with 2 supports in the same stun and yeah, that second year RP with this lineup. There's no escaping it. You're getting terrorized, you're getting avalanched, you're getting supernovaed. There's so much AoE chain stun potential, and it's all in a Wukong. MC went for the jump, but he did not find it, and just nice positioning from Copy. Like, the fact he's on the cliff there makes a huge amount of difference, because when you drop that obs, you can't instant arena him.
Yeah.
It's just a very well-positioned counter gank, as once more, now it's just reading Shopify. They know what they want to do. They're set up for it and make a great defensive play. MC's going to look again, knows he has to keep the aggression up. Misses the spear, though.
Yeah, kind of awkward. They'll have to commit more ultimates to get the kill, which is the hook shot. And Skem's going to get jumped by Copy. Copy gets his stacks up. Easy kill with a boundless strike. They get the tower that they were originally searching for and back away. So support for support, but Gunner, he's going to try and catch. Yep, there it is. A skewer back off of the play. They set it up with the Brambles Bedlam, the Avalanche. As soon as you get a skewer back, unless there's a BKB, which there won't be for some time, that hero is just so isolated, and there's so much coverage from Nouns that there's no hope of escape.
I mean, this is the scary part of the game for Shopify Rebellion, because if you don't start to regain some momentum here, maybe get a Roshan, these team fights are going to start to look really difficult. This is 2 plays now where MC
spotted. He gets tossed up in the air, and now he's dead.
There's just so much pickoff in this lineup. There's great pickoff on the map, and there's these little combos with the Dark Willow on all these 3 initiating cores that are just very easy. MC looking bottom. They want to fight this.
They are.
Would love to find
We'll
the
go
mag.
back into real time here, where Yuma is going to be clipped by Rolling Thunder, and that's going to be it for it. Do not feel confident enough stretching out that far to go for the tankiest hero in the game. 2,500, 2,600 HP on Yuma, an instant smoke out. After all, the Pango used the Rolling Thunder. Is there really anything that Shopify could do to win a 5-on-5 if Rolling Thunder isn't there?
I mean, outside of like a 5-man arena, it's looking rough.
Well, they're not going to find anything with that smoke initially. They're going to have to go all the way to top to catch Yopaj, which looks like he, gets skewered back into the Bramble. Once again, oh, the Bramble didn't latch. Neither did the RP. Somehow he hops out of it all. Looks like they still have the damage. They have to use the Supernova to ensure the kill there. So another little misplay there that will probably result in the support going down as both teams slip up in their kill attempts here. Copy, set it up with the sentry on the ground. Instant terrorize on Kittrek. A double ult to kill a support Weaver. A heavy commitment, but it does get Nouns another kill.
I mean, they don't really mind. Like, they're going to use ults to kill people, because every time someone's dead on Shopify, they can't fight. And when they can't fight, these 3 cores are clearing through the map. Like, Empower Monkey's going to outfarm Numorta. This Tiny with Cleave is going to outfarm Numorta. So they don't mind expending these big cooldowns. They got plenty of them to spend. Maybe not the best spell casting there, as it takes them a long time to bring down Yopaj, but still a favorable exchange, as Yuma's just clearing through camps the whole time. Arteezy's still in a decent pace for this Morta. He's keeping up. Got a pretty early Mjolnir, so does do some decent damage if he can stay in the middle of the fight and just hit people the whole time.
Yeah, he is going to have some problems. Glimmer Cape initiation for Skem, so he can hold the hook shot for a little while.
Yeah, that's nice. Gets a D ward here too.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gets to take over some of that ancient area. Tormentor. Gonna try and be claimed here.
It takes a little bit. Their damage isn't the fastest, but they get there in the end. It's going to be a shard for Magnus. So now we got that shockwave that comes back. Will be some extra magic damage in the team fight.
Gotta look towards this Roshan soon, I think, if you're Shopify about. You need Aegis on Morta this game. And the later you postpone it, more likely it is that Nouns can test you. I mean, I think they already can contest that Roshan, but they're also going to space the map and want to farm a lot. So if you just like smoke to Roche or you get a pick off into it, it should be pretty secure. You have Swarm to help you do it.
Level 15. He's got the 15 talent now, the gunslinger damage. So the Muerta is getting one of those peaks in her power. The next one is like you get level 25 and you have BKB and such. Is an offensive threat. The Muerta is extremely concerning for Nouns if Shopify ever manages to utilize that hero. But so far, they've been mostly running around as 4, not really finding any success, running into Nouns traps that they've set up around the map.
Man, this monkey facet is, it's letting him do a lot of just running around so fast. Like you get to camp so fast, you can come back for Empower. It's crazy watching him do work. It's getting big, almost a BKB. These BKBs are coming out fast for Nouns right now. They're pushing towards 3 on all 3 cores. They're going to have 3 in the next 2 minutes here if you don't do anything about it.
Yeah, you have to make a move if you're Shopify, I think, right now, because you get those BKBs, then boom, there goes that damage threat that Muerta is supposed to be, right? Just shrugs off a bunch of that magic damage. Yeah, they can maybe force a Roshan here. Nouns, we'll see if they contest it all.
They can contest. They got a monkey BKB done. They're missing the other 2, but I mean, they're still strong enough to fight around the pit with Supernova, RP, Terrorize, Wukong. Cannot get caught in this pit with multiple heroes. How fast can you do this, Roche? It is pretty fast. Yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, it's dying before they can get here. Copy. He hops his way across the trees, but cannot get there in time to intercept the Roshan. But they're still going to try and take this fight. You can see Yuma is looping in on the backside. They won't have Skem. He went through the gate. A dead shot goes out. A boundless strike on it too with the avalanche on top of this one. This is a really nice setup. Arteezy just trying to make a break for it here, keep the Aegis alive, but no, he gets hit by the Bramble. Now it's going to be up to, instant RP. Yopaj stuck inside of a Wukong's command. They pop the Supernova, he dies, and now Arteezy just comes back on a second life, instantly killed. What a team fight for Nouns. Shopify Rebellion did not seem to have the heads up that Nouns would be willing to take that engagement.
Even going to lose the Weaver trying to creep cut. Oh boy, this game's getting out of their hands right now. And like we talked about in the draft, I don't know your odds of pulling it back if you start to fall behind. This lineup scale is absurd with the Sunray going into all these targets, the Empower across the board, multiple stuns, BKB piercing stuns. Shopify Rebellion in a game 3 in trouble. Potentially about to be 3-0'd in a TI qualification final.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
8,000 net worth lead. Nouns have BKB after BKB. They had the Monkey King one, but now they got the Magnus and the Tiny. Arteezy. He's gonna be real worried about this one. I'm not sure if the Muerta can carry this kind of game at this point. The Magnus lineup that is this far ahead, this early on into the game. It's only 25 minutes. You know, you give it another 20 minutes of Empower farming for, these 3 melee cores and a scaling up Phoenix, Fly is looking at Ashivas as his next item on his signature hero.
That's after buying a gem. There's a gem right now on Gunner, so they're going to secure the vision and then have the extra vision in the fight for the Weaver. Make his game even harder. BKB arrives for Mind Control. Guarantee his initiation a bit more, but you still do have to worry about Supernova RP here, even with these BKBs coming out on the side of Shopify. Nice deep ward from Lelis will scout that triangle. Could be nice to go back to later, especially with how much initiation you have.
Nouns. They proved last year at TI in the lower bracket NA Derby to be the best North American team at that event. Now they're about to take the whole goddamn year with a 3-0 over Shopify Rebellion as they start assaulting the high ground. Just see if Shopify want to come back or not. You don't want to come back. That Tiny will gladly keep swinging on the tier 3.
Is under attack.
You see the Pango, they say, okay, that's good enough for us.
I mean, they're not in a rush this game, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
This ward mid is seriously going to do some work here. They smoke around
breaks.
at the spot.
MC spotted. Blinks before the avalanche. They also get a stun onto the Weaver here. They can go for the skewer back into the sentry. Well placed. Unfortunately, the toss landed on Gunner. Unlucky. So Kitrak is able to get away with the time lapse. Let's see, mind control and Arteezy. I think they're hunting for the monkey, and they got him. He cut the tree as he was leaping across. And that hits the stun. They have to quickly TP out, though, because oh, we got him on the Yules! What a play! Sneaking in from behind. Lelis catches him with the Yule, stopping the TP out from Arteezy. And they'll take that exchange. The Monkey King. Oh, MC is going to come back in. Got a supernova out of him, and I guess BKB's TP's out. It's something. Yopaj on the other side of the map. Gunner. He's looking for him. He has to use his gunner. Oh, he's going to hit him with the RP to stop that TP out. Now, Yopaj can maybe still make it out with a Rolling Thunder here. I think he might be good.
Yeah, he looks fine here.
Well, not if he doesn't use it right away, because now he's going to be avalanched into a toss. Now he's dead. Yopaj! Oh, what happened? What was that? You had freedom. You had your escape. Back over to top lane. MC back at it again, trying to kill the Phoenix, but a terrorize, well placed. Gives them some time. MC, he does not have his blink dagger up to catch up to these heroes, so Nouns cover each other, prevent any losses. Fly giving the tip over to Lelis for saving his ass.
All the little things right now going Nouns' way. Shopify cannot find any traction in this game, just bleeding heroes across the map, looking for this Muerta BKB, but it is a long way off still. And even if you get it, you still have to worry about the RP. Game is in dire straits right now. They'll take a Tormentor, but you have to think about next Roshan. If you don't get Aegises on this Muerta, I don't know how Arteezy enters the fight.
Yeah. In order to take that next Roshan, they're going to need the BKB. He needs 900 gold for that. They've got 2 minutes to farm it. The Weaver slips on by Nouns as they are setting up. They get a ward down, almost caught him on the Yules again. Tries to get him on the Bramble. Monkey King chases out, 10 shot. Hits him midair. And the Arteezy is so scared of dying here. He pops Pierce the Veil just for the Dispel on the Gleipnir. The Weaver does get caught trying to cut the wave, and he dies. Time lapses on cooldown, so not much he could do there.
Top tower is under attack.
Man, Lella's just catching everybody here. Solo killing supports, making sure that split push doesn't come through, making the map easy to play for his cores right now. And the longer they just run around, the more this gem does some work. Even going to try and catch bottom as well with this monkey with the Simian leap. Oh, we saw Yopaj. The catch from these heroes
are not free, man. They have way too much catch, like you're saying. The Rolling Thunder is going to be put to use, but he has a long ways home. I don't think he's going to make it. The monkey is going to keep pace with him this entire way. He tries to go for the portal and channel there, but copy, Boundless Strike, or Yules, either will do. Yopaj will get picked off in this bottom part of the map again.
Nowhere to run on this map right now. And you can't fight him. What's the game plan? Just hope that Arteezy carries. I mean, that is what it's going to come down to here. He is level 20, he finishes BKB. Does do some decent damage if he's allowed to. MC narrowly escaping an RP.
Spear
Maybe
back,
gonna
they're
fight
gonna go
this.
for it. Two heroes, BKB, hook shot on one of them to stall him up. MC needs to get through his arena and out of the way of Yuma, who's throwing out some serious damage. The Monkey King comes in from
Piked him.
behind, but it got speared midway through his Wukong's command. The problem is Arteezy isn't there to take advantage of that. So he wasn't able to push the damage onto Copy while he was pinned down. So Shopify don't lose anybody there, but they also gained 0 ground.
There's just not a lot of stuns to lock these heroes down around the Muerta and let Arteezy go to work. Struggling. Does Hurricane Pike the Monkey out there break the Wukong, but then you're not killing him. They're going to look for the Monkey again. He's so difficult to catch. There's an opportunity here. They see him.
Got him on the dead
what a
shot.
shot.
Broke down the tree. Arteezy, a sick move, but a BKB is up from Copy. They have the hook shot, though. They can kill him through this BKB, no problem.
Arteezy making some moves. And you got to remember, this Roche could be spawning, so
Yeah, that was a
pickoffs are big.
Yeah, it would have been a great pickoff for Shopify if only Roshan was up. You could see they were desperate for Roche to be up right now. Unfortunately for Shopify, it's a late one. So it's going to get a full respawn time here on the Monkey King, and Nouns could still have plenty of time to intervene on Roshan.
I also feel like the damage output from the Muerta there was okay, but not intimidating, I must say.
Yeah.
It took a while to bring this monkey down, and I mean, that's an isolated target that you're able to find the BKB piercing hookshot on. This Tiny is a lot tankier. This Mag is someone you're probably not going to see in the fight. And they know this Roche hasn't been done, so they might just be able to smoke bottom and contest this by the time it spawns. Though Shiva's done for MC. That's a big pickup here. Helps the Muerta's damage.
Yeah, Fly, who's trying to work on his own Shivas. Obviously, he's not going to get it at the same pace as a core. Shopify Rebellion, they have to set up for a contest here. Trying to deal with the wave. The static charge out from the Mjolnir, and Kid Track doing a bit of damage here.
Is under attack.
But they really need Kid Track going out there. Doesn't break a smoke, but they do know where Lelis is at. So they have a good idea where the rest of Nouns is going to be holding up. You go back to check the pit. Still not up. Another 15 seconds.
If you're Shopify, do you want to fight in this pit? That's another question. It's good for the Muerta, can be good for the Pango, but is amazing for the Wukong, amazing for the RP. You have to fight around your vision. And if Roche spawns, which it does, you have to just do it here. It is very fast.
Re-smoke it up.
Nouns are going to concede it. But we saw them win the fight afterwards the last time.
Yeah, Shopify. Got to make sure they don't make the same mistake twice. Get that second Roshan, and it's going to be the same initiation point. Same area. Yuma jumps up to the high ground. He runs into mind control. Mind control. Pops his Shivas. BKB goes out. Double BKB. RP goes out. A forced out for Hurricane Pike. Arteezy dodged it, and he pops his ultimate and starts laying out some damage. But it's not that much damage. Everybody's surviving through it for now. Yopaj is rolling around trying to stop some of this, but their supports are dead. They haven't done enough. The Qualifiers going to stop the TP away. Arteezy cannot get out. He needs
stuck
help.
on a
They're
cliff.
gonna buy back on these heroes. Trying to TP into the supernova on the high ground is a problem. Arteezy is going to come back on that same cliff. Does manage to get a force staff up to the higher ground here. Yopaj trying to fight it out. They're chasing after Arteezy. Arteezy's going to be hunted down. Gunner's going to die in the meanwhile between Yopaj and MC with a buyback of Kitrek, but they're going to hit the boundless strike on MC. He's next. Yopaj, he's got a swashbuckle up in a second, tries to harpoon his way a little bit further, tries to go for a TP out, and he stuns. They don't have him. So yeah, Yopaj gets out, but it's still disastrous. Another fight. After Roshan gets taken, they get an Aegis. It doesn't matter. Nouns prove to be too strong in these fights for Shopify.
The man just finds a way onto these cliffside. It was advantageous for him there too, I think, but he deals a decent amount of damage, pretty much the same as the Tiny, but the problem is there's two carriers on the side of Nouns between this Monkey King and the Tiny, and they're just outnumbering you in terms of that DPS. Yuma's just not afraid to go in here. There's nothing you can do to him, man. The second he's in, you just have
Look
to
at this
kite it
Arteezy
out.
play. what a Hurricane Pike to take Gunnar away from him and misses the RP, and it still
that is
doesn't
sick.
go well.
That is absolutely sick, but you just don't have the damage to take advantage of these plays. And
Nope.
you don't get hit by the RP. You get out of the Wukong. The Sunray Supernovas used on your Aegis, and you still can't fight after all this.
Yep.
Just too much random spell damage that debilitates you outside the BKB. The toss did a huge amount of damage there. And all these heroes are empowered. This Monkey King is just running rampant.
Oh, yo push, yo! Oh. Almost got caught again. I mean, he keeps on trying to play the side lanes and push him out to create some sort of space because they can't take team fights. So maybe it's the only thing he can do. But Copy's Monkey King has been an absolute menace in hunting him down.
I mean, Nouns have made this facet look absolutely broken. The way they're playing the map and catching people with it when they're ahead. Shopify Rebellion grouped up here looking for some sort of series salvaging team fight. I don't even know what it looks like at this point. It's just probably got to be some sick arena spear catch from Mind Control. He's not had much vision to work with, and the problem is that damage follow-up is just not that fast, right? Like, let's say you go in arena spear someone. Are you supposed to just Hurricane Pike in with the Muerta to hit that guy? And then just get RP'd? Like, there's no easy initiations here for Shopify Rebellion. It's a big problem. These heroes are continuing to scale up. You're looking at level 25 for the Monkey King. Just got that additional Wukong ring. That is a good talent this game. And this Tiny is level 24 as well, closing in on his 25. There are some powerful talents well ahead of the side of Shopify with their cores, not even close to level 25s here. Arteezy would love his.
Yeah, it's Daedalus and level 25 would be the next part where Muerta gets a serious power spike. And that's kind of it. Like, looking at everybody else on the side of Shopify, there's really nothing that's going to change too much about the way fights go. Nobody's getting an item or a talent that is going to significantly increase damage, which damage is a problem for them right now, right? You've got a 2400 HP Magnus, which is honestly puny for heroes nowadays. 3200 HP. Monkey King, who gets out the BKB before the spear. Mind Control. Ooh, doesn't get the initiation. Now he's going to be punished. He's going to be RP'd. Hook shot, that's going to miss as well. Shopify on the run, but Nouns, they've shown they have plenty of catch. They're not going to try and chase after this one, though.
Such fast reaction.
Shopify are going to try and go back in with only 4. This is a bold
They have
move.
to do something.
Arteezy tries to bait them in. Nouns understanding the situation. Nouns just with such good reads of Shopify this entire series seems to always know what Shopify wants to do in any given situation.
And now you have Revenant's Brooch on this monkey, so this Muerta is not necessarily safe, even in the ult. Fights are getting scarier here for Artor. It feels like he's the only one who's actually a threat in this game.
Weaver gonna get picked off as
Lelis has had his number, man.
yeah, Lelis is he's had one hell of a series for sure. Yuma is gonna be seen with 3 heroes nearby.
You gotta
Mind Control
take
being
this,
able
right?
to TP in. You gotta take this opportunity that's being presented to you. But you don't immediately jump, and now he has the opportunity to get off the BKB potentially. Hook shot, harpoon, see if they can chain stun it, but no.
This
He got off the
not
BKB,
going well.
and Skem is gonna die in 3 shots. They needed to
Hesitation.
wait out Mind Control, but he just couldn't get there in time in order to get the chain stun, and now Mind Control is going to be the one to get caught. He's got a BKB. Shivas goes down, throws out the arena. He could try and get out of the arena and TP away. Maybe no way he TP'd into this fight. So he's going to have to stand and deliver with the Muerta. Spotted now. Pops pierce the
That's
veil.
easy.
Inside of the Wukong's command. The egg right on top of him. He has to deal with the egg. He's trying to get away from it. Trying to deal with the egg and Copy at the same time. Kills the egg. Kills Copy. No, he doesn't kill Copy. He missed him. Too many shots, 100 HP either way, even if he does kill him. Yuma would have certainly brought down RTZ. A closer fight than most, but it still doesn't end up happy for Shopify.
Dude, how did that monkey not die? I feel like he had him at the end. Did he just misclick a right click or something? I thought he's gonna kill them all for sure.
I don't know. Maybe he pulled a trickery or something at the last second. Shout out to Coffee, by the way, for the Revenant's Brooch build. So he can
really owned him.
That is why RTZ died so quickly inside of that situation.
I mean, he did some damage there, though, man. Killed an egg, killed like 2 heroes, almost kills his monkey. He got the stand and deliver. We saw the power of this hero.
I see that damage. I mean, part of it is like if BKB is going cooldown, that certainly is going to help RTZ quite a bit. BKB, pierce the veil.
See right there. I don't think he was hitting the monkey, but
yeah, it might have just been all that mischance from the Phoenix, right? And the blinding stun debuff. He just missed so many times.
That is very close. These little things matter so much for the Murta, who wants to get to that level 25, wants extra kills for potentially that Aghanim shard later on as well. This is the scaling that he needs to maybe make the comeback here.
Goodbye. 1494 crit from Yuma. This Tiny is a terror. Yuma proven to be such a solid carry. He gives them a draft advantage by being able to do certain things. I mean, he's a meatball spammer. He's always been a meatball spammer. He gives them that little bit of an edge in the draft while also just being such a solid carry for them. Be quite a worthy performance to secure your first TI.
13, 0, and 11 so far, and looking to add to it.
Hunted around, immediately jumps onto RTZ. Can he one-shot? No. Doesn't get him inside that avalanche toss combination. Doesn't get a crit. RTZ just has to reflexively use BKB Pierce the Veil for fear of any follow-up there from Nouns, and that gives them time. Pierce the Veil, BKB on cooldown. Yuma didn't have to use anything for that. He still got his BKB. If you're Shopify, how do you stop this monster?
You need a spear back or something. Got to isolate his hero.
Positioning too. Gunner. He needs blink up. He's got it back up now. You got to be careful when they start. Oh, try to get the spear back. Misses. Copy. Turns back around. Now the jump in from the Magnus. Didn't get anything there. So they blew BKB. Missed their initiation. Nouns say no harm, no foul. We didn't lose anybody there. We could just call it quits on the high ground push. We already got a ranged barracks. That's pretty damn good. And a 21,000 net worth lead. Immediately Shopify gonna go and smoke up. RTZ really wants his level 25. He went for the Wisdom Rune, 24 and a half.
He's not gonna
now
get
he
it.
needs the smoke to come back to him.
They saw it on the ward. They know this is coming. They're absolutely ready for it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get baited in here, they're going to take the flank angle.
The third fight in a row in this same area that
might
Shopify
be.
gets caught up in.
Do Shopify know what's happening right now? Going
Shopify.
into the high ground vision.
We're circling around each other here. Shopify smoke is going to break on a creep wave.
This is so bad for them.
They're going to run right into
RTZ.
Huerta. Force ass away. Gets away. The initiation from the Tiny doesn't actually get a kill right away, but they get a terrorize on it. MC's in a bit of trouble now. Copy. He's going to man up, bound the strike. Wukong's command going for RTZ. Now the hook shot trying to come in to bail him out. RTZ's making a run outside of the Wukong's command, but he'll
No
launch.
chance.
Tiny drops the Monkey King right on his head. An immediate buyback. They have to play for the second part of the team fight, but Yuma's still going strong. Yuma still has his BKB as well, ready to play for that one. A boundless strike hitting on two. Gleipnir locking down the two of them. The Rena goes out. Arteezy can't join in this team fight because he has to TP in after getting the Wisdom Rune, so he can't even be here right now. They are fighting it out, and Arteezy, he still can't be here. He is giving up. He's going to go farm. Mind Control is going to get picked up, and Downs will win another fight. This time, they don't have to worry about Roshan if they don't want to. That is diebacks on Shopify.
Nothing left in the tank here, and they know it. They're just going to go throne. Arteezy for his life. For this TI, what do you have? Doesn't have the 25. Doesn't have the shard. There's no extra scaling here. Just Morta and a Weaver. They're actually going to respect this, though.
They are. They're just going to go for the melee barracks. Probably back out and take Roche. Played it safe. Nouns. They can feel they're on the cusp of victory. Maybe they could have ended the game, but it's not like they're any shortage of time here. They are still scaling up. They are still feeling strong, and I don't think that's going to change.
A disciplined play will secure them another Roche. They know these buybacks are still going to be on cooldown for a long time here. 6 minutes for mind controls. That is brutal. 6 minutes for Arteezy's. This is an Ags Roche because it went back top, so you could give an Ags to the Tiny here. You can give one to the Phoenix. Give it to the Monkey.
Yeah.
You got a lot of good ones to choose from.
I like the Monkey at this point. Just anything that gives more damage. Arteezy does finally manage to get level 25, so the plus 20% Gunslinger chance, that is a very big increase in damage for him, but him alone. While Nouns, it feels like all of their heroes are getting more damage. The Ags does indeed go to the Monkey King. We got the cheese on the Magnus, and of course the Aegis
terrifying
on the boulder himself.
They're gonna hold this ward,
hold and back out of the ward. They just cannot feel the team fight is gonna go well if it starts with the Tiny on the front lines. They need to be able to hit something else, and Nouns do not present them that opportunity.
I don't think there's any way you go on Tiny and it's good for you. Yuma, he understands this. He's just been going in super aggressively. Knows they can't commit on him. That RP threat. Another high ground ward hold. Arteezy's going to TP out to the outpost here to just try and position.
He showed inside the
back
base,
line.
and then they go for the wraparound.
I mean, their throne is
interesting
getting beat,
idea, but their tier 4 is dying fast. Skim has to collect the creep wave, and Nouns knows something is up. Yuma's going to charge up to that high ground. He's going to reveal the plot that Shopify were trying to put together. Mind Control almost dead already. Does manage to get the spear onto Yuma, but it shrugs it off as that status resistance lasts so long. They do manage to kill them. Gunner dead. No buyback there. Copy sign fast. Copy sign fast. Copy. He's almost dead. Shopify. They need to get Arteezy to the other side of the cliff. Yuma, he can't quite finish him off. Now he's going to blink dagger on top of him. He needs to spot him. Oh, that crit just finished off the Weaver, and now he's laying into Muerta, and he's dead. A die back there for Arteezy. 2 minutes on the clock. They go for the supernova. They're not going to get it. Yopaj, he's swinging it. It's just not going to work for him. He's going to die as well. An instant buyback. But Nouns, Yuma, what about Yuma? What about this beast of a hero, this Tiny with almost 5,000 HP and an Aegis? Still, he himself could just end the game. Shopify Rebellion do have anything to stop this man. Yuma is just laying into hero after hero. Skem, he's gonna die eventually. Yopaj is just trying to kill some supports.
The last man
Tiny's
standing.
Indomitable. The Tiny is the big hitter. The big swing of 1,500 crit. GG is called, and Nouns will take it with a 3-0 over Shopify Rebellion, the undisputed best team in North America.
And a final tip
to Nouns.
A final tip from Arteezy to his old captain here as he congratulates him on a TI berth. A well-deserved series victory for Nouns here. I mean, 3-0, I do not think a lot of people would have expected it. A lot of the series this year have been a little rough for them, if anything, right? Going to these game 4 or 5s, barely pulling it out. This was just dominance, man. Like, there was not a game here where we felt Shopify really had an advantage at almost any point. And then this one, we talked about this mag pick, what it does for the pressure on you to try and find tempo in this game. They did not find it. These two Shopify Rebellion supports and 2 and 23. No momentum in this game. They had a little bit at the start, and then they threw it away on that mid-tower push. Yeah. That is going to be the biggest what if of this game, right? If that doesn't happen, if you don't lose 2 or 3 of these early fights, that game can look so different. But the second you do, you're just trapped in Magnus hell, man. He's outscaling you. He's out-farming you. This BKB piercing RP that you can never find is always looming on the backside. And Arteezy, he fought his heart out in these later fights. He almost had enough damage to bring these beasts down, but in the end of the day, it's 1v2. Shopify Rebellion, you got 1 carry. And Nouns, they got 2, man. This Monkey and Tiny are both capable of just 1v5ing the fight. A commendable effort in the late game, but Nouns were just, they were on a different level today, man. 5-0 today overall, 3-0 in this series, dominating some of those games completely. And they will get themselves to EWC, they will get themselves to TI here. And that's Shopify Rebellion are shut out from the premier events.
Now, they did it last year at TI, right? We had the lower bracket derby where all 3 North American teams ended up in the lower bracket, having to play against each other. And they proved that they were the best. And that was for that tournament. But this year just ends on such an emphatic victory for Nouns. There are no doubts, no question marks. You know, no question marks. Oh, what if Shopify beat TSM and they face Nouns or anything like that? No, Nouns, number 1. Nobody can dispute it. They absolutely destroyed the North American qualifiers. They took that 3-2 in Riyadh, or for Riyadh over Shopify, and now they get the cleanest 3-0 over Shopify Rebellion. Nouns, one hell of a performance. Congratulations to them. They're going to be going to the international, and shout out to the newcomers who are going to be going to TI. I mean, what a performance from Yuma and Copy in this series, in particular this game 3 to close it out. Copy with, like, you know, being dominating game 2 and then being shut down early on in this game 3, and then comes back just an absolute menace. 10-4 and 20 from him, 19-0 and 16 for Yuma.
I feel like if there's an MVP of the series for me, I mean, Nouns, it's definitely some of the drafting. Like, some of those cheese picks just won them games straight up. But I feel like Copy had one of the best series we've seen from him all year. Like, the Storm Spirit game 1, his signature of this tournament, decimated Shopify. Game 2, that Tinker, 1v5, right? Just straight wins the game. And this game 3 on this Monkey, it was looking rough, but he finds that, like, solo double kill mid off the failed tower push, just catapults himself back up, and then just dominates these fights, man. Like, solid itemization in the right place at the right time, putting a lot of pressure on them. Like, it's hard to play as well as a Tiny who's 19-0 and 16. But yeah, Yuma and Copy definitely showed up today for Nouns, and that's a huge deal because they have a strong supporting cast on this team. Like, they have one of the best support duos NA has seen in a very long time, right? Between Lawless and Fly. 2 super experienced players, very vocal players, experienced players. They're going to give you consistency. They're going to give you good map gameplay. They're going to give you good drafts. You just need your cores to step up, these young guys to play well and shine, and they did today. Yuma will get that MVP with almost 1,300 XPM here on the Rock. Indomitable. Unkillable. What a way to end this qualifier season for Nouns, man. Just dominance.
And we do also so we are going to get a winner's interview. Sorry, production, is that ready to go already? Okay. We're going to take a little bit of time here, but we are going to get a winner's interview. It's probably a good time to talk about the exit of Shopify Rebellion. You know, I know there's a lot of fans watching. I think there's probably a lot of hate watchers watching as well. And I do think, you know, sending off Shopify Rebellion, because I think this is, in some ways, feels like an end of an era here with Nouns taking over so thoroughly as the #1 North American spot. Arteezy and Bulba have held control of you know, that #1 spot in North America for so long. Again, Bulba, I think, has attended every TI since TI2. Arteezy has attended every TI since his first one at TI4. And this will be the first year for both of them that they miss it. So, you know, that's a hell of a career that they've had and hopefully continue to have. but this year they're going to fall short of being able to go to the international.
It's crazy because, like you said, these guys have had some of the best careers in Dota of anybody, and they're continuing to have good years. And this is probably the year where they've fallen the most, right? And that's a tough spot to be in. I feel for that. Not going to TI it's heartbreaking. There's no way around it. It's going to be heartbreaking for these guys. It's going to be weird to go to TI and not see them there. Like, I don't think I've been at a TI that Boba is not at, that I've seen him at some point and he's laughing and talking about, you know, whatever series they played or who he thinks going to bomb out. These guys were staples in NA. I've played against them forever. I've lost to them more times than maybe I won. And it's a great feeling to beat them because they are that good and they test you that much. And so I'm sure Nouns are absolutely ecstatic right now with what they pulled out here. But yeah, this is a team and a group of players that are going to continue to be around in the scene, hopefully, and find their way back. But right now, whatever's working is just not worked out for them recently. And it's rough to watch if you're a fan of this team because you know the potential that these guys have and you know how much experience they have. And
yeah,
they start cooking. It looks great. But today was not their day. They had Nouns previously, but something did not match up here. Nouns got their number and punched their ticket, man.
Yeah, what a difference from that upper bracket final. Shopify Rebellions just seemed to lose all momentum. They had a 2-1 against Nouns. That game 1 and game 3, I think, were very solid performances by them. Felt like they were active, felt like they were outplaying Nouns. And then the finals, they just were not prepared for what Nouns was bringing to them. So Nouns, looking forward to seeing them at TI. I mean, I think this is the best Nouns that we've seen in the various iterations. You know, obviously Gunnar made it through with Nouns last year, but I think this roster looks really damn good. Looking forward to seeing what they could do at some international events that they're going to be heading to, and I believe we have the winners interview ready to go, so we can talk to Nouns about their victory over Shopify Rebellion. And it's exactly the man I wanted to be able to see. Fly, big congratulations, man. You have attended every single TI since TI2, correct? And you're going to go there again.
TI3, and yeah, thank you. It's exciting, but yeah, I'm keeping the streak alive.
Yeah. In fact, I believe that means that you'll now tie Puppy right now, since the NA qualifiers happening for Western Europe for TI's attended. That's one hell of a performance. I talked to you last year at the end of TI, or in the middle of TI, Shopify Rebellion. You guys got knocked out early, and shout out to the coach Milan there. We had that walk to the key arena. And one thing that you said stood out to me. You said, we talked about your career and if what was going to be happening next for you. And you said, I'm going to keep playing as long as I think I'm good. And I think I'm still good. And I think you definitely proved it here today in this qualifier. You proved it in the last one. Was this some vindication for you to be able to make it through and win both of these qualifiers for through North America?
Oh, for sure. I mean, we were getting beat down this entire year. We were just losing every BO5. So I don't know, vindication, whatever. I just wanted to improve and just, have a chance again, right? Like the 2 biggest tournaments of the year. There's no, I don't have any ill feelings towards them. Bulba is still a great friend of mine and everything. So nothing but respect, and just did our best. This time we showed up. They had our ass all year. This time we didn't. We had theirs.
Avery, you got a question?
Yeah, I got a couple questions. I mean, congrats to you guys. Hell of a way to end the season, of course. I look forward to seeing you guys all there, if I can make it. What changed between this series and that upper bracket final in terms of the confidence factor? Because watching you guys play today compared to that series, like that series in the upper bracket final, I'm sure you guys felt it. It was like very defensive, very reactionary. People weren't jumping aggressively. You weren't finding the fights. This series today, you're just going in. Like Yuma's just starting the fights. Copy's just going in, Wukonging aggressively. Was there a team talk you had and a mentality shift between these 2 series?
Honestly, I think our mental, I know it didn't seem like it, but I think our mental was good both yesterday and today. I think just things went a little smoother. Like I think when we lost to them, every game was some sort of hardcore beatdown in one lane that just was like a butterfly effect into every other part of the game. They're gating on us, they're diving us mid at the same time, and the game just spun out of control in the first like 8 minutes. So, you know, we just wanted to make sure that at least if we can get through the first 6 minutes and have like a stable game, we're going to be able to play good Dota. And that happened in all 3 games today. There was not a single case where the game was way too volatile. And that's, you know, that's what they're good at, right? They've always been a lane heavy team.
Was that reflected in, like, did you guys try and change that in terms of the support matchups at all? Because I feel like it felt a little sluggish in that other series. Like, you were getting outmatched on the map, and like you said, you're getting baited into these TPs, and then you have to rotate with heroes like Treant and stuff, and then you have to walk across the map to the other lane. And it felt like you guys had a bit faster support duos today to try and match it.
Yeah, for sure. Yesterday, I mean, it was a big part of the draft changeup, right? Like, we were just not able to match them at all on the map. Some support matchups were horrendous. I was playing Tree against Tusk Avenge. That was a rough one, not gonna lie. Today, you know, we got to play some CM, some Phoenix, and Lelis got to play the active heroes like Tusk, Clock, Willow. So he was able to be much more active on the map and take the fight to them, basically.
All right, I had one more question, if you'll indulge me. I mean, Austin was talking about your resume. You are one of the most experienced captains in Dota at this point, you know, up there with Puppy and stuff. This is another team where it's a very different environment, different group of players, and you guys have grown a lot over the year. Has your approach or style of captaining on this team been different than on those past teams where you were with those guys on the other side for a long period of time, right? Like, what has changed for you, or what have you tried to change to make this team work better?
For sure. I mean, I happened to listen to what you said on, you know, your guys' talk, whatever it was. Shopify is a team that operates differently. Bulba and Artur have always, you know, had a very heavy hand in what they do, which is fine. You know, it's been successful. They're very good at it. This team, it's of course different. With Milan coming in, he definitely helped a lot. I think I was a little overwhelmed when it was just me trying to do everything. So with Milan coming in, like, he's sharing a big part of the burden, drafting, gameplay, everything. So now it's, I think, us two are, you know, the main guys of the team, and then everybody still gets to voice their opinion. It's more natural. Everybody gets their, I would say, a bit of room to kind of put in their creativity. You know, like we saw Copy today, he's playing like Tinker, he's playing like Monkey, you know, that stuff that's unique to him. And he brings that to the team. Yuma brings the Meepo, and we just try to enable everyone in a good way. So it's been nice. I'm not gonna lie, it's been a rough year. Like, we have not had a lot of success. This just means we're getting to the tournament. This is just the beginning. But honestly, I think we progressed a lot, especially the past month. I think we will be a completely different team by the time we get to, you know, TI.
Look forward to seeing it. Thank you.
A big part of that is going to be the fact that you have a very young squad that you're playing with here. You know, Lelis is probably the second most veteran player on that team. And you've got totally new guys who are going to be attending their first TI, and Yuma and Copy. Since, you know, we can't get a chance to talk to them, can you talk to us about what it means for everybody else on the team, Milan included?
I mean, everyone's just ecstatic, you know, like, getting to your first TI is a magical feeling. I remember my first time, it was nothing quite like it. So the guys are super happy. Like, we all put in so much work the time we were here. They're all very happy. Copy's probably, you know, he's gonna go watch the VODs or something right now. Yuma is just chilling, having some sparkling water like a good European. So he's laughing.
Nice. Well, I'm glad to hear you guys are so happy, and it's definitely time for you guys to celebrate. It's been, I'm sure, a lot of grinding that you guys have had to do leading up into these qualifiers for both Riyadh and the International. And now you finally secured the slots at both. You're going to be heading to Copenhagen. So congratulations to you guys and the rest of the team. And we'll let you go and let you celebrate for the night.
Thank you, guys. And shout out to Nouns, my team, my wife, Evany, and all the fans out there supporting us. See you guys in Copenhagen.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Fly. Nouns going to the International. They're going to be heading to Copenhagen. Fly does it again, Avery.
Goddamn, the man just don't quit. every season, you know, he has some ups and downs. I think especially when you look across his career, he's not a captain that's just been like on a dominant tier 1 team every season, right? Some of those teams have been hit or miss. Some of them he's been dominant on and done well at TI. Others it's been lower down. And I think it reflected in his mindset of like, yeah, we've improved a lot. We felt good about this win, but it's been a rough year too, right? And what he's talking about is those LAN performances. You know, getting to TI feels great. Getting last at TI does not feel great. So
True.
I think that his mindset is very much the experienced captain of like, yeah, I'm happy we got there. I'm super excited for my boys. These young guys are going to get to experience it, but the job's not done, right? And they are the sole representative for this region. They are the last hope for North America. And I wish them the best because it would be really cool to see them perform well in Copenhagen. And I think this team has grown a lot and they can continue to grow. They have the players to do it. They're a fun team to watch, man. So I'm excited that they're going to represent NA this year, and I look forward to seeing what they can do.
Yeah, me too. Could be the start of something new for North America. We saw some of the teams have already qualified. Of course, the Chinese qualifiers is going on right now, so you could check out who's going to be taking the second spot in China, as we already had one spot already taken up, and then we have the rest of the qualifiers yet to be going. So we have 4 more qualifiers on top of the Chinese qualifier that is happening right now. So a lot more Dota that is going to be played for everybody on the road to the international. But that is going to close out the North American qualifier, and that's going to close out the broadcast as well. From me and Avery, thank you so much for everybody who came and tuned in to the North American qualifier. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you guys somewhere else some other time.